Chapter 1. Marianna clicked the lock button on her key fob, and a familiar beep sounded from her car. She slipped her keys into her purse and walked across the parking lot and through the sliding doors of the hospital. She took a deep breath as she entered New York General Hospital. She could do this. She could be strong. Samson wasn't going to ruin her life anymore. He was scum. She blew out her breath as she pressed the up button for the elevator and boarded. After smoothing the front of her light blue scrubs, she muscled down the emotions that had risen in her chest. Today was the first day in her new department. The emergency room was 3 floors beneath her. There was no reason she would ever run into him. She would finally be able to focus on why she became a nurse in the first place, treating people. She would lose herself in conditions that took time to figure out, give herself a purpose to heal the patients in her care. She wouldn't let a guy get in the way of that ever again. The elevator dinged and she stepped out. Donna, her best friend, was standing next to the nurse station studying what looked like a newspaper. "Hey," Marianna said, walking by her and dropping her purse into a cubby behind the desk. After she clocked in, she grabbed some charts and started flipping through them. She needed to familiarize herself with the oncology department, where the diseases were long-term and less immediate than the emergency room. Donna glanced up. "Have you seen this?" she asked, dropping the newspaper in front of Marianna. Marianna ran her gaze across the headline. "Caro Prince expected to visit the Metropolitan Museum of Art this week," she read, and then flicked her gaze over to Donna. "Seriously, Donna? What does that have to do with us?" Donna laughed, the familiar, "Mari, are you serious?" laugh. "This is my big chance. I've got to find someone to cover for me so I can go there, meet him, and marry him." "Marry him?" Marianna skimmed the article. "It says here that he is bringing his longtime girlfriend, Gisela." She sucked in her breath between her teeth. "Doesn't bode well for you." Donna's eyes widened as she grabbed the newspaper and glanced it over. "What? No," she said, sinking into the office chair behind her. "You don't think that means he's going to propose?" Marianna gave her an encouraging smile. "Yeah, that's my guess. But good news, you get to stay here, with me." She batted her eyes. Donna glowered at her. "Seriously? Marrying a prince means adventure. It also means people wait on you. No more changing bedpans." She wrinkled her nose and then sighed, blowing a strand of hair from her face. Marianna sighed. When Donna got like this, there really was no way of snapping her out of it. She gathered her patient's charts and tucked her pen behind her ear. "Come on, Donna. It's not that bad. There's new challenges every day." Besides, this floor was safe, and there was one thing Marianna was sure of. She was never going to get her heart broken again. She loved her job, her tiny apartment, and the consistency of her life. This was exactly where she wanted to be. Being swept away by a foreign prince on a noble steed was the exact opposite of what she wanted. "You're in denial, Mari. Being a nurse is not better than being a princess," Donna called after Marianna as she made her way down the hall. Marianna rolled her eyes as she slipped Mr. Dutris's chart into the slot just outside of his room. She knocked on the door and entered. "Good afternoon. I'm Marianna, and I'll be your nurse for today." Mr. Dutris had fallen asleep with his mouth open. He was snoring so loud that Marianna doubted he ever heard her. She walked over to the machines that dotted the room. After taking note of his IV status, the heart monitor, and his output bag, she recorded it on her notepad and left. 30 minutes later, after the previous nurse had given her the starting shift chat and every one of Marianna's patients had been checked on, she walked to the nurse's station. Donna was still sitting on a chair, staring at the newspaper. Thankfully, she looked in a better mood. "Feeling better?" Marianna asked, shooting Donna a smile. Donna sighed. "Yeah, I guess so." Grabbing her purse out of the cabinet behind the station, she took out a few dollar bills. "How about a soda on me?" Donna nodded. "Okay, diet." "You got it," she said. She made her way over to the elevator and pressed the down button. When she got to the lobby, she took a left and headed into the cafeteria. After she got a Sprite for herself and a Diet Coke for Donna, she stood outside the elevator, tapping her toe as she watched the floor numbers count down. Commotion at the entrance of the hospital drew her attention. She turned to see a woman in a white pantsuit and thick black hair. She was shouting something in a foreign language. 2 men came in after her. Both were dressed in jogging shorts. One man had his arm around the other, who was limping. He had a gash on his forehead and dried blood streaked his face. "Help! Help!" the woman screamed in a thick Italian accent. Her gaze zeroed in on Marianna. She rushed over and grabbed her arm. "My son! Help, my son!" Marianna set the bottles of soda next to the elevator and nodded. Okay, calm down." By the time Marianna had said those words, the 2 men had approached. The larger one had a stern expression that made her eyes widen. "A wheelchair?" he asked. He, too, had a thick accent. Marianna nodded. Thankfully, a hospital volunteer approached with a wheelchair and helped the hurt man into it. "Emergency room," Marianna said, nodding toward the hallway to the left. As they started down the hallway, she reached out and pressed her fingers on the man's neck. He moaned and shifted. Marianna couldn't tell if it was because of the jostling from the wheelchair or her fingers. Either way, she focused in on his heartbeat. It pounded against her fingertips. "What happened to him?" she asked, glancing up at the woman in white, who was chanting a prayer under her breath. "He was out for a run, and when he rounded the corner, a little boy came at him on a bike. Leo tried to avoid running into him and tripped, flipping over and hitting his head." Her voice faded as if she were reliving the event. "He was finished with his run. We were right there waiting to pick him up. He should never have left the hotel." Marianna glanced over at the woman. Her face had turned stony and she made the sign of the cross. "I think he's going to be okay," Marianna said, hoping to calm her down. They reached the emergency room desk, and Marianna nodded to Janine, who raised her eyebrows. "Head trauma," Marianna said. Janine's gaze flicked to Leo, and then back over to her. "You can have a seat," she said, nodding toward the only empty chair in the room. The woman scoffed. "I don't think you heard her right. My son will be seen right now." The tone of her voice turned threatening and chills raced across Marianna's skin. This woman had a strong presence. Janine didn't even bat an eye. Marianna was sure she was used to overprotective parents. "Ma'am, we have to check him in," she said, readying a clipboard. The woman scoffed. "You can call me Mrs. DeLuca, and you will see my son right now." "Well, Mrs. DeLuca, you have to follow protocol just like everyone else." Mrs. DeLuca glanced over at Marianna and raised her eyebrows. Marianna suddenly felt a desire to do something. She was pretty sure that it came from the fact that Mrs. DeLuca looked as if she were about to murder anyone who got in her way. "Janine, I'm here. I'll just take him back and get him started," Marianna said, turning to the receptionist. Part of her didn't believe that those words had come out of her mouth. But Mrs. DeLuca looked desperate, and hopefully Samson was off today, so it really wouldn't matter. Janine raised her eyebrows. "What?" "Yeah, I detected a heart murmur on our way here. It's probably best to get him looked at, like, right now." Marianna was stretching the truth a bit, but working here gave her the inside knowledge about what to say to speed up the wait time. Mrs. DeLuca's face paled. The man who'd been pushing Leo stepped up to the counter. "I would suggest that you get him seen right now for the best interest of this hospital." Janine glanced over at Marianna. Marianna shot her a look that said, "It's okay, I'll take care of these pushy people." She sighed. "Fine. Take these papers and fill them out. Make sure you get them to us as soon as possible." Mrs. DeLuca took the clipboard, murmured something about Americans, and followed after Marianna as she pushed Leo through the emergency room doors and down the hall. And, just her luck, Samson was standing outside a room with a chart in hand, looking like the ridiculous god that he most certainly was not. Marianna had half a mind to turn Leo around and wheel him right back out of the ER. No one was worth another run-in with Samson, not after what he'd done, how he dumped her. Trying to date had just proven to her that relationships were risky, and she was not about taking risks. At least, not again. "Room?" she asked him as she wheeled Leo past. Samson glanced over, and his lips tilted up into a half-smile. "Mari, what are you doing here?" She sighed, hoping her response came out cool and collected, not spastic and out of control like she felt. "I'm bringing a patient in," she said, nodding toward Leo. Samson glanced down, then nodded. Room 7 should be good. I'll come check on him in a minute." She didn't acknowledge him as she walked over to room 7 and entered. The large, stocky man helped Leo up onto the hospital bed, and Marianna started taking his vitals. Now that Leo wasn't hunched over, she got a good look at him. He was attractive and looked vaguely familiar. She brushed his thick, wavy hair from his forehead and studied the cut. It was deep. She could see the fatty tissue that lay just beneath the skin, and she was sure if she tried, she could probably see his bone. "Leo, do you know where you are?" she asked as she hooked up the pulse oximeter on his finger. His eyes widened and he glanced around the room. "I think New York?" She nodded. "Good. And do you know your name?" She watched as he swallowed, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down. "Leo," he said, this time much more anxious. "Okay, Leo, do you remember what happened to you?" She took out a thermometer and placed it under his tongue. He glanced over at her and waited until it beeped. "I went for a run and I hit my head." She wrote his temperature down on her pad of paper. Then she reached into the nearby drawer and pulled out a flashlight. After shining it in his eyes for a few seconds, she noted that the pupils were the same size. That was a good sign. "Okay, I'm going to go get the doctor and your real nurse, and then we will get you taken care of," she said, smiling at Leo, and then over to Mrs. DeLuca. Mrs. DeLuca nodded. "Thank you. Of everyone at this hospital, you are the most caring. We won't forget that." Marianna smiled. She was pretty sure as soon as these people walked out of here, they were going to forget all about her. "I hope you feel better, Leo." "Thank you," he called after her. She walked out the door, anxious to get out of this place. As she stood outside his room, she took a deep breath. She was going to have to talk to Samson, the only thing she'd sworn she'd never do again. As she approached him, Barbie stepped in front of her. "Where are you going?" she asked, snapping her gum. It took all of Marianna's strength not to turn and punch her in the face. It had only been 2 months since she'd caught Samson and Barbie together, and that was definitely not enough time to forget what it felt like to walk in on them. "There is a patient in room 7 that I need to report on. Once I'm done, I'll head back upstairs." She narrowed her eyes. "Trust me, this is the last place I want to be." Barbie stared her down, then sighed. "Fine. Why don't you just report to me, and I'll take it from here." She grabbed out a notepad from her scrubs pocket and readied her pen. After Marianna gave her the stats, Barbie nodded. "Got it." Then she motioned with her hand. "You can go." Not waiting for another second, Marianna turned and left. When she stepped out of the ER, she took a deep breath. That had been a mistake. She should never have allowed Mrs. DeLuca to convince her to help. That's what happens when she took risks. She got hurt, and right now, she wasn't sure she could handle getting hurt again. When the elevator rang on the 3rd floor, she handed a semi-lukewarm Diet Coke to Donna and collapsed into a nearby chair. "What's with you?" Donna asked, raising an eyebrow. "I had a detour at the ER," Marianna said, burying her face into the crook of her arm. Donna scoffed. "What? Why?" Marianna groaned. "Some desperate woman talked me into helping her son get seen. Of course Barbie and Samson were there, so that was just great." Marianna could hear the pressure release as Donna unscrewed the cap. "You're too nice, Mari. You need to be meaner. She took a swig. Marianna straightened and glanced over at her friend. I need to find a new hospital. I thought changing departments would help, but it obviously didn't. She rubbed her face with her hands. Donna shook her head. You need to get that man-whore fired. That's what you need to do. A doctor sleeping with a bunch of nurses? That seems like an HR nightmare. Marianna rolled her shoulders back. No, I'm not going to do that. She sighed. What was she going to do? Just complain about him? Yes, for now. When she had better control of her life, then she'd be more assertive. Until then, she was just going to avoid the ER, and thus avoid Samson. Chapter 2. Leo's head throbbed. His eyes hurt, his leg hurt, but what was causing the most pain was his mother's incessant nagging. She hadn't left his bedside for the last 20 minutes. Instead, she kept asking him over and over what he'd been thinking. "Mother," he said as he reached out and grabbed her hand, "I told you already, Filippo and I went for a run. I didn't realize it was illegal to do here." Her eyes narrowed as she met his gaze. "Leonardo, you will be ruler of your country. If you don't start acting like it now, you will not be ready." His stomach twisted at the thought. King. He was going to be king soon, and he certainly wasn't ready for it. All of the responsibility that came with that bore down on him, suffocating him. Had he ever been asked if he wanted to be king? No. It was an expectation given to him from birth. "Your Highness, I think we might be overwhelming him. With a head injury, it's best to keep things simple," Filippo said, reaching out and resting his hand on the Queen's shoulder. Her gaze met Leo's, and she sighed. "I'll go find some coffee and try your father again. I can't seem to get any reception in this room." She stood and made her way to the door. "Don't let him leave, Filippo." She pointed her finger at his bodyguard and narrowed her eyes. Filippo nodded as she left, pulling the door shut behind her. "Sorry, man," Leo said, wincing as he shifted on the bed. Some nurse named Barbie had come in, finishing his vitals, and cleaned his cut. They were waiting to be taken to get a CAT scan. Filippo shrugged, but Leo knew that move. He wasn't happy with what Leo had done. But could he be blamed? His family had flown all the way to New York so that they could put on a spectacle by having him propose to a woman who he didn't love. As soon as they checked into the hotel, Leo had tried to escape for a run. But Filippo must have expected that because he showed up minutes later running right next to him. Even though Leo had quickened his pace, Filippo hadn't let him out of his sight. Just as they rounded the corner, a little boy came out of nowhere, and the only way Leo could avoid hitting him was to veer off to the left, where he tripped and flew headfirst into a parked car. Admittedly, not the most glamorous way to get injured, and Leo had been very lucky not to have had cameras around. Now he had a splitting headache, and his problems still remained. "I'm just happy you are okay," Filippo said, clearing his throat. Leo detected a hint of emotion in his voice, and he understood it. Not only was Filippo his bodyguard, but also his best friend. If something ever happened to Filippo, he would have a hard time dealing with it as well. Before he could think further, a screech pulled his attention to the door. He'd recognize that voice anywhere. Whenever he heard it, his stomach twisted and squeezed. Gisella. The woman he'd been intended to marry since he was a little boy. Since the DeLucas discovered that in order to keep the crown, the prince must marry by the time he turned 30. And for Leo, that birthday was rapidly approaching. "Where is he?" Gisella screamed. Leo winced as he anticipated her arrival. He didn't want to marry her, but no matter what he said, his mother always brushed him off, stating he'd grow to love her. The crown was more important than his happiness. The door slammed open and Gisella rushed in. "Leonardo!" she exclaimed, rushing to his side of the bed and wrapping her arms around him, suffocating him like she did with every aspect of their relationship. He tried to move, but decided against it. He didn't want to get into a round of how this accident hurt her more than it did him. If he were honest with himself, he just wanted her to go away. Unlike his parents, he didn't care that her father was one of the wealthiest men in Cairo. None of this trip was for him. He was supposed to take her to a fancy dinner and propose to her in front of cameras so that the world could see that Cairo was a beautiful place. And hopefully with a royal wedding planned, tourism would pick up. No one seemed to care that he felt stifled. It was his duty. When Gisela pulled back, she met his gaze. Her perfectly formed eyebrows drew together as she studied him. Then she cocked her head to the side. "Filippo, what is wrong with Leo? Why does he not remember me?" There she went, making his accident all about herself. Leo half expected cameras to come barging in here where she would tell her sob story of how she was now the soon-to-be fiancée of the prince with amnesia. Then he started to think, what if he faked amnesia? His parents wouldn't force him to marry a woman that he couldn't remember, right? It was worth a shot. So he turned to Filippo and forced the most confused expression he could muster. "Who is this woman?" he commanded. Filippo raised his eyebrows and studied him, as if he were trying to figure out what Leo was playing at. Truth was, if anyone could figure out he was lying, it was his bodyguard. "Sir, this is Gisela, your bride-to-be," Filippo said. Leo forced his hands out of her grasp and shifted away. "I don't know who you are or what you are doing here. I need you to leave." Gisela sat there with her mouth hanging open and her lips fluttering like a fish out of water. Her eyes were wide as she swept her gaze from Filippo, then back to Leo. Leo?" she whispered. Filippo approached the bed. He met Leo's gaze. "Do you really not remember?" Leo shook his head, taking note of the worry that flashed through Filippo's gaze. Good. He believed that Leo was telling the truth. This meant he might have a chance. "I'm going to find a doctor," Filippo said, and then stepped from the room. Suddenly, Leo realized how alone he and Gisela were. This was the last thing that he wanted. She went from looking as if she were about to cry to annoyed. Of course, she was so fickle. How his parents didn't see it boggled his mind. "Enough," she said, dabbing her eyes with a tissue from her purse. He stared at her. He needed to keep this lie up, so he forced an uncertain expression. "What?" She held up her finger as she grabbed a compact out of her purse. "You're lying, and it's pathetic." Well, she wasn't stupid. "I'm not sure." He wished that he really couldn't remember how awful she was. Then he would forget her, and she'd leave him alone. But his parents were convinced that she was the best for the country and forced him to go along with it. "Leo, I was there. I heard the conversation between you and Filippo." She parted her lips and leaned in. She made a flourishing movement with her hand as if she were indicating that he could finish the conversation. Heat raced across his skin, but he forced himself to calm down. He'd suspected that she heard about his plan to rent a car and drive away from this place. Find some small town along the coast and live there. Being a king was the last thing he wanted, and being married to a woman he didn't love? Torture. He'd rather be alone than forced into an awful marriage. She was cruel and spoiled, and nothing like him. "I don't know what you're talking about," he lied. The click of her compact filled the silence. "So you don't remember what you were planning?" Her creased forehead softened and a smile hinted on her lips. Of course she was happy that he didn't remember. It meant she still had the opportunity to dig her claws into him. But he needed to keep up the act. "What was I planning?" She stuffed her compact back into her purse. "An engagement party for me, silly." She smiled and grasped his hand. "This is just terrible that this happened to you, but I will not leave you. I will be here with you every step of the way until you get better and remember just how in love we really are." She stood, brushing her lips against his cheek. "You can count on that," she whispered. As much as he didn't want to believe her, he did. What had he gotten himself into? Leo stared at the doctors and family members that now crowded his room. They were talking in hushed tones as if he died or something. He swept his gaze from his blubbering mom hugging his dad over to Dr. Wilson, who was flipping through his chart while talking to another doctor with sandy blonde hair. Wow. All of this because they thought he couldn't remember Gisela. His decision to fake amnesia was rapidly spiraling out of control. Did his parents want him to marry her this bad? Why? He hoped it was because his parents wanted him to be happy, but he was beginning to think that that was not the case. His mom pulled away from his dad and made her way over to him. "I want you to know that we will figure this out," she said as she leaned down and kissed both of his cheeks. "This wedding will happen. You will remember Gisela, and she will become your wife." His eyes widened. "But I don't remember her." Was his mom really going to make him marry a woman that he didn't remember? She waved away his comment. "Don't be silly. You will propose and this wedding will happen." He leaned back on his pillows and studied his parents. He always suspected it, but didn't believe it fully until just now. His parents didn't care if he loved Gisela. She was going to marry him. End of story. All he wanted to do was climb into a car and get as far away from here as possible. But with the media storm that seemed to have blown up around his accident, he doubted he'd get far without being recognized. And Filippo looked as if he were going to microchip him. There was no way he was going to be able to live his own life, and his only excuse was rapidly escaping his grasp, so he forced a smile and nodded. Playing along with his mother seemed like the only logical move. "If you think that's the right thing," he said. Ugh, just saying those words made his stomach churn. "That's right, sweetheart," she said, patting his head. "You'll be just fine." Horace, his mom's PR specialist, walked up and rested his hand on her shoulder. "The press is ready for your statement," he said in a hushed tone. Leo raised his eyebrows, but his mom just gave him a confident smile. "The press just wants to know that you're okay and that everything will proceed as planned," she said, and then stood to join his father. Both of them followed Horace out of the room, taking Leo's hope of getting out of this marriage with them. Just as Leo moved his gaze from the door, something caught his eye. Two women were standing in the hall, staring in. When his gaze met the gaze of a woman with wavy black hair and bright blue eyes, he stopped. It was the same nurse that had helped him earlier. He wished he could remember her name. "I know you," he said, sitting up straighter and pointing to her. Dr. Wilson walked into his line of sight. "You remember something?" Leo studied him and nodded. This seemed like good news to the doctor, so he decided to play along with it. "Yes, I recognize her." Dr. Wilson turned. "Marianna?" he asked. "You know this man?" She nodded and stepped into the room. "What are you doing down here, Mari?" the second doctor, who had been conversing with Dr. Wilson, asked. For a moment, Leo thought he detected a hint of anger flash across her face. "I helped this man get in here. I actually worry about these people in my care. I wanted to make sure he was doing well." The red-haired woman who was standing next to her smiled. "And we wanted to meet the prince." Marianna shushed her and then looked apologetically over at Leo. "Don't mind Donna. She wanted to tag along." Then her expression turned serious. "How are you? Are you feeling okay?" He smiled at her and nodded. She was sweet. Something that was seriously lacking in the women in his life right now. "I am. Thanks for your help earlier." She nodded. "Of course. Anything I can do to help a prince." "This is interesting," Dr. Wilson said, clicking his pen and scribbling a few things on the chart in front of him. Marianna turned to him. "Interesting? What are you talking about?" "Leo has selective amnesia, yet he remembers you. Isn't that strange?" he asked, glancing at her from over his readers. "Selective amnesia? Who can't he remember?" Gisela sobbed from the corner. She covered her mouth with her hand when everyone turned to look at her. "Me!" she wailed, wiping the most likely forced tears from her cheeks. The woman he loves. Marianna's eyes widened as she turned her attention to Leo. That's too bad. He studied her, enjoying how he felt in her presence. She seemed practical and calm. Perhaps just what he needed to get him out of the jam that he was in. Where do you work? He asked. She furrowed her brow. Here? She paused. Do you know where you are? Great. Now everyone was going to question everything he said like he was slowly slipping into insanity. He nodded. I'm at New York General. It's just that you seem to know your way around the ER. Did you used to work here? She coughed, her skin turning red. Her gaze flicked over to the younger doctor and then back. I needed a change of pace. I work up in oncology right now. Huh. Not ideal, but he could make that work. I want you to be my nurse. She cleared her throat. Your what? I want you to be my nurse. You are better than the one they assigned me. A satisfied look passed over her face, but then she shook her head. I don't think that is really a good idea. I don't work here anymore. He shook his head. No, I insist. He glanced over at Filippo, who nodded. He walked over to Dr. Wilson and pulled him aside. They started talking in hushed tones. Marianna's cheeks flushed as she tucked her hair behind her ear. You must have hit your head really hard. I'm not your nurse. I shouldn't have even been down here. He wanted to protest, to state that only someone who is selfless would do what she did for him earlier today. But before he could say anything, Dr. Wilson stepped up to Marianna and whispered something under his breath. Her gaze flicked over to him and she nodded. We'll be right back, Dr. Wilson said, escorting Marianna from the room. When the door shut behind them, Gisela whipped her gaze over to him. What are you trying to pull? She asked. She pointed her finger in his direction. Leo took in her menacing stare, a tactic she'd used against him one too many times in the past. All it did was make him angry. She wasn't going to manipulate him anymore. He narrowed his eyes. He was a royal. Gisela had no right to speak to him like that. Are you contradicting your prince? He asked, summoning his commanding voice, one reserved only for when he was going to reprimand a servant or leader. Gisela's mouth opened, but Leo just held her gaze, challenging her to defy him again. As if she suddenly realized that she wasn't going to win, she closed her lips and shook her head. No. He nodded, straightening the covers over his lap. Good. At least this was a start. Chapter 3. Marianna couldn't comprehend what Dr. Wilson was saying. She scoffed and folded her arms, shaking her head, trying to get the ringing in her ears to dissipate. I'm sorry, what? She asked again. She glanced over at Donna, who was nodding as if she understood what was being asked. I think it would be best for you to come back to the ER just to tend to Prince Leo. He seems to have taken a liking to you. It might help him to remember. Besides, in situations like this, it's better to play along with their ideas than try to shock them into remembering. Marianna studied Dr. Wilson's lips. She knew he was speaking English, but the words were not making any sense. How could he be asking her to come back to the one place she's sworn she wouldn't return? But I changed departments. Dr. Wilson had to understand what he was asking of her. I can't come back. Dr. Wilson grew serious. I was informed that the family would be willing to make a sizable donation to my research if I could help him remember. He leaned in closer to Marianna. This is important to my department. You'll do this for me, right? Marianna studied him. Truth was, she liked Dr. Wilson. He was like the grandfather to all the other doctors here. She felt bad leaving him in the lurch. So I have to wait on the prince in the hopes that he might remember his fiancée? Man, just saying the words out loud made her sound crazy. This is amazing, Donna breathed as she moved her gaze from Dr. Wilson to Marianna. You have to do this, she said. Dr. Wilson looked so earnest that she sighed and nodded. Okay, I'll do it. He smiled. Perfect. I'll put you on the shift. Go home and take a shower. You're going to be here for a while. 2 hours later, Marianna pulled her duffel bag farther up onto her shoulder and made her way into the locker room just outside of the ER. She wasn't sure how long she was going to be the prince's personal nurse, so she'd gone home, taken a quick nap, eaten, and showered. Anything to prepare for the night ahead. After everything was secured in her locker, she adjusted her scrubs and headed toward the ER hallway. She pushed open the large doors that groaned as they moved. A sound she'd heard so many times, one that held too many memories for her. A sinking feeling settled in her gut, and she swallowed. Why was she doing this? This was crazy. All she had to do was say no. Then she could run upstairs and protect herself from the pain this place held. She shook her head. She was being ridiculous. She needed to stop letting Samson have this kind of control over her. He was a selfish jerk who had led her on. It was time she started showing him that he couldn't control her like that again. She would never get those 3 years back, and she needed to stop him from ruining any more. A hushed giggle made her freeze. Stilling her pounding heart, she peeked around the corner to see Samson pressing Barbie up against the wall. He had his hands resting on either side of her, and she was smiling up at him. Marianna wanted to throw up. She's seen this before, and even though time had passed since she and Samson were anything special, coming face to face with the couple who had broken her heart was too much. She was a fool to think she could remain at this hospital with Samson and his new fling. Is everything okay? A deep Italian accent sounded behind her. Marianna yelped and jumped, turning to see Leo standing behind her. He had his eyebrows raised and a playful smile on his lips. Yes, she stammered, and then mentally slapped herself for sounding so stupid. It just seems strange that you are standing in the hallway looking as if you are spying? He inched forward and glanced around the corner. Marianna wished that the ground would just swallow her whole, right here. She leaned her back against the wall and sighed. How had her life come to this? Was she really that pathetic? It's ridiculous, Doctor. Why are you hiding around the corner to watch him make out with some nurse? Marianna tipped her face toward the ceiling and closed her eyes. He's my ex. She swallowed, the feelings of embarrassment growing in her chest. Did she want to tell this prince just how pathetic she was? What did it matter? He was going to find out anyway. The girl he's kissing? She's the one he cheated on me with. Ugh, those words tasted like acid on her tongue. When Leo didn't say anything, Marianna glanced over to see him peek around the corner again. You can do better than that insect, he said. Marianna laughed. Yeah? Are you serious? Leo looked at her. What do you mean? You are a beautiful woman and he is a disgusting pig. Heat permeated her cheeks. Did he just say beautiful? Now I really think you hit your head hard. Desperate to change the subject, she glanced around. Where's your muscle? Leo furrowed his brow for a moment, as if trying to interpret what she meant, and then he laughed. You mean a Filippo? Marianna nodded. Yeah, the guy you have hovering around you all the time. Leo shrugged. He's getting me some Jell-O from the cafeteria. I thought I'd take the time to walk around the floor. He cringed as he glanced around. American hospitals are so depressing. Marianna parted her lips. Depressing? It's a hospital. Most people come here because they're sick or to die. What are the hospitals like where you are from? Leo squinted as he studied her. You mean at the commoner hospital? Do you not attend the same hospital as your, what do you call them, subjects? He shook his head. No, we have a doctor come to us. Or if it is bad, we go to a private facility in the mountains. Marianna snorted. Well, you'll find that hospitals are pretty similar. Maybe you should get out more. The prince didn't answer. Instead, his face dropped, like Marianna had said something hurtful. Good going, Mari, she scolded herself. I'm sorry, I don't know you. Just forget everything I said. I can be such an idiot sometimes. And if Samson is around, she shook her head, watch out. Leo studied her for a moment before he nodded. I understand. His voice dropped. Perhaps we could help each other out. A look passed over his face. She half expected him to maniacally laugh and rub his hands together. What was he plotting? I have an idea, he said, motioning toward his open door with his hand. Marianna studied him and then followed after. Once they were inside his room, he shut his door. He was wearing a pair of navy silk pajama bottoms and a white t-shirt. Definitely not hospital-approved attire. Did your mom bring you clothes? She asked, waving at his getup. For some reason, her gaze lingered on the way the material clung to all the right places. Where would one get loungewear like that? She had a maid bring it over. Marianna pinched her lips and nodded. Of course, a maid. Do you not like them? He asked, glancing down. Great, now she was making the royal feel uncomfortable. She shook her head. No, I just normally see people with the hospital gowns. Leo wrinkled his nose. I do not wear clothes that other person has worn. Marianna snorted. Well, their relationship was off to a great start. Everything Marianna wore, sat in, or used had been previously owned, a result of being in a relationship with a self-absorbed man. He managed to spend all of her savings and then kicked her out of the apartment. She rubbed her face. Why was she letting Samson consume her thoughts again? She needed to push him from her mind. She'd finally come to a good place, and he'd found a way to weasel back into her life. Let me get you back into bed so I can check your vitals, she said, waving toward the hospital bed that now had red satin sheets. Man, they really did things different where Leo was from. Leo glanced over at the bed and then nodded. Fine. Once he was situated, Marianna took his blood pressure, his temp, and uncovered his cut to make sure it had stopped bleeding. After recording the numbers on a pad she'd taken out of her pocket, she washed her hands and tried not to stare at Leo as she dried them. He was incredibly good-looking, and the fact that he was a prince made him that much more desirable, even though that made her sound shallow. She shook her head. He was just her patient. She needed to remember that. He was going to completely forget who she was when he walked out of this mediocre hospital. Once she had settled him into the chair next to the window, she turned her attention to him. So, she asked, raising her eyebrows. He sat on the bed, smoothing out the sheet in front of him. I need your help. Marianna laughed. Yeah, I get that. Most people who come to the hospital need help. He shook his head. No, this is about something different. So he was getting personal, and it intrigued her. Okay, she said slowly. I don't, he leaned in closer, have amnesia. That was not what she was expecting him to say. What? Then why fake it? Leo scrubbed his face with his hand. Because of the woman, Gisela. She's been my intended since I was a baby. I must be married to inherit the throne. Marianna wasn't following him. So you faked not knowing her? Why? If you need to get married. Leo studied the wall in front of him as if he were lost in thought. No one has ever asked me if I wanted to be king. If I ever wanted the throne. Every part of my life has been plotted out since I was a child. I go wherever I'm told, and wear whatever is brought to me. He waved at his pajama bottoms. I hate silk, but my mother doesn't care. She chooses them for me. Marianna cringed. An almost 30-year-old who has his mother pick out his clothes? Ouch. So you don't want to marry Gisela, and you thought faking amnesia was the best way of getting out of it? At least Samson had told her to her face that he didn't want to be with her. It took things to a whole other level to have a guy fake not even knowing you. His cheeks turned red under his tanned skin. Not my proudest moment, but I was running out of options. I am to propose it to her tonight. She saw him swallow hard. Is that bad? Leo's face stilled. She is spoiled and self-centered. She cares nothing for me, just my title and what it brings her. Her father is a very wealthy man in my country, and I believe that he wants to use our marriage to push his agenda. So, are you asking me to sneak you out of here? A flash of hope passed over Leo's face, but then he shook his head. No, I couldn't do that to my family as much as I want to. I need you to do something else." He sighed and looked at her with uncertainty. "I need you to come tonight." "Isn't that something couples normally do alone? Getting engaged is pretty intimate. It would feel weird standing off in the corner watching two people in love. Right now, she wanted to get away from all that." Leo shook his head. "Not the way my mother has it planned. It is to be recorded and broadcasted all over America. She's hoping that the proposal will draw tourists to our country. It is struggling right now. I am to propose to Gisela in front of the large windows at the Met." He dropped his voice. "Even if Mother believes that I do not remember who Gisela is." A twinge of sadness crept up in Marianna's chest. She felt bad for the guy. At least she hadn't been forced to marry someone she didn't love. When push came to shove, she had walked out on Samson. It seemed as if this prince was trapped in a life that he couldn't get away from. "So, what do you want me to do? I doubt your family will believe me if I tell them you have amnesia." Leo shook his head. "I had another idea." Marianna wasn't sure she liked the sly tone to his voice. "Okay." "If I accidentally proposed to another woman, my parents would have to go along with it. The last thing they'd want is for the press to think that their son is mentally unfit to run a country. If I were to publicly propose to you," he pointed his finger at her, "they'd have to abide by it, at least for a time. It might be just what I need to figure out what to do." Marianna swallowed. "Me? You want to propose to me?" Her stomach lightened at the thought, but then she pushed it away. Sure, a proposal from a prince had been one of her dreams since she was a little girl. But it had been a fantasy, never to come true. He nodded. "And I think it would help you too. You would get away from this place, from—" He waved his hand at the door. "That guy. You'd be able to shove our proposal in his face." He raised his eyebrows as if that was the best thing in the world. Marianna let his statement sink in. There was truth to it. A proposal from a prince was a lot better than the slutty nurse Samson left her for. But would we actually get married? Leo shook his head. "No, I have a cousin next in line. If I postpone the marriage long enough, he will inherit, and he blew out his breath, will be free. So this is only an engagement, no feelings, no marriage, strictly two people helping each other out." Leo nodded. "The last thing I need is a relationship, as I'm sure is the same for you." That was true. Getting away from here sounded amazing. So she sighed and rubbed her temples, not believing what she was about to say. What's the plan? Chapter 4. Leo stood in the bathroom of his suite, staring at his reflection in the mirror. The gash on his forehead was stitched together, but the skin around it was red. He gingerly touched it and winced as pain shot through him. It had taken some finagling to let doctors release him, but when his mother insisted that their family doctor was currently en route here, they agreed. Thankfully, Leo had convinced his parents and Dr. Wilson that Marianna had to come as well. She was currently getting changed, and then would meet him at his suite. His stomach lightened at the thought of her coming. It felt good to have an ally in all this. He opened the cap of his gel and rubbed it into his hair, making it look tousled in a purposeful way. Once he was done, he rinsed his hands and dried them on a nearby towel. After tying his bow tie, he straightened his cummerbund and flipped off the light in his bathroom. The chandelier that hung from the ceiling in the center living room glowed against the setting sun. The rooms at the Ritz-Carlton were beautiful. They spared no detail. The furniture was plush and the wood accents were carved in intricate patterns. The New York skyline shimmered in the floor-to-ceiling windows. The city was a magical place that Leo could look at but never experience, not when every aspect of his life was planned. His muscles itched. When he got like this, the best thing he could do to calm himself was to run. run away from everything that scared him or frustrated him. And right now, not being the king that his country and family wanted him to be scared him. He swallowed as he walked over to the drink cart and poured himself a scotch. Just as he lifted the glass to his lips, a knock sounded on his door. After setting the glass down, he made his way over and turned the handle. Marianna stood in the hall with her eyes wide, like she'd been scared by something. But Leo was having a hard time processing anything but how beautiful she looked. Her long dark hair was pulled up, accentuating the lines of her long neck and the smoothness of her skin. She had on a floor-length navy dress with hand-sewn beads that sparkled against the light. The neckline curved down, hinting at what was underneath, but not exposing it. "Wow," he said. For some reason, he didn't feel the need to be shy about his appreciation. They'd already decided that this was strictly an arrangement. That getting emotionally involved was off the table. Her skin flushed as she reached up and rubbed her shoulder. "Is it too much? Am I giving our plan away?" Leo pressed his finger to his lips and motioned for her to follow him into the suite. Filippo was in the adjoining room and had not yet emerged. Plus, he didn't want anyone in the hall to overhear them. Once inside, he led her over to his room and shut the door. Now safe, he looked over at her. She was glancing around, her eyes huge. "This is where you're staying?" she asked, parting her lips. Her full, pink lips. Leo cleared his throat and dropped his gaze. What was the matter with him? Day 1 and he was already going back on his promise to her. So he pulled his thoughts away from how beautiful she looked and nodded. "Yeah, it pales in comparison to the one at home." Marianna coughed. "What?" He shrugged. They lived in a 200-year-old castle. It was huge. She whistled. "I'd love to see that." "You will?" When she didn't speak, he glanced over at her. Her expression was uneasy. Had they not really talked about this? Maybe he should tell her just what she was getting herself into. "If that's okay," he said. She chewed her lip as she studied him. "I have to go to your country?" He nodded, unease rising up in his chest. "Is that okay?" She walked over to the bed and sat down. "I guess I didn't think of that. I will be your fiancé. Of course I'll have to go home with you." She turned to look at him, her forehead wrinkled. "When's your birthday? That's when the stipulation is over, right?" He laughed and walked over to her. He sat down and let his hand hover above her shoulder. He wondered if he should touch her or not. But then he realized that it looked worse to just hang there, so he lowered his hand and let it rest on her shoulder. As much as he tried to fight it, feeling her skin under his fingers created a reaction in his stomach. Zaps of electricity shot down his arm. "I promise you, you are going to have the time of your life. Cairo is beautiful this time of year. Think of it as a month-long vacation." He leaned closer to her. For a moment he allowed his flirty nature to come out. "I will make it worth your while." Her eyes widened as her gaze dropped to his lips for a second before she snapped it back up. He swallowed. Was it possible she felt the attraction too? But then he pushed that thought to the back of his mind. That was the last thing he should be focusing on. "You think so?" she asked, dropping her gaze to study her hands. He nodded and squeezed her shoulder. "You're going to do great, and my country is going to love you as much as you are going to love it. Together, we can help each other out. This Samson guy will be a thing of the past." She blew out her breath and nodded. "Thing of the past," she repeated. There were 3 solid knocks on the door. Marianna sprung up from the bed like a rabbit. She whipped around. "Who is that?" Leo smiled at how fidgety she was. She'd obviously never been in cahoots with someone before. "Relax. It's probably just a Filippo." He stood, adjusted his tucks, and made his way past her. She reached out and grabbed his arm. "Should I be in here? Will he suspect anything?" He laughed and patted her hand. "You forget, Mari. I am a prince. I can do whatever I want and have whoever I want in my room." He wiggled his eyebrows. Her cheeks flushed again. "But He waved away her concern. "You are a nurse. I'm sure you have come up with a medical reason for why you are here." When he got to the door, he glanced back to see that she was chewing on her thumbnail. Her gaze swept around the room as if she were trying to come up with a lie. He chuckled and turned the handle. He was going to have to teach her how to be a better liar. Just as he'd thought, Filippo was standing on the other side. When his gaze fell on Marianna, he raised his eyebrows. "Your Highness," he said, bringing his gaze back. "Yes." Leo was used to this. He didn't have to explain himself to his bodyguard, maybe to his mother, but even then, he was going to be king, and kings didn't answer to anyone. "I wanted to let you know that the limo is downstairs." Filippo's gaze made its way back to Marianna. He leaned forward. "Is there a reason why the nurse is in here?" Leo glanced back in a smooth manner, as if it were totally normal that he had a woman in his room. "She was running a few vitals, to make sure I'm okay." "He's tip-top," Marianna said, raising her finger in the air. Leo cocked his head, which seemed like the worst response. A panicked look flashed over her face, and she began to pace. "Is she okay?" Filippo asked. Leo nodded. "She'll be fine." He leaned closer. "She's not used to being around the royalty." That sparked a look of recognition. "Understood. Should I give her some pointers?" Leo shook his head. "No, it's best to keep from talking to her." Then he turned around. "The limo is here, Marianna." She breathed a sigh of relief. "Wonderful." She sprinted past him and Filippo and stopped at the front door. She turned and nodded toward them. "Coming?" Leo nodded, shut his bedroom door, and then followed Filippo out of the suite. The elevator ride down was quiet. Leo wondered what Marianna was thinking, but knew better than to ask, especially with Filippo around. It was probably best to keep everyone in the dark. Dinner was pleasant. The food was delicious, but most of Leo's attention was focused on how he was going to pull off the mixed-up engagement. His parents would be upset, and he needed to play it off like he truly believed he'd done the right thing. Everything was riding on this. He would drag Marianna down with him if he couldn't keep up the act. Gisela leaned over and smiled at him. "How are you feeling?" she asked. He wondered if she could tell that he was lying, that proposing to her made his stomach churn. But he couldn't show that part of him, even if she suspected. He'd started this amnesia farce, and he was going to see it to the end. "I'm okay," he smiled weakly at her. "And you?" She narrowed her eyes as her gaze roamed his face. "When are you going to give it up?" And then she stopped, raising her pointer finger. "Never mind. You have to propose no matter what, so it doesn't matter." She moved to lean back in her chair. He hated the power she thought she held over him. Why couldn't his mother see what her and her father had planned? Once the Morasco family had their claws in the government, there was no getting them out. He kept a cool countenance even though he was boiling with rage inside. He was tired of all this. He pushed away from the table and stood. Marianna's gaze landed on him. Just as he turned, he almost ran into a waiter carrying chocolate cake for dessert. But with the way he was feeling, he was no longer hungry. He was ready to get this horrible night over with. "I need a walk," he said. Marianna scrambled up from her seat, colliding with the waiter bringing her dessert and flinging the cake against the nearby wall. "I'm so sorry," she said, moving to help him clean it up. "It's okay, ma'am. I've got it covered." The man reached out to still her. Marianna glanced over at him and then nodded. "Okay." She wrung her hands together. "I really am so sorry." The waiter waved away her worry. "Now, the walk?" she asked, turning her attention to Leo. "Where are you going?" his mother asked, raising her eyebrows. "I am feeling a bit dizzy. I think some fresh air would do me good." He pressed his hand on his forehead, inches away from his gash. His mother's skin paled, and she nodded. "Of course, Filippo, please." Filippo nodded and stepped up to Leo, but Leo held up his hand. "I was hoping that Marianna could accompany me. After all, if anything did happen, she's the best person to have alongside me." Leo. His mother's voice was low and commanding. I will be fine, Mother. The doors are locked and we are secure. Marianna will take a responsibility. He glanced over at her. Marianna nodded. Yes, of course. I will keep him safe. His mother quirked an eyebrow. It's for the best, Leo said, hoping his mother would understand his meaning. She sighed. Fine. Back here in 10 minutes. He nodded and headed toward the open door. Don't forget the plan, his mother called after him. Leo slipped into the hallway and took a deep breath, attempting to push the feeling of guilt he had built up inside of himself. Are you okay? Marianna asked as she appeared in the doorway. She reached out and pressed her hand against his head. Leo winced as her fingers brushed the cut. She must have noticed because she pulled her hand instantly away. I'm so sorry, she said. Leo shook his head. No worries. You didn't mean to. Marianna took in a deep breath and blew it out slowly. So you want to walk? He nodded. It was getting too stuffy in there. I get it. I about died when they brought me tartare. Ugh, tasted like cat food. Leo laughed as they started walking down the hall. Filippo was a few feet behind them. You've eaten cat food before? Her lips parted as she glanced around. Geez, aren't you Mr. Literal? No, I've never eaten cat food, but I've smelled it, and I can only imagine that raw meat mixed with spices probably tastes similar. Leo laughed. The more he was getting to know Marianna, the more he liked her. So, tartare is not your favorite. She wrinkled her nose. No. So, what do you like? Her expression turned contemplative. Where my parents live, there's this tiny shop that makes the best fish and chips ever. They catch the fish in the morning and serve it up in the afternoon. So fresh. She kissed her fingertips and brought them out. So delicious. Leo watched her. That sounds amazing. You should take me sometime. Marianna's playful smile turned serious. You want me to take you? Was that the wrong thing to say? She had to know that once they were engaged, she was going to have to pretend, and that meant meeting her parents. But perhaps it was too overwhelming, so he gave her a calm smile. Let's start from the beginning, he said as they entered one of the rooms where art hung from the walls. Her shoulders seemed to relax, which he took as a good sign. Tell me about your family. Her fingers played with the fabric of her dress as she stood in front of a mural. My mom runs an antique shop and my dad is a plumber. He saw her peek over at him. He studied her. Was she embarrassed by this? They sound amazing, he said. She snorted. They're humble. And then her smile softened. But I love them. Do they like what you do, being a nurse? Marianna folded her arms and moved on to the next painting. They love me and support me. I know they would rather I lived closer, but they know I love how fast-paced the city is. Then she dropped her voice, or used to love. He glanced over at her, hoping her expression would tell him more. He parted his lips, but she moved on, out of earshot. Sir, we should get back, Filippo said. Leo jumped. He'd been so wrapped up in his conversation with Marianna, he'd completely forgotten about Filippo. How was he going to pull this off with Filippo inches away at all times? Acting jumpy and nervous was the last thing he should be doing, so he turned and smiled at Filippo. Why don't Marianna and I finish our walk, ending at the front windows where Mother said the cameras are waiting? You run back and escort... He purposefully dropped his expression. What was her name? Gisela? Filippo offered. That's right, Gisela, to the intended spot where I will propose to her. Filippo studied him. Leo could see the doubt in his gaze. Don't worry, I promise I will keep my eye on him. Marianna approached them, wrapping her hand around his arm. Getting up and moving is good for him. Filippo hesitated and then nodded. 5 minutes. Front windows. Leo smiled and Filippo turned and disappeared back to the room where the dinner was being held. Leo glanced down at Mari's hand resting on his arm. He couldn't help it when his heart picked up speed. Was it wrong that he liked when she touched him? She was different, not like anyone he'd ever met. "Thanks," he said, smiling down at her. It wasn't until he turned his face toward her that he realized just how close they were. Marianna seemed to notice as well. She pulled back, breaking their contact. She rubbed her arms and nodded. "Anything I can do to help?" His arm felt cold in her absence, but he didn't want to make her uncomfortable, so he nodded and followed after her. Besides, with the way his heart was racing and his stomach lightened, he needed a moment to compose himself. He couldn't like the woman he was faking a marriage with. That was the one thing he had promised her he wouldn't do. Chapter 5. Marianna followed after Leo as he led her up to the designated spot. Her stomach was all twisted up. Why did the prince have to be so nice and confident? She felt like a fool for allowing her emotions to cloud her judgment. In her entire relationship with Samson, he had never once asked her about her family or made sure she was okay the way Leo did. Was this what it was like to have a good guy around? She swallowed, forcing down all these ridiculous ideas. She was here to do a job, and dang it, she was going to do a good job. Part of that job was faking this engagement to help Leo out of his situation. If she wanted to make sure her heart was intact at the end of this arrangement, she needed to build a wall right now. Leo DeLuca was off limits, period. Just as they rounded the corner and saw the large glass windows, the media who were milling around the sidewalk outside perked up. Marianna had to squint as flashes went off on the other side of the glass. Everyone wanted to get a glimpse of the prince. Her heart pounded when she realized that they were taking photos of her, too. Now her private life would be on display for the world to see. Those thoughts made her stomach twist. She prayed that she wouldn't throw up, not in front of the cameras. "You okay?" Leo asked. He'd stopped, and Marianna hadn't noticed how close he was to her until she heard his voice. Glancing up, she saw that he was inches from her. Too scared of what her voice would sound like if she tried to speak, she just nodded. He leaned closer, his lips inches from her ear. "You can back out right now if you want. I won't be angry. It's a lot, what I'm asking you to do." His accent, mixed with his warm breath, sent shivers down her skin. It felt good to be needed like this, and there was no way she was going back to that hospital in the emotional state she was in. Marianna smiled and waved to the cameras. "You promised me sandy beaches and a month-long vacation. You're not backing out on me now, are you?" She reached out and wrapped her arm around Leo's waist. She could feel his low chuckle reverberate in his chest. "Nope, I'm committed." "Good. So am I." From the corner of her eye, she saw him glance down at her. "Then get ready." In a moment, he turned to face her and dropped down on one knee. Marianna heard a gasp. She glanced up to see Gisela walk into the foyer, followed by his family. "Will you marry me?" Leo asked. Mrs. DeLuca's eyes bugged and her skin paled. Marianna could see her trying to process what was happening. The media on the other side were having a field day documenting this. "Well?" Leo asked. Marianna glanced down to see his earnest expression. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a ring. Her breath caught in her throat as she took in its size. The diamond was well over a carat. It was nestled in some intricate gold filigree. He slipped it onto her ring finger and then glanced back up. "You need to answer," he whispered, so she did the only thing she was sure of. She nodded. "Yes," she whispered. He raised his eyebrows. "Yes? Yes!" she shouted, hoping that everyone around them bought their lie. And then Leo wrapped his arms around her waist and pulled her to him. The room felt as if it were spinning as he lowered his lips to hers. Suddenly, they were kissing. Warmth spread from Marianna's lips across her cheeks and exploded throughout her body. Every point of contact heated from his touch. Her hands moved from his chest up to his shoulders and into his thick hair. That seemed to be the response Leo wanted because he pulled her closer, deepening the kiss. After a moment, a sob could be heard from across the room. Leo pulled away first and glanced over. Dazed, Marianna stared at him. Never in all of her life had kissing a guy felt like that. It must be his Italian heritage because it was exciting and spicy at the same time. "What did you do?" A harsh whisper broke into her thoughts. Marianna jumped back and turned to see Mrs. DeLuca standing behind them. She had on a sweet smile and was nodding toward the camera, but the tone of her voice told Marianna she was angry. Leo put on his best confused expression. "What do you mean?" Her eyes widened as she whipped her gaze from Marianna to Leo. "You proposed to the wrong girl." Leo coughed and sputtered. Man, he was good. "I did what?" Mrs. DeLuca waved to a few of the reporters. It amazed Marianna that she could look so sweet, but sound so upset. "Was this a joke?" Leo rubbed his temples. Marianna wondered if she should try to help, but that might throw Leo off his game, so she just remained quiet. "Mom, I don't know what you are talking about. I proposed. That was what I was supposed to do." Marianna felt Mrs. DeLuca's hand on her arm and a gentle tug indicating that she should follow. "We are going to clear this up." 15 minutes later, Mr. DeLuca, Mrs. DeLuca, Leo, Filippo, and a few more people Marianna didn't know, Gisella and Marianna all sat in the living room of Leo's suite. Some were talking in hushed tones. Others, Gisella primarily, were sobbing. Marianna was beginning to feel bad. Was it so terrible that he had proposed to her? From everyone's reaction, it was. "I just don't understand why he would do this," Mrs. DeLuca said, her voice rising up over the other chatter. Everyone fell silent and turned to see her pace back and forth. A man in a dark suit with glasses was standing a few feet away from her. He had an iPad in his hand and kept scrolling on the screen. "Your Highness, it's blown up. Every magazine is covering this. The YouTube video already has over 1 million hits." Mrs. DeLuca's face paled. "What are we going to do, Horace? How do we fix this?" Horace shook his head. "I'm not sure we can." Mr. DeLuca, who was sitting in the back, straightened and joined the conversation. "Can't we just say it was a mistake?" Horace sucked in his breath through his teeth. "Then we would have to admit that the prince is currently not in his right mind since the accident. That might have more political repercussions than allowing the engagement to continue until his memory of Gisella comes back. Perhaps it's best to go along with the prince's assumptions and allow time to pass." Mrs. DeLuca whimpered and fanned herself with her hand. Marianna let her gaze slip over to Gisella, who was watching them talk. She looked as angry as a cat in water. "Ms. Marasco, you understand, right?" Mrs. DeLuca made her way over to the couch and sat next to Gisella. She grabbed the young woman's hand and rested it in her own. Gisella widened her eyes. "Understand?" Her voice came out forced, as if she were trying to tamp down her anger. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. When she opened them again, she looked calmer. "Of course, Your Highness. Anything to help Leo heal." Her smile turned sweet. Too sweet. Mrs. DeLuca patted her hand and then turned to the other inhabitants. "Perhaps it's best if we get a good night's sleep. Tomorrow, things will look different. We did what we came here to do. We let potential tourists to Cairo know of the impending wedding. Hopefully, things will pick up." She stood and made her way to the door. Everyone began to follow her out. Marianna stood and joined the procession. "Can you wait, Marianna? I would like to talk to you." Leo's voice was followed by his hand wrapping around hers, halting her. Butterflies erupted in her stomach. Why did it feel so right when he touched her? Had she gone mad? His kiss must have some powerful magic because 1 minute she was strong and could defend herself against him, but now that they had kissed, her emotions were all out of sorts. Thankfully, Mrs. DeLuca was talking to Gisella, and everyone else was too busy talking to each other to notice that Marianna hung back. Soon the room was cleared of everyone but Filippo. Leo glanced over to him. "Privacy?" he asked. Filippo hesitated, but then nodded. "Of course, I'll be in my room." Leo smiled as Filippo disappeared behind his door. Marianna became very aware of how alone they were. Anything could happen. Heat permeated her cheeks at that thought. Leo let out a breath as he collapsed on the couch. He leaned his head back and closed his eyes. Not sure what to do, Marianna sat on the same couch, leaving a few feet between them. "Do you think it worked?" Leo asked. Marianna studied her hands. "I think so. They definitely believe that you are not in your right mind." Those words stung a bit. Like the only reason a person would propose to her was because they'd gone insane. It didn't do much for her self-esteem. He opened his eyes and glanced over at her. "Good. That's what I wanted. Hopefully this buys me some time." He sighed and straightened, rubbing his hands on his thighs. "Where are you staying?" She swallowed. She definitely wasn't staying here. I was going to head back to my apartment." Leo studied her and then shook his head. "Is that a good idea? I mean, things are going to start moving pretty fast for us. I'm sure there will be more things to do tomorrow as we prepare to leave for Cairo." Marianna swallowed. It hadn't been until right now that she realized what she just agreed to do. A month-long trip with a prince. Was she crazy? This wasn't her at all. "It's okay. I have to get my dishes done and pack. I'll be back in the morning." Leo studied her. "Okay, go enjoy your last night here. Tomorrow, everything starts." Marianna nodded as she stood and headed toward the front door. "I'll be back in the morning." She didn't wait for him to respond. Instead, she shut the door behind her and headed toward the elevator. 20 minutes later, she slipped out of her dress and crawled into bed. The weight of what was about to happen rested around her. She was going to have to fake a relationship with the prince. What had she done? She couldn't even keep a guy that sort of liked her around. What would it say about her if she messed up a fake one? Before she let herself delve into those thoughts, she closed her eyes and forced herself to sleep. She'd worry about this tomorrow. Marianna woke up the next morning to her phone ringing. She groaned and reached out, grabbing it. The screen lit up against the darkness. Mom. Worry flitted around in her mind. She pressed talk and brought the phone up to her ear. "Hey, Mom. Dad okay?" "Mari, is that you? What's going on? Why is it that we found out through the internet that you are engaged?" "Susan, ask her if it's true." Marianna heard her father in the background. "Ted, that's what I'm doing." "Mom, I'm sorry. It happened so fast last night and I was so tired. I was definitely not trying to keep you out of the loop." Her mom sniffled on the other end. "Are you embarrassed by us? Don't think we are good enough to meet a king and queen?" Marianna's heart hurt. That was definitely not the case. "No, Mom, it's not like that at all. I was going to call you this morning to tell you." Her mom grew quiet. "You were?" "Of course," Marianna said as she sat up and pulled the covers off. "You were going to be the first to know. It's just that cameras were there and it happened so fast." "Are you pregnant?" Great. Her parents thought this was a shotgun wedding. What? No, of course not. It's just... How much could she tell them? The truth was probably the best bet. Well, part of the truth. The prince came into the hospital a day ago with a head injury. He's struggling with remembering certain things. I guess he thought I was the person he was supposed to propose to. Instead of shocking him into remembering, they asked if I would go along with it. She hesitated. Hopefully that would be enough to appease them. "Oh, that poor man. Of course, that makes sense. Well, good for you, honey." Marianna pinched her lips together. That made sense? Like a prince wouldn't want to marry her? And then she scolded herself. This was a fake marriage. What did it matter if people couldn't see the two of them together? They weren't. "Thanks, Mom." "So, when are you bringing him around so we can meet him?" Everyone at church will be asking us. If you're supposed to go along with it, then it only makes sense for you to visit us, so we can validate your story." Marianna stood and made her way into the kitchen. "I'll ask, but I can't promise anything." "Is she coming?" Marianna heard her dad ask. "She can't promise anything," her mom responded. Marianna glanced at the clock and her heart picked up speed. Already 8. She needed to call the hospital to put in her notice and get to the hotel by 9. "I gotta go. I'll call you later." "Don't forget your parents," her mom called out, but Marianna had already hung up before she could respond. Grabbing a yogurt from the fridge, she scarfed it down as she made her way into the bathroom and started the shower. The last thing she wanted to do was tick off her fake future in-laws. Chapter 6. "And this is when you and I went to Paris," Gisela said as she sat next to Leo, scrolling through pictures on her phone. Leo was pretending to act surprised that he was in the pictures. Faking amnesia was hard. He wanted to push her away, but he wasn't supposed to have any feelings toward her, so he allowed her to continue to sidle up next to him. "Wow, that's amazing. It's me," he said, pointing to his pained expression in the photo. "Yes, of course. You and I are in love." Gisela glanced up at him with wide eyes. Leo wanted to puke, but instead he just shook his head. "I don't remember." Her expression turned serious. "You will." He just nodded, but deep down he wanted to ask her what she meant by that. Thankfully, there was a knock on his door, so he stood and made his way over. Filippo had been walking over as well, but Leo wasn't going to give up this chance to get away from Gisela. He opened the door to see Marianna standing on the other side. She was pulling a suitcase behind her. "Hey," she said, tucking some hair behind her ear. He couldn't help but smile at her. With all the craziness of this morning, seeing her brought happiness to him. "I'm glad you came back." A pink hue tinted her cheeks. "Of course I came back." She leaned in closer. "You and I are in this together. And don't forget, you're going to help me with my problem." He chuckled. "That's right, you and Mr. Slimy Doctor." Mrs. DeLuca appeared behind him. "Marianna, glad you could join us this morning," she said in a condescending tone. Leo saw Marianna's expression falter. He parted his lips to express his frustration to his mother, but Marianna stepped forward and spoke first. "I'm so sorry, Your Highness. I was speaking with my parents this morning and then needed to pack." Leo glanced behind him to see his mother quirk an eyebrow. She had that no-nonsense look she got when she was frustrated. He was going to have to speak to her in private about the way she was treating Marianna. Calling her out in front of everyone was not the best move for him to make. So he gave Marianna an encouraging smile and stepped out of the way. "We have some papers for you to sign," his mother said as Marianna stepped into the suite. Marianna nodded. "Of course, anything you need." Leo watched as Marianna followed after his mother. He was going to need to talk to her as well. She needed to remember that she was engaged to a prince. If she kept being so accommodating, people were going to walk all over her. And then the thought that she was his fiancée settled in his mind. Even though he'd only known her for a few days, he was beginning to like her. She was so much better than any other woman he'd been forced to associate with. The women who dated a prince back home were spoiled. It was nice to be around someone who was down to earth. Leo followed his mother and Marianna into the small kitchenette. His mother waved them to the table, indicating that she wanted Marianna to sit. After she was situated, Mr. Carlson, the family lawyer, appeared from the bathroom. "We just have a few papers you need to sign," his mother said as she nodded toward Mr. Carlson, who took a seat next to Marianna. He grabbed a briefcase that was sitting next to him and pulled out a folder. "What's going on, Mother?" he asked, glancing over at her. She waved him away as she watched Mr. Carlson motion toward the stack of papers he had placed in front of Marianna. "The DeLucas have asked that you sign a contract," Mr. Carlson said. Leo did not like the sound of that, and he felt bad that he hadn't been able to warn Marianna before his mother pounced. He felt stupid for not realizing that his parents would not let a woman become engaged to their son without some legal boundaries. He'd figured that, with his supposed amnesia, his parents would just go along with it. He was a fool. You don't have to sign anything you don't want to, he said, glancing over at Marianna. Marianna looked up at him and then back to his mother. It's okay. I can sign a contract. It's probably for the best. It protects me and you. That is, until you get your memory back. For some reason, his heart squeezed at her words. Not only was she selfless when it came to being a nurse, but she was selfless in her personal life too. He was going to thank her for this later. After about 50 signatures and an equal number of initials, Marianna was finished. Leo was grateful for that because he wanted to get away. Being here was the last place he wanted to be. Marianna pushed out her chair and stood. She glanced over at him, smiling. Happy to have all of that done. He grabbed her hand and pulled her toward the balcony. Once outside, he slid the door closed and turned toward her. You didn't have to do that. She studied him and then nodded as she turned and made her way over to the railing. She rested her arms on the top rung. It wasn't a big deal. Honestly, it actually makes me respect your mother more. She's trying to protect you. I'm sure there are a lot of women out there that would use you to get ahead, and she sees that. He nodded as he joined her, resting his elbow right next to hers. It was admirable, her defending his family like that. Most of the time, Gisela would try to push a wedge between him and his family, but Marianna was trying to bring them together. You must have a good relationship with your parents. She smiled. It was soft and reflective. He liked it. Yeah, they're great people. Nosy and a bit crazy, but so am I. He studied the soft lines of her face. She was really beautiful. He parted his lips to confess that fact, but then decided against it. Hadn't he promised not to have feelings for her? How quickly he'd forgotten his own promise. They raised a great daughter. A compliment about her personality felt like okay territory. She glanced over at him. Her once calm expression had turned unsure. Do you think... She let her thought trail off. He turned to face her. Was it wrong that he enjoyed the fact that she was uncomfortable? Do I think what? She chewed her lip, and he couldn't help but let his gaze slip to her mouth. The memory of their kiss flooded every cell of his body. That was one thing he was pretty sure would never be removed from his mind. She'd felt so perfect pressed against him. He cleared his throat. Come on, Mari. You can ask me. Right now, the favor tally is 5 for me, 0 for you. It's time I started holding up my end of the bargain. She peeked up at him and then let out her breath. Okay, since you asked, my parents want to meet you. They think it will help us with our story. An uneasy feeling sat in his gut. They know? She nodded. Sort of. I'm sorry, I couldn't lie to them like that. But it's okay, we can trust them. The earnestness in her gaze made him believe her. If she trusted her parents, so could he. Okay, let's meet them. What do you need me to do? Her eyes widened. Really? You'll come? He laughed. Are you nervous? She blinked a few times. No, I just didn't think it would be that easy. Hey, I'm very accommodating, he said, forcing a shocked expression. But you don't need to confirm with your mom or assistant? She nodded toward the people milling around the room they had just left. I do not need to ask permission. I'm a grown adult. I come and go as I please. Even saying the words felt like a lie. He wished he had that kind of freedom, but he didn't want her to think that he was some kid needing to ask permission to go to a friend's house. She laughed, a wholehearted open laugh. Really? He pushed her shoulder. Don't laugh, it's true. She nodded. Okay. He was going to go meet her parents. Not only because she'd asked him, but to prove to her that he could, and perhaps prove it to himself. He laced his fingers together, cracked his knuckles, and rolled his shoulders. Let's do this. After a lot of convincing from Leo, his mother finally agreed to the trip as long as Filippo went along with them. She stipulated he could only be gone a few hours, but then needed to come straight back. Leo couldn't believe the hold his mother felt she had on him. He'd never really noticed until now. Here he was, almost the leader of his country, and his mother was giving him a curfew. It didn't sit right with him. Marianna insisted they should not ride in a limo. She worried about the attention they would bring to her parents' small neighborhood in northern New York. Luckily, they were able to rent a small SUV. Leo sat in the back next to Marianna, enjoying this tiny slice of freedom. He glanced over at Marianna, who was staring outside the window. They'd left the city and were driving down the winding roads. It was beautiful when you got outside of the city. It reminded him a little bit of home, and for the first time in a long time, he felt homesick. As if sensing that he was staring at her, Marianna turned and met his gaze. Her eyebrows rose and her skin hinted pink. "What?" she asked. He couldn't help the smile that twitched his lips. "Nothing." She furrowed her brow. "Do I have something on my face?" He laughed and shook his head. "No." Her expression grew serious. "Are you nervous about meeting my family? Really, they are the most relaxed people you will ever meet." "I don't doubt that." She hesitated, as if she were trying to unpack his statement. He enjoyed that she seemed a bit unsure of what he meant. "They have a great daughter," he said, letting his words and meaning hang in the air. Marianna tucked a dark curl behind her ear and shook her head. "I did what anyone would do." He knew that statement wasn't true. A lot of people thought only of themselves or what they could get out of a situation. Marianna didn't hesitate to help him, even when it meant she would get nothing in return. His mother's contract had been a pretty clear example of that. "What do you want?" he asked, and then realized that he really hadn't meant the question to be so prying. Her eyes widened and she reached down and started fiddling with the hem of her shirt. "What do you mean?" "I mean, what do you want in life?" "I have a feeling that hiding in hospital hallways because of some loser has never been your dream." "What does Marianna want?" She swallowed and shifted her gaze outside. "I don't know. I always figured that I just wanted to work in a hospital, but now I'm wondering if I could want more." She glanced back at him. "You know?" He hadn't realized that she might want to ask the same question of him. Was he ready to reveal how he felt about his life? It felt wrong to ask it of her but not reveal it himself, so he decided to answer. "Yeah, I know. You spend your childhood thinking you want to be one thing, and yet, when you become an adult, all of that changes. Suddenly you have to be sure. And what if the thing you're supposed to want isn't what your heart is saying?" His skin heated as the words tumbled from his lips. He hadn't meant to heap his issue onto her. "Are you talking about being king?" She peeked up at him. He studied her and then nodded. "Yes, king, ruler of my country, spending every waking hour strategizing how to make life better for my citizens, getting questioned and hated for the decisions that I'd have to make." He sighed and scrubbed his face with his hand. "It's not as easy as it's cracked up to be. People get unhappy and blame you. Not to mention the arranged marriages that were forced upon the royals." But Filippo was listening, and Leo needed to keep up the amnesia act, so he kept those feelings to himself. "It can't be all bad," she said. Leo laughed. Memories of running along the shore of the Mediterranean Sea, camping in the woods, enjoying the beauty that Caro had to offer rushed back to him. He shook his head. "No, not all bad." Then he smiled over at her. "You'll see." Her cheeks grew pink again as she smiled. "I can't wait." Chapter 7. Marianna didn't know why she was nervous. Her parents were good, kind people. They would accept any man that she felt she could bring home. They trusted her like that. But she'd never brought home royalty, and for some reason she wanted Leo to like her family, to feel welcome in her home. It was stupid, and she instantly brushed off those feelings. There was no reason for Leo to have any feelings for her parents or her home. They were faking this entire relationship. He didn't love her and probably would forget her the moment she left Caro. Getting attached was the last thing she should do. Filippo pulled up into her parents' driveway after she instructed him which house was theirs. The small, 2-story brick house caused her lips to tip upward. Even though it was quaint, it was her home, and she loved it. The window boxes exploded with flowers. Bushes lined the walkway. The grass was perfectly manicured, her father's pride and joy. Filippo turned off the car, and Marianna opened her door and climbed out. Just as she'd suspected, the front door opened and her mother stepped onto the stoop. She was wearing an apron, and her round cheeks were red with excitement. "Mari!" she exclaimed as she went down the steps and crossed the yard. She grabbed Marianna and pulled her into a hug. "I'm so happy you are home." "Hey, Ma," Marianna said, returning the hug. Leo must have stepped out because her mom grew quiet. Marianna turned to see him pushing his hands through his hair and looking around. "Oh my, Mari," her mother breathed. "He's like a Greek god." Heat raced across her skin. Leave it to her mother to embarrass her. "Ma," Marianna said, but was cut short when her mom pushed her to the side and approached Leo. "Welcome to our home." She stopped and bowed. Embarrassment flooded Marianna. "Mom," she said again, this time more forcefully. She approached them and shot an apologetic look at Leo. He laughed and shook his head. "It's fine." Then he reached out and pressed her mom's shoulder. "You don't have to do that. I am not your prince." Her mom patted her cheeks and glanced at him. "I am so sorry. We've just never had any royalty here." Leo shoved his hands into the front pockets of his jeans and shrugged. "Then just think of me as a normal guy." Her mom snorted. "With Mari?" She slipped her arm through Leo's and started leading him up the sidewalk. "We haven't really had many of those either." Marianna groaned, hoping her mom heard her, but if she had, she didn't acknowledge it. Marianna was rapidly realizing that bringing Leo here might have been a mistake. For a moment, she thought her parents would not embarrass her. She had been a fool. Filippo remained at the car, leaning against it. Marianna smiled over at him. "Want to come inside? I'm sure my mom has whipped up quite a meal." Filippo looked uneasy for a moment before he nodded and pushed off. He kept pace with Marianna as they walked across the yard. Just as they reached the stoop, Marianna felt a hand wrap around her elbow. "Can I speak to you?" Filippo asked. Marianna's heart picked up speed. What did Leo's bodyguard want to talk to her about? Did he suspect that this had all been a lie? Was he going to yell at her? She shushed her emotions and forced a smile, turning to meet his gaze. "Sure, what's up?" Filippo quirked an eyebrow, but then his expression grew serious. "What is your game? What do you hope to accomplish?" Marianna studied him. It was the first time that her intentions had ever been questioned. "I want to help the prince. He deserves that." And that was true. The more time she was spending with Prince Leo, the more she learned how good he was. Maybe he needed some more self-confidence, but he was a good man. Something that had been seriously lacking in the men she'd chosen to date in the past. "That's it? You just want to help him get better?" Filippo narrowed his eyes. It hurt Marianna's heart to hear what Filippo was implying. How many people in Leo's life had used him for his status? No wonder he wanted nothing to do with the royal life. How could he ever know if someone was genuine or not? Marianna reached out and rested her hand on Filippo's arm. "I only have Leo's best interest in mind. He needs to get better so he'll realize how good of a man he is and bring that goodness to the throne." Filippo's expression softened as he studied her. "You're a good woman too, Marianna." But then he drew his eyebrows together and focused his stare. "But if you hurt him, you will have to deal with me." Marianna flung her arms around his neck and hugged him. She must have startled him because he froze, every muscle in his body tensing. "I promise," she said, and then gave him a squeeze. "Are you two done?" Leo's voice called from the open door. Marianna looked up to see that her mom had wrangled him into an apron and he had flour all over his hands. She laughed and released Filippo. "Yep," she said as she made her way up the front steps. Once inside, she glanced over at Leo. "You said yes, didn't you?" Leo glanced over at her with wide eyes. "I'm not really sure how it happened. Your mom was showing me what she'd made for lunch, and the next thing I knew, she had an apron over my head and I was kneading dough." Marianna laughed. "Yep, you let her suck you in." Then she lowered her voice. "And you will never get out of it." He raised his eyebrows. "I believe you." They chuckled as they walked into the kitchen. Marianna couldn't believe the spread her mom had made. A roast sat in the middle of the table, surrounded by vegetables. Fruit salad was heaped inside a carved-out watermelon. Deviled eggs and pasta salad filled in the empty spots. "Ma," she said, glancing over to her mom, who was kneading bread dough on the counter. "This is a little crazy, huh?" Her mom snorted and shook her head. "He's royalty. They eat a lot, right?" She glanced over at Leo, who nodded. "Yes, of course." "You made too much, Susan," her dad said, walking into the kitchen from the garage. "Dad," Marianna said, rushing over and giving him a hug. "Hey, Peanut," he said as he squeezed her. "Happy you came home." Marianna pulled back and planted a kiss on his cheek. She saw his gaze fall on Leo. "Dad, this is Prince Leo." She grabbed her dad's hand and pulled him over to where Leo stood. Leo extended his hand. "Sir?" Her dad narrowed his eyes. "What is this that I hear? You proposed to my daughter without asking me first?" Marianna parted her lips and she glanced from her dad to Leo. What was he doing? He knew this was fake. She told her mom earlier. Did her dad not find out? "Dad," she said, staring at him, "what are you doing?" Her dad glanced over at her. "Just wondering what kind of a man this prince is." And then he broke out into a smile. "I'm just joking." He grasped Leo's hand and shook it. "Welcome to the family." Leo looked relieved. "Thank you, sir." They dropped hands and her dad wrapped his arm around Leo's shoulders. "Do you like cars?" "Of course." Her dad nodded. "Let me show you what I'm working on in the garage. You won't believe the baby I have in there." Leo parted his lips, but let her dad drag him to the door. Her mother protested that he'd been helping her first, but Marianna's dad waved her away. When they were gone, her mom glanced over to her. Suddenly, feeling like a kid again, Marianna sat on the bar stool and fiddled with the basket of apples on the counter. Filippo excused himself and headed out after Leo, leaving Marianna alone with her mom. "I like him," her mom said, breaking the silence. Marianna glanced up. Was it wrong that the statement made her heart sing? "Really?" Her mom nodded. "He's a good one." And then reality made her come crashing back down. Leo wasn't hers. He never would be. They weren't really engaged. All of this was a lie. "Yeah, he's a good guy." She blew out her mouth, "but it's not real." Marianna felt her mom's gaze settle on her. "That's a pity. He's definitely better than that Samson character you brought home." Marianna's stomach churned. She shook her head. He was the last person she wanted to talk about. "Don't even mention him," she said. Her mom nodded. "Right. We're not talking about losers." She cut the dough into chunks and started rolling them in her hands. Suddenly needing to do something, Marianna stood up, washed her hands, and joined her mom. Soon they were working in sync, forming the rolls. "What's his family like?" her mom asked. Marianna sat a roll on the pan. "Formal? They really want him to marry this girl Gisela, which is weird because she is horrible. I haven't figured out why they would force their son to marry someone so terrible. Such a strange thing." She glanced at her mom. "You wouldn't make me marry someone who didn't love me, right?" Her mom laughed. "Honey, this isn't the 1800s. Of course you can pick who you marry." But then she sighed. "He's royalty. It's a different world. He marries, it affects his country. You marry, and it only affects us." She raised her hands. "But be wise when you marry." Marianna kneaded a scrap piece of dough with her fingers. "But it isn't fair." Her mom pulled open the oven door and sighed. "Honey, life isn't fair. You know that. Leo seems like a good guy. He'll make the right choice. If his parents want him to marry this girl, maybe he should. I'm sure they want what's best for him, but they have to weigh every choice with how it will affect the country. It's a lot of pressure." Marianna nodded. She understood what her mom was saying, even if she didn't agree with it, but what did she know? She wasn't running a country. His family was. Every decision had to be scrutinized against what it would do for their citizens. Suddenly the weight of what they must be feeling settled around her. Was it wrong what they had done? Maybe. Leo wasn't ready to be king right now. Marianna understood that. But maybe she could help him see just how good a king he would be. Maybe she could help him see that giving up one freedom didn't mean being stuck in a jail cell. It meant opening the doors for other freedoms. And sometimes that's what a person has to do, especially when they were responsible for so many people. Before they could continue, Leo and her dad walked through the door, laughing. Leo was covered with a black substance that Marianna could only assume was oil. "What happened?" she asked. His clothing and skin were drenched. "Leo tried to help. Didn't quite work," her dad said, clapping him on the back. Leo shrugged and grinned up at her. "Yeah, car repair is probably not in my future." Her dad laughed. "No, I would stay away from that." He nodded toward Marianna. "Can you help him to the bathroom upstairs so he can shower? I'll grab some of my clothes for him to change into." Leo's eyes widened. Okay." Marianna nodded toward the stairs on the far wall. "Come on." She could hear Leo's footsteps behind her as she made her way to the second floor. They passed her old room and over to the bathroom just beyond it. She pushed open the door and waved inside. "Here," she said. She wasn't sure what to do. It felt weird standing there, so she moved out of the way. "Get his clothes, Mari. I'll wash them and have them ready to go before you leave," her mom called up the stairs. Heat raced to her cheeks as she stared at Leo. He had an incredulous smile on his face as he studied her. "Wow, okay," he said. She watched in slow motion as he grabbed the collar of his shirt and pulled it over his head. Once it was off, he held it out for her to take. Her heart pounded in her ears as she stared at his chest, his tanned, perfectly chiseled chest. Greek god repeated in her head like a skipping CD. "Mari?" His voice pulled her from her thoughts. She glanced up to see him staring at her with that ridiculous half-smile of his, the one that told her he knew she was gawking. She cleared her throat. Yes?" He shook his shirt in front of her. "You need to take it from me if you're going to bring it down to your mom." Heat raced across her skin. Why was she such an idiot? "Yeah, of course." She grabbed it from him and fought the urge to bury her face in it. Anything to hide her embarrassment. And the worst part about all this was that he knew what he was doing to her. It was written all over his face. He unbuttoned his jeans, and Marianna did the only thing she could think of. She lifted her hands to cover her eyes. If the chest and abs were doing this to her, there was no telling how she would react to the rest of him. Leo's soft chuckle filled the air. She ignored his teasing and held out her hand. When she felt the jeans touch her skin, she grabbed them and turned. "Turn the nozzle all the way to the left or you'll freeze. I'll get these downstairs and get them clean." She stared at the wallpaper in front of her. He must have stepped closer to her because when he responded, "Yes, ma'am," shivers raced across her body. His voice was low, and with his accent, it muddled her mind. Not wanting to stand there anymore, Marianna walked into the hallway and pulled the bathroom door shut behind her. Now alone, she let out the breath she'd been holding. What was wrong with her? She was a fool to be allowing herself to react this way. He was a prince. A prince! There was no way any relationship between them would work. His parents had made her sign a contract for Pete's sake. No, if she was going to protect herself from heartbreak, she was going to have to back away from Leo DeLuca right now. He wasn't good for her. She had a tendency to fall for the guy that was going to break her heart, and she knew if she continued down the path she was on, her heart would end up broken whether she wanted it to or not. Chapter 8. After Leo was clean and dressed in Mr. Headley's t-shirt and jeans, he turned off the bathroom light. Just as he stepped out into the hall, he rammed into someone. Glancing up, he saw the wide eyes of Marianna. He couldn't help the grin that formed on his lips. She'd been so adorable earlier when he had to strip for her. She had looked as if she was going to catch on fire when he slipped his shirt off. Truth was, he was used to women reacting that way, but when it happened with Marianna, it felt different. He wanted to be attractive to her. She was different from anyone he'd ever been around. He wasn't sure what he could add to a woman so confident and smart, so the thought that she appreciated his physique made him feel good. He wrapped his arms around her waist to steady her. "Whoa," he said, winking. And just as he'd expected, her cheeks reddened. "I'm so sorry," she said, stepping back. He fought it for a moment, but then let her go, immediately feeling the absence of her warmth. She tucked a curl behind her ear and smiled up at him. "Everything okay?" she asked, nodding toward the bathroom. Then she slammed her eyes shut as if she realized what she had just asked. He felt bad. She seemed so out of sorts. "It was great. Water was warm, and I no longer smell like motor oil." She peeked over at him. "I'm happy to hear it, and the clothes look okay," she said, nodding toward him. "Not that I'm saying you didn't look good earlier in your other clothes." She pinched her lips together as if she were remembering something. "I get it," he said, hoping she'd realize that she didn't need to keep talking. "What are you doing up here?" he asked, nodding toward the stack of books in her arms. She glanced down as if she suddenly remembered she was holding something. "Oh, you don't want to know." She hugged them closer to her chest. "I don't?" he asked, leaning closer to get a peek. "Yeah, it's just baby pictures." She shook her head. "Nothing you'd be interested in." He reached out and pressed down the top part of the book. "Who says I wouldn't be interested in them?" "Me?" she blurted out, a little too fast. Leo would be lying if he said it didn't pique his interest, but he hated how uncomfortable she looked, so he dropped his hand. "Well, maybe someday you'll be okay with me seeing baby Marianna." She pinched her lips. A look flashed through her eye, one that made Leo feel sad. Or perhaps it was the weight of his own words. Someday. Would they have someday? The truth was that no, they wouldn't. There was no way his parents were going to let him marry anyone but Gisela. It was either a future with the witch or no throne. If he lost his inheritance, what could he offer someone? He had never worked. He didn't even know how to get a job, and he doubted that prince on a resume was as enticing as it sounded. So he backed away from Marianna, only stopping because the wall forbade him from moving further. "Are you hungry? Rolls are out of the oven and Mom's desperate to feed you." She smiled over at him. He was beginning to enjoy her soft features, the way her smile made his toes tingle. What was he going to do when she left? He cleared his throat and nodded. He needed to stop thinking about her like that. Hadn't they agreed to not have feelings for the other person? He needed to remember she had no intention of having anything to do with him once this was over. She waved at him to follow. Once they were back in the kitchen, Mrs. Headley smiled over at him. "I'm happy Ted's clothing worked out for you." She shot Mr. Headley a stern look. Mr. Headley smiled sheepishly at Leo. "Sorry for dragging you out to the garage. I realize now that since you are royalty, climbing under my car was not the best course of action." He glanced back over at Mrs. Headley, who nodded. Leo reached out and patted his shoulder. "It's all good. I like to get my hands dirty. I enjoyed that you showed me a part of your life." Mr. Headley looked relieved. "Great." Mrs. Headley went into full hostess mode. She had everyone sit down and began dishing up Leo's plate. He wanted to tell her that he could do it himself, but she looked so determined that he decided to let it go. It was amazing how many people used movies to tell them how to treat royalty. His eyes widened when she handed him a heaping plate of food. He heard Marianna gasp, but he met her gaze and shook his head. He didn't want to be rude or to embarrass her mom. "This looks amazing," he said, smiling over at her. Mrs. Headley's cheeks burned with appreciation. "I'm so happy you like it. If you, who eat from the finest chefs, say that about my food, then—" She pinched her lips shut as if she were letting that thought sink in. "You are a great cook, Mom," Marianna said. "Yeah, Susan. Now sit down so we can eat." The meal was amazing, and it wasn't the food. Even though Leo enjoyed the spread, it was the company that was refreshing. He loved watching Marianna and her parents reminisce about her past boyfriends and teenage meltdowns. He loved the way Marianna smiled with her whole face and laughed with her heart. They had a relationship that Leo could only dream of. There was no stress, no expectations. It was just a daughter and her parents. Filippo even looked as if he were enjoying himself. He insisted he sit on one of the bar stools in the kitchen. Every so often, Leo would glance over to him. Once, Leo thought he even saw Filippo smile. When his plate was cleaned, he leaned back and rubbed his stomach. "That was amazing," he said. Mrs. Headley moved to stand. Seconds? Leo laughed and held up his hands. I really couldn't eat another bite. Mrs. Headley looked heartbroken. But maybe some for the road? He asked. You don't have to do that, Marianna said, and then glanced over to her mom. Don't make him do that. We're headed to Caro in the morning. There's no way it will keep. Leo hated the hurt expression on Mrs. Headley's face. It's okay. Filippo and I will eat it before we leave. He glanced over at his bodyguard. Right? Filippo quirked an eyebrow, but nodded. Of course. That seemed to appease Mrs. Headley. She stood and made her way over to the kitchen, where she grabbed a Tupperware container and filled it with leftovers. When Leo turned his attention back to Marianna, she shook her head. You don't have to do this, she mouthed. He just winked at her, enjoying the blush that raced across her skin. He liked her parents, and the last thing he wanted to do was disappoint them. When the table was cleared, everyone made their way into the living room. Her mom passed around a plate of cookies, and even though Leo was stuffed, he took one. Marianna shook her head at him as he happily ate it. The next few hours were spent learning more and more about Marianna. Her parents weren't stingy with the stories. They laughed at times and grew serious at others. Leo was disappointed when Marianna stood. We should get going back or your parents will think I kidnapped you, she said. Her mom appeared in the room with his clothes folded and stacked into a pile. Really? Was it bad that he wanted to stay here? That he felt more like a member of this family than he did his own? Things were easy here. And if he were honest with himself, going back to the hotel where his parents were was the last thing he wanted. Marianna's eyes widened. He gave her a smile, hoping that she would see he was enjoying himself. Before either could speak, Filippo appeared in the doorway with his hand covering the microphone of his cell. Your Highness, he said, nodding toward Leo. Yes? Your mother. He walked across the room and handed the phone to Leo. Leo tried not to sigh, but he couldn't help the frustration that grew in his gut. Of course his mother was checking up on him. He took it and stood, making his way over to the corner of the room. Hello? Leo, where are you? Why haven't you been answering your phone? Leo grabbed at his pocket but realized he was still wearing Mr. Headley's clothes. His phone must have dropped out in the bathroom. But he wasn't going to tell his mother that he'd taken a shower here, or that Marianna had seen him shirtless. What do you need? She sputtered on the other end. Well, it's getting late and I wanted to make sure you are heading back. The plane leaves early tomorrow morning. Leo scrubbed his face and nodded. Fine. We are leaving right now. Thank you. Leo pulled the phone from his face, but then heard his mother speak. Yes? He asked, bringing the phone back. I just wanted to tell you to drive safe. We will. Once he was sure his mother was done, he hit the end button and handed the phone over to Filippo, who slipped it into his coat pocket. Should we go? Marianna asked. Leo nodded, reaching out to shake Mr. Headley's hand. Thank you so much for having me here. And then he leaned forward and said under his breath, and for understanding. Mr. Headley nodded. Of course, we expect an invitation to the wedding once you've settled on a date. Marianna's eyes widened, but Mr. Headley just winked. It took 10 minutes to change his clothes, find his phone, carry all the food that Mrs. Headley had packed out to the car, and say goodbye. Both Mr. and Mrs. Headley pulled him into a hug and told him to protect their daughter. Leo agreed and watched as Marianna hugged her parents. Back in the car, they waved as Filippo pulled out of the driveway and onto the main road. Leo settled back into his seat, peeking over at Marianna. She was watching out the window as her parents grew smaller. She looked sad, and her shoulders slumped. He reached out and rested his hand on her shoulder. It'll be okay, he said, enjoying the warmth that touching her brought him. She glanced back at him and nodded. They're silly, huh? She asked, wiping at her cheek. Even in the few short hours he had spent with them, they'd already weaseled into his heart. They are great. Do you get to see them a lot? She yawned and rested her head back. Not as much as I would like. Dad hides it, but he's getting older. He has glaucoma and high blood pressure. It worries me, you know, she said, turning to look at him. Leo nodded. I get it." Closing her eyes, she tipped her head until it rested on his shoulder. Leo couldn't help but breathe in the smell of her coconut shampoo. He reveled in the feeling of her so close to him. Perhaps it wasn't only him that had brewing feelings. "Do you mind if I rest here for the ride back? I'm exhausted," she murmured, already sounding half asleep. Leo nodded. "Of course." She let out a satisfied sigh. "You're a good friend." Leo cringed at that word, friend. He knew he should be grateful that she saw him as someone she could confide in, that there was no romantic worry between the two of them. He should be happy about that. He wasn't in a place in his life where he could be more than friends with anyone, so he shoved all thoughts of anything more to the corner of his mind, tipped his head back, and closed his eyes. He tried to ignore the feeling of Marianna so close to his body. Thankfully, the hum of the road and the warmth of the setting sun surrounded him and lulled him to sleep. Chapter 9. Everything seemed to rush past Marianna when they got back to the hotel. Mrs. DeLuca whisked Leo away, stating that there was so much work to be done before they left. Marianna went out with one of the servants, Adelina, who was taking her shopping for royalty-appropriate clothing. By the time Marianna got back, it was past midnight, and she was ushered into the spare room in Leo's suite, where the bed was turned down, and she was expected to get into it. After the noise in the living room died down, Marianna took that as a sign that everyone had left, so she slipped the covers off and got out of bed. Adelina had been efficient and thorough. Marianna had never seen someone shop like the little Italian woman did. Now Marianna had an entirely new wardrobe that included satin full-length nightgowns like the one she now wore. It had spaghetti straps, and the cool air hit her arms, causing goosebumps to cover her skin. She grabbed a matching satin robe that was hanging on the back of her door and stepped out into the hall. She hesitated, waiting to hear if anyone would say anything to her. She wasn't 100% clear on the rules, but she was pretty sure leaving her room in the middle of the night broke one of them, especially since she was sharing a suite with Leo. His parents had seemed okay with her being there since Filippo's room was right next to hers, but she didn't mind that. If anything, his being there helped her feel safe. There was no way anything could get out of hand when there was a chance that Leo's bodyguard could come in. Heat raced across her skin as the memory of Leo so close to her body flashed in her mind. The way his tanned skin stretched over his muscles. For a moment, she wondered what they might feel like under her fingertips. "Why are you up so late?" Leo's deep voice snapped her from her thoughts. She yelped and turned to see him shutting the small fridge and smiling over at her. He was wearing a pair of pajama bottoms and no shirt. Of course, no shirt. She forced her gaze upwards instead of letting it fall to the hard lines of his chest and abs. She folded her arms so there was no temptation to reach out and feel if his skin was as smooth as it looked. "You okay?" he asked, quirking an eyebrow like he knew just what he was doing. Ooh, he was good. She cleared her throat and nodded. Yep. Wow. Having a hard time sleeping? He set a quart of ice cream down on the counter and pulled out a drawer. He removed 2 spoons and held one out to her. "I am," he said as he shrugged. Thankful that she wasn't the only one struggling with this situation, she let out the breath she'd been holding and nodded. "Yes, I don't know why. I agreed to this." His eyes widened as he pulled the lid off. "You're having doubts?" He dug a spoon into the ice cream and then handed the container over to her. Grateful for a task that distracted her from his intoxicating everything, Marianna scooped out a mound of ice cream and set the container back down on the counter. "Aren't you?" Did she really want to hear the answer to that question? No matter what, it would hurt. If he did have doubts, was it because he didn't see her as princess material? Or worse, was he having doubts about her ability to carry out their arrangement? When he didn't answer, she looked up to see him studying her as he took bites out of his ice cream. "I don't think so. I trust my gut, and my gut told me you would be the best person to help me." He leaned closer. "There's not a lot of women out there like you." Heat burned her cheeks from the combination of his words and proximity. She forced a chuckle. "You're just saying that because you're a prince. You're used to schmoozing women." He leaned closer until his lips were next to her ear. She fought the urge to turn and press her lips to his. Their previous kiss had happened so fast, there were times she wondered if she'd made it all up. But right now, standing in his suite, she would know. She would remember, and she would never be the same. So she kept her face forward and waited for what he was about to say. "Is it working?" he asked. His voice was deep and smooth as chocolate. Shivers assaulted her skin. This wasn't fair, him standing inches from her. She needed to get a hold of herself and step away, put up a wall and protect herself. But this was fun, and it felt so good to be needed. It didn't hurt that he was a prince and that rubbing their engagement in Samson's face would help her heal all the cracks that walking in on him and Barbie had given her. So she pulled back, plastering on a fake smile. "Your Highness, this is in breach of our contract." When she met his gaze, she saw something pass through it. Was it hurt or fear? Had what he said been true? Did he really want to get close to her? Maybe he was waiting for an opening. Why was she even thinking these things? Opening up Pandora's box was never good. If she entertained the idea of having feelings for Leo, or worse, thinking that he might have feelings for her, it would only result in heartbreak. She always dived into every relationship with both feet, and she always seemed to be with the wrong guy. Leo DeLuca, Crown Prince of Caro, was definitely the wrong guy for her. He leaned back, grabbed the container, and scooped up another spoonful of ice cream. "Wow," he breathed, winking at her. She stared at him. What was he doing? "What?" "Nothing. It's just that I threw my big guns at you and you didn't flinch. That's impressive." He shoved the ice cream into his mouth and swallowed. "It means you're ready." Marianna tried to push out the pain that clung to her chest at the thought that he was testing her, that he didn't care about her, like she was fighting so hard not to care about him. She reached out and shoved his shoulder. "You were testing me?" He laughed and took another bite. "Yep." He turned and leaned against the counter, extending his legs out in front of him. He looked so relaxed, like this was the most normal conversation. "You don't understand the world you are entering into. I mean, people are going to throw themselves at you. It'll become hard to know if people are real or not." His voice trailed off as he stared down at the kitchen floor. "It can be really lonely." Marianna's heart swelled at his words. How hard that had to be, living your life and never knowing what was genuine. Part of her wanted to tell him she knew what that was like, but the words felt like a lie. Sure, men had cheated on her and lied to her, but she had genuine friends and loving parents, people who would support her no matter what. Leo had parents who were forcing him to marry a woman he didn't love, without any thought for how he felt. He was going to have to live the rest of his life for his country, for people who didn't know him and probably never would. It had to feel lonely. Before she thought about it, she reached out and rested her hand on his forearm. She hoped it would come off as supportive and not creepy. As soon as her fingers brushed his skin, tingles raced up her arm and exploded in her heart. How could something that felt so right be so wrong? She swallowed, forcing herself to remember that this was for Leo. She wasn't going to pull her hand away just because it made her feel something. That wasn't his fault. He needed a friend, and she was going to be that friend. His eyes widened as his gaze made its way up to meet hers. He held it for a moment. She could see some turmoil in his eyes. As much as she wanted to believe it was because he felt something too, she wasn't going to entertain those thoughts. Instead, she smiled. "Well, I will be here. I'll be your friend." He hesitated and then smiled. "Thanks, Mari." She nodded and dropped her hand, fighting the urge to run her thumb over his fingertips. "That is, if they don't run me out of town for being a fraud." He patted her shoulder. "I won't let them. You'll be great." She chuckled and took a step back. It was getting too hard, this touching each other like they were friends bit. They weren't friends, and the more time she spent with Leo, the more she realized that they were never going to be. She crossed her arms and leaned against the wall, facing him. What does a girl who's fake engaged to the prince do? He shushed her and then glanced around. Ears, he whispered. Marianna thought everyone had left except for Filippo, and the more she was getting to know Filippo, the more she was beginning to realize that he was extremely loyal to Leo. There was no way he would snitch about their plan. But from the way Leo's cheeks were turning red, she was beginning to realize that there was something more, something he wasn't telling her. He looked sheepishly toward his bedroom. Her gaze followed his. Was someone in there? Who? When she glanced back over to him, she quirked an eyebrow. She knew she had no right asking him who was in his room. They weren't dating. But she'd put her trust in him, and as much as she wanted not to feel like he was breaking it, he was. And then she realized what he was trying not to say. Gisela was in there. Hurt filled her stomach as she backed away. Tears stung her eyes. Why would he have her in his bedroom? Hadn't he told her that he hated that woman? That she was terrible? It was Samson and Barbie all over again. She needed to get out of there. I've got to go, she whispered, fleeing toward the guest room. She didn't care that she'd just eaten ice cream and needed to brush her teeth. She also didn't care that Leo was calling after her, that his fingertips brushed her arm as she took off. She wasn't interested in his excuses. She was interested in getting some space so that she could get her emotions under control. She'd been a fool to let Leo into her life. She truly was just an end to a means. All of her previous thoughts about interpreting his feelings through his actions made her feel stupid. Leo wanted all the fun without any responsibility. And Marianna playing along with his games was exactly that. When her door closed, she leaned against it, letting her tears fall. She angrily wiped them away as she walked across the room. She'd promised herself she was never going to cry over another guy again. 3 months after her last breakup, and she was doing just that. She flopped onto the bed, letting the down comforter float up around her. She stared up at the ceiling. A soft knock sounded on the door. Marianna grabbed a nearby pillow and placed it over her face. There was no way she was going to answer the door right now. She didn't want to hear his explanation either way. Gisela shouldn't have been in his room, period. And with his shirt off? She groaned into the pillow. This was not what she wanted at all. Suddenly, her carefree vacation away from her problems was rapidly becoming the same situation she'd just left. She couldn't do this to herself again. When she pulled the pillow from her face, she hesitated, waiting to see if Leo would try again. Nothing. He must have given up and gone back to Gisela. She flung the pillow to the floor and sat up. This was it. This was the moment that she would vow to herself that she wouldn't fall for the Prince of Caro. And if she kept that promise to herself, then she just might be able to survive this tricky, romantic world she'd been thrust into. Chapter 10. Leo laid in bed as the early morning rays peeked through his pulled drapes. He couldn't get Marianna's reaction out of his mind. He hadn't been thinking when he'd hinted to her that Gisela was in his room, and before he could tell her why, she had stormed off to her bedroom and refused to come out. He didn't blame her. She'd given up everything to come to Caro and go along with his ridiculous plan to get Gisela out of his life, just to find out that Gisela was staying with him. It had to be quite a blow, especially when her ex-boyfriend had done the same. He scrubbed his face and turned toward the window. The heavy snores of Gisela could be heard coming from the cot that had been set up in his room. If only he had been able to tell Marianna that it had been his mother's idea, all in the hopes that Leo would remember who he was really supposed to marry and call off his engagement with Marianna. That was the only reason Gisela was in his room. He couldn't tell his mother no because he wasn't even supposed to remember who Gisela was. If his mother wanted a strange woman to stay in his room, why should he care? At least, that was the rationale she'd given him last night when he'd told her he didn't want Gisela in his room. She had brushed his concern aside, saying that even if he didn't remember who Gisela was, it didn't mean she wasn't important. He could say what he wanted, but he was going to remember Gisela and marry her by the month's end. So she had brought a cot up, and Gisela happily took up residence in his room. As soon as his alarm went off on his phone, Leo grabbed it, shut it off, and climbed out of bed. He grabbed the change of clothes that the maid had laid out yesterday and headed to his shower. He wanted to be clean and dressed before other people started waking up. Well, before Gisela was awake. He wanted to catch Marianna and tell her what had happened. Leo knew if he could just explain, then everything would be okay. They would be okay. He showered in record time and slipped on a pair of jeans and a t-shirt. His mother allowed him lounge clothes while on the plane, but as soon as they landed, he would need to change into a suit for the press that always waited for them to return. And this time, appearances were of utmost importance. He was coming home an engaged man. The woman on his arm would be the ruler right next to him. The country would want to see who would be leading them. And he was beginning to want that woman to be Marianna. Was that terrible? The last few days he'd spent with her had been the best he'd ever experienced. She was real, she was open, and she was everything all the stuffy women in his social circle were not. Maybe that was what Caro needed. And just as he thought the words, he pushed them out. Why was he thinking about the ruler that Caro needed? He wouldn't be king. His cousin Hermes would. Hermes wanted to be king. He was born to be king, not Leo. That was not the life Leo wanted. It had never been. No, he was going to be faithful to the promise he made with Marianna, making Hermes the next king. Then they could separate and live their lives without the weight of their past hovering over them. He had to do that for Marianna. He couldn't drag her into this mess. Sure, his mother was a patient woman, but she wasn't going to take kindly to being duped. And if Leo insisted that Marianna stick around, it would be deadly for everyone involved. So, for now, it was better to play the lie than try to uncover some truth. Marianna had to believe that he didn't have feelings for her. She couldn't know that it broke his heart that she thought he would pick Gisela over her. If this was going to end with everyone intact, he was going to have to keep her at arm's length. Now, more than ever. When he walked into the living room, he saw Filippo sitting on the couch reading a newspaper, dressed and ready for the trip back to Caro. Marianna was not up yet, and her door was closed, as tight as it had been last night. He tried to keep his gaze from making its way over to her room, and his thoughts from wondering what she was doing, wondering if she hated him. "Good morning," Filippo said, turning a page. "Morning. Did you sleep well?" Leo asked, walking over to the coffee machine on the counter and pouring himself a mug. "Very." There was a rustling sound, and when Leo glanced behind him, he saw that Filippo had folded up the newspaper and was now staring at him. He widened his eyes as he took in Filippo's gaze. "Yes?" he asked, hoping that his bodyguard didn't notice how rattled he was. "Last night I needed to use the bathroom. On my way I heard a very peculiar conversation." Filippo let his words linger in the air. Leo's stomach sank. Filippo knew what was going on. There was no use hiding it, and if he did lie, it would just make him look that much worse. But just in case he was wrong, Leo said, "Oh, and what did it entail?" Filippo quirked an eyebrow as if it surprised him that Leo didn't just confess. He sighed. "Something about a relationship not being real? Your relationship?" Leo scoffed as he lifted his mug. He hadn't expected Filippo to be so direct, and it made Leo forget about the scorching liquid, dumping all of it to the back of his mouth. After he downed a cold bottle of water, Leo looked over at Filippo, who was watching him with an incredulous look. That was probably not the smoothest thing he could have done, especially since he was trying to play it cool. "I don't know what you're talking about," Leo rasped. Filippo sighed and stood up from the couch. He made his way over until he was a few feet from Leo. "It's okay, sir. I'm not going to tell anyone." His forehead crinkled as if he couldn't believe what he was about to say. "I'm here to support you. You understand that, right?" Leo studied his friend. He knew Filippo was loyal, but he also knew his friend had sworn allegiance to his country. Leo was pretty certain helping the prince get out of being king went against that vow. "But what about the country?" Filippo folded his arms. "Gisela is not right for my country. so I am helping both of you at the same time." Leo's stomach lightened at Filippo's words. After 15 minutes, Filippo was up to speed about what had happened and what the plan was now. He promised to help in any way he could. The rest of the morning flew by as Marianna and Gisela woke up and got ready. By the time they both left their rooms, the limo had arrived to take them to the airport. Leo had hoped to get Marianna alone to explain himself, but she insisted on riding up front with the chauffeur. Gisela piped up that it was probably for the best and almost dragged him to the back door, where she stuffed him into the limo. Leo had to ride the whole way to the hangar that held the family's plane with Gisela practically draped over his lap. Filippo didn't say much, which Leo was grateful for. He didn't need Filippo's help. If anything, it might tip off Gisela that something really was up. Then she'd make it her life mission to bring Marianna down. His parents were already on the plane when they climbed up the stairs and got situated. Leo tried to catch Marianna again, but she brushed past him and sat in the far back corner. Leo's mother grabbed his arm and motioned toward the seat across from her, stating that they needed to discuss the plan for when they got home. Leo had to settle for a quick glance in Marianna's direction before he was forced headfirst into discussing whatever party his mother insisted they talk about. When the plane was in the air and things had calmed down, Leo took that moment to get up and make his way to the bathroom, which was, luckily, right next to where Marianna was sitting. As he approached, Marianna didn't look up and his heart sank. Instead, she kept her gaze focused on the magazine in front of her. He went into the bathroom, turned on the faucet, and splashed his face. After patting it dry, he stared at himself. What was he doing? Why was he forcing this so hard? Marianna was being smart. She was playing the part of a nurse who got swept up in the crazy scheme of a prince with amnesia. Why was he so hell-bent on making her like him? That was not something someone with amnesia would do. Or was it? Perhaps it was time he admitted to himself that he had no real game plan. He was flying by the seat of his pants, and Marianna might be the one to get hurt in the process. His chest squeezed at the thought of Marianna hurting. It was the last thing he wanted, and yet it was the only thing he seemed to be doing. He pulled open the bathroom door and peeked out. Most of the passengers were reading or sleeping. Taking this moment, he reached around the divider and grabbed Marianna's arm. She yelped and turned to look up at him. "What are you doing?" she hissed. He widened his eyes. There was no way he was going to let her push him away. There had been some moments between them. Moments when they had confessed things about themselves. He may not be allowed to have romantic feelings for her, but they could still be friends. "Can I talk to you?" he asked. She stared at him and then sighed, unbuckling her seatbelt and standing. She glanced around and must have felt that the coast was clear because she turned to face him. "What?" He shook his head. "Not out here." He reached out, grabbed her hand, and pulled her into the bathroom with him. It was small and cramped, and he couldn't help but enjoy the feeling of her so close to him again. When she widened her eyes, taking in the space between their bodies, he smiled. He knew she felt more for him than she was letting on. It felt good to see that he wasn't the only one affected by their relationship. And then he scolded himself. That was not what a friend thought about another friend. If he truly cared about her, he wouldn't revel in the thought that she liked him, especially since he knew they could never be anything. So he forced the feelings from his heart and stared down at her. She tried to place her hands on her hips, but there wasn't any room, so she settled on folding her arms. "What do you need, Leo?" "I've been trying to talk to you all day." She sighed, bringing up a hand to brush a strand of hair away. "Why?" He studied her. Why was she acting so coy? Was she serious? "Because of what you thought was happening in my room last night?" "I don't know. With Gisela?" She hesitated and glanced up at him. "Okay." "I wanted you to know that she wasn't there because of me. Mother insisted she stay with me. I think she's hoping I'll remember who Gisela is and then call everything off with you." Marianna's cheeks heated pink as she studied him. There was a pain in her gaze that made his heart swell. Did those words hurt her? He studied her. Was it wrong that his heart picked up speed at the thought? But before he could interpret her reaction, she sighed and glanced around. That makes sense. It's best to keep those who have a history with you around you. At least, that's what I would do. She met his gaze. Is that what you wanted to tell me? There were tiny gold flecks among the blue in her eyes. Leo couldn't help but focus on how beautiful she looked, all irritated and annoyed, peering up at him. She was inches away from him, inches away from his lips. How easy it would be to dip down and kiss her again. Leo? She raised her eyebrows. Snapping back to reality, Leo blinked and pulled back. Well, as far as he could in this tiny airplane bathroom. What did you say? This time he was going to focus on her words. She studied him, narrowing an eye. I said, is that what you wanted to tell me? He nodded. Was it? His chest felt like it was squeezing his lungs, but there was no way he was going to say the words that were floating around in his mind. That he liked her, more than their agreement allowed. So he smiled and reached for the door handle. Of course. I just wanted to clear the air. I wanted you to know... His voice trailed off. Was what he was about to say true? She raised her eyebrows. When he didn't continue, she said, No, what? He reached up, brushing his knuckles across her cheek. It had been instinctual, but he didn't notice he was doing it until he felt her warm, soft skin pressed against his own, and the desire to feel her lips pressed against his filled his mind. Her lips parted as if they were sharing the same thought. Could she want it as much as he did? Was their close proximity doing the same things to her? His heart pounded so hard that he heard it in his ears, but it didn't drown out the fear that crept up inside of him. The fear that he would hurt her and, in turn, hurt himself. Know what? She asked again, as if she were prodding him for information. Did she want him to say what he saw in her gaze? Pushing his feelings to the side, he smiled. That I'm not Samson. I won't hurt you. She winced, and he realized that was not what he should have said. But saying the things she wanted to hear wasn't an option either. So he winked at her and pulled open the bathroom door. I'll help you get over him so you can start your life fresh, he whispered as he walked past her and back to his seat. Once he was buckled in, he leaned his head back on his headrest. His mother opened her eyes and glanced over at him. What was that about? He swallowed, realizing just how deep he'd gotten himself into this situation. But there was nothing he could do about it right now. They had a mission, and he was going to accomplish it. He was going to keep Marianna at a distance to keep her safe, and keep his promise to her that he wasn't going to be like Samson. And then he was going to set her up nicely. She was never going to want for anything. He'd make sure of it before he lost his inheritance, because that was what Marianna deserved. Well, she deserved more, but Leo was pretty sure he wasn't included in that. Chapter 11. Marianna sat in the helicopter, gripping onto the armrests of her seat. She'd never been in a helicopter before, and she didn't like it. It felt like being in the car of a roller coaster, which she also hated. Plus, it didn't help that the conversation between her and Leo was playing in her mind over and over again. The feeling of him next to her, touching her, flirting with her. All of it was cemented in her mind and wouldn't leave. And to top it off, her heart was betraying her. It pounded at the memory of his ridiculous smile or the way he winked when he was uncomfortable. She stared out at the setting sun, watching its light glide across the water. Caro bordered Italy and Slovenia, a small sliver that ran from Austria to the Mediterranean Sea. The castle was on a hill that overlooked the ocean. Just beyond it was Trieste, Caro's largest city. Marianna had studied it as they passed by. It was beautiful with the different color buildings and rustic pavement. She couldn't wait to get down and see all that this beautiful country had to offer. And perhaps get away from Caro's confusing prince. This was on the top of her list. The pilot sat down on the helicopter pad in the back gardens, where a host of maids were standing, waiting to welcome the royal family. Marianna had never felt so out of place as she did walking alongside these women who were speaking in a language she didn't recognize. They grabbed her luggage and whisked her into the castle. Once in her room, She tried to keep her jaw from dropping. Dark wood ran the length of the floor and up the walls, ending in intricate carvings. She couldn't help but run her fingers across the filigree. Beautiful. There was a huge chandelier hanging from the middle of the ceiling, catching the late afternoon rays and spreading them across the room. A king-sized four-poster bed sat along the far wall. A mound of pillows filled half of it. "Are you okay, miss?" Adelina asked, stepping into Marianna's line of sight. Thankfully, Adelina had been assigned as Marianna's maid. It made her feel more comfortable having someone she knew close by. Yes, Marianna stammered, snapping her jaw shut and nodding. "Good. I will help you dress in proper attire so you will be ready for dinner." Marianna glanced down at her outfit. A pencil skirt and blouse. What was wrong with what she was wearing? What's wrong with this?" Adelina snorted, and then her cheeks turned red. "Forgive me, I've forgotten my place. You look wonderful," she said, lowering her head and curtsying. That wouldn't do. Marianna reached out and touched Adelina's arm. "Nope, not happening, sister," she said. Adelina jumped as she glanced up at Marianna. "I'm sorry?" Adelina might not be up to date on her American lingo. "What I meant to say was that you're my friend, not my servant. You don't need to apologize if you speak the truth." Marianna lowered her voice and leaned forward. "I actually need your help. I think Her Majesty might hate me, and I know Gisela does. This girl needs some people in her corner." Marianna jutted her thumb toward her chest. Adelina had looked like she was understanding what Marianna was saying, but by the time she had finished, Adelina looked confused again. "There is something wrong with the corner?" Adelina turned to peer into the shadows. Marianna sighed. This was going to be a long vacation. She was going to have to remember to speak in literal terms. "I want you to be my friend. Support me." Adelina pinched her lips together as she studied Marianna. Suddenly Marianna wondered if this was the wrong thing for her to say. Was it against the law to ask the hired help to be your friend? Wishing she could backpedal, Marianna parted her lips, but thankfully Adelina smiled. "I would like that very much," she said. Marianna blew out the breath she'd been holding. "Perfect!" Adelina walked over to the large armoire and pulled it open. After removing a dark green, mid-calf dress, she laid it on the bed. "Let's get dressed and downstairs. Her Majesty hates latecomers." Marianna nodded and walked over to the bed. "Yeah, we wouldn't want that." 10 minutes later, Marianna shut her bedroom door and made her way to the top of the stairs. She tugged at the dress, hoping it would feel more like her. It didn't help. There were so many rules and expectations. Her brain felt as if it were going to explode from everything Adelina told her. "You must always wear pantyhose, never put your elbows on the table. You use the silverware from the outside in." Marianna was pretty sure she was going to pass out when she came face to face with the etiquette of eating with a royal family. She reached up and adjusted a bobby pin that was digging into her scalp. Even her hair didn't look like her. A French twist with ringlets framing her face? She was a ponytail kind of girl. "Whoa," Leo's deep voice said from behind her. She turned to see him dressed in a tux with a royal blue sash around his chest. His dark curly hair had been tamed, and his face shaved. He looked like a prince, but she could still see the desire to be somewhere else in his eyes. He quirked an eyebrow as his gaze roamed over her. Was it wrong that she wanted him to like how she looked? To approve? "You look," her breath caught in her throat, "like my mom." Her excitement crashed and burned. That was not what she wanted to hear. She tried to hide her disappointment with a smile. "What? I do not." He stepped closer to her and furrowed his brow. "Yeah, I'm pretty sure you are wearing her dress, and Adelina has been with my mom for ages." He leaned closer to Marianna. "Just accept it." Marianna dropped her jaw and stepped back. There was no way she was going to stand there and let him insult her like that. "I'll have you know." Leo lifted his finger and pressed it to her lips. "You didn't let me finish." He let his hand linger by her mouth, focusing his attention there for a moment before he shook his head and met her gaze. With a few modifications, we can fix that. But he wasn't listening to her. Instead, he reached behind her head and began pulling the pins out. After enough were removed, gravity won over and her hair dropped down around her shoulders. Leo glanced back at her and smiled. "There," he said. His voice was low and husky. She so desperately wanted to ask him what that was about. Was it possible that he felt the same as she did? Did he want to kiss her as badly as she wanted to press her lips to his? Better? She barely got the word out. He smiled and the corners of his eyes crinkled as he nodded. "Beautiful." He leaned in, brushing her hair off her shoulder. "Don't let them change you. You're perfect the way you are," he whispered. Shivers rushed over her as his warm breath touched her skin. He was so close that she feared he could hear her pounding heart. Did it give her away? "Sir," Filippo said. Marianna turned to see him coming up the stairs. His eyebrows were raised as his gaze landed on them. Leo pulled back, but not before Marianna thought she heard him groan. That started her mind racing. Was he just flirting, or was it something more? Did she dare hope? "What, Filippo?" he asked, glancing over to his bodyguard. "Your mother sent for you. It seems there are a few dignitaries that were invited tonight." Then Filippo dropped his voice. "Mr. Marasco." Marianna saw Leo stiffen at the mention of Gisella's last name. This couldn't be good. Out of instinct, Marianna leaned forward. "Is this bad?" Leo shook his head. "No, not if we stick to the story." He glanced over at her, his dark, rich eyes intoxicating her. Suddenly, all she wanted was to keep him safe. And if keeping him safe meant keeping him away from Gisella, then so be it. After all, that's why she was here. She pinched her lips together and nodded. "What do you need from me?" His gaze slipped down to her lips for a moment and then back up. "It would probably be best if you didn't talk much. Just smile and keep the topic light." He sighed. "There probably won't be much talking anyway. There never is." She nodded. "I can do that." The feeling of his hands surrounding her arm startled her. The warmth of his fingertips seeped into her skin and caused her stomach to lighten. It felt so good to be touched by him. She never wanted him to let her go. "Thanks, Mari," he said, leaning in and kissing her cheek. "I mean it." She turned to look at him, but he'd already glanced over to Filippo. Before she could say anything, he dropped his hand and made his way down the stairs with Filippo in tow. She leaned against the railing, grateful that it was so close. With the way her body was reacting to Leo, she was sure she would collapse without something to hold her up. She took in a few deep breaths. What was the matter with her? How come she kept forgetting over and over again that this was all fake? The prince didn't like her any more than he liked Adelina or any other person he hired to do a job. And that was all Marianna was here to do. A job. She would help him pass the crown over to his cousin without disappointing his parents too much, and then watch him ride off into the sunset, leaving her to go back to the States. Alone. And then a sinking feeling settled in her stomach. She was going to be alone. After all of this, why hadn't she realized it? This was not some ingenious way to solve her problem, because her problem wasn't Samson. It was her fear of being alone. Well, that and her fear that she might not be lovable, but that was not a thread she was equipped to pull on tonight. Thankfully, Adelina appeared at the base of the stairs with an expectant look on her face. Marianna breathed a sigh of relief. There was no way she was going to make it down the stairs feeling like this. She needed to get out of her head and focus on her job. That was all. "Are you coming?" Adelina said, waving toward the stairs. Marianna nodded and made her way down. When she reached the bottom, Adelina studied her. "Why did you change your hair?" Marianna reached out and ran her fingers through it, remembering what it felt like to have the prince so close to her, telling her that she looked beautiful. Then she groaned. She was in trouble. Bad. "The prince said I looked like his mom and prefers I wear my hair down." Adelina raised her eyebrows. "And this is a bad thing? Looking like the queen?" Marianna didn't realize that saying something like that would be offensive. How could she be so dumb? Well, tumbled out, but Adelina raised her hand. "Enough. I don't have time to fix it. Hopefully Her Highness will not be insulted." She motioned toward the hallway on the other side of the foyer. Marianna nodded and obeyed. Soon they were standing in the doorway of a large hall. A massive table stretched down the middle. It spanned the whole room. A large fireplace was along the far wall. Maids and butlers dressed in dark suits were scurrying around with trays of food. They would lay one down in front of someone and then turn and grab another one. At the far end of the table was an empty seat. A portly man who was busily eating what looked like a turkey drumstick sat on one side, while a young girl with dark curly hair sat on the other. She was giggling as she watched the portly man. "Adelina," Mrs. DeLuca said from her seat at the head of the table. She motioned with her head to the empty seat. "This way," Adelina said. Marianna nodded and followed. She tried to ignore how the seat was put at the other end of the table from Leo, and she tried not to get angry at the fact that Gisela was right next to him, laughing and placing her hand on his arm. Marianna knew what Mrs. DeLuca was doing. It made sense, but that didn't mean it didn't hurt. When her gaze landed on Leo, he shot her an apologetic look. She smiled and shrugged. By the time she got to her chair, it had already been pulled out. She sat down as the butler pushed the chair back toward the table. Now sitting, she glanced over at her companions. The portly man was too busy eating, but this little girl was studying her with wide eyes. "Hello," she said, moving out of the way as a maid came by and dropped a napkin in Marianna's lap. "Hi," the little girl said. Marianna smiled. "What's your name?" "Clara." She looked so much like Leo. "And who are you to Leo?" "He's my big brother," she said, stabbing her potatoes with her fork. Leo had a little sister? Marianna studied her. She was adorable. "I'm Marianna," she said, picking up a glass of water and taking a sip. Clara nodded. "I know. You're the woman who's trying to steal my brother." Marianna gasped. Water raced down the wrong tube, throwing her into a coughing fit. All eyes turned to her. She waved away anyone who approached. That was the last thing she needed, someone thinking she needed the Heimlich. "Sorry," she said, her voice raspy. "Some water went down wrong." There was a collective sigh of relief as everyone returned to their conversations. Marianna dabbed at her eyes with her napkin. Clara was staring at her again. "Are you okay?" she asked. Marianna nodded. "Yeah, I'll be fine." Clara looked relieved. "Good, because you're the only one who will talk to me. I'd be sad if you died." Marianna laughed. She liked this little girl and was happy she was seated next to her. "How old are you?" Clara sat straighter in her chair. 8. Marianna leaned in. "Want to know a secret?" Clara's eyes widened as she nodded. "Yes." Marianna glanced around to make sure no one was watching. From the corner of her eye, she swore she saw Leo's gaze on her, but when she turned, Gisela had pulled his attention away. Trying not to feel too disappointed, Marianna smiled back at Clara, who looked as if she was going to die from anticipation. She smiled. "I'm happy to be sitting next to you, too." Clara looked disappointed. "That's it?" She picked up her fork and pushed around some meat on her plate. "I thought it was going to be a good secret." Marianna held up her hand. "Hey now, you didn't hear why." Clara glanced back at her. "Okay, why?" Marianna wiggled her eyebrows. "Oh, just you wait. It's going to be amazing." A wide smile spread across Clara's lips. "Perfect." Chapter 12. Dinner was boring and dragged on. Leo couldn't help but let his gaze slip over to Marianna. It made his heart swell to see her chatting with his sister. Their heads were pressed together and they would occasionally giggle. He wondered what they were talking about. It had to be better than what he was being forced to sit through. Gisela kept trying to engage him in conversation, but Leo wasn't having it. Truth was, he was done with her. The last thing he wanted was a repeat of the night before when Marianna had discovered that Gisela was in his room. He'd finally gotten Marianna to trust him again, and he wasn't going to take that lightly. "Leo," Gisela whined. He glanced over at her. She was looking at him expectantly. What? He sighed. You're not paying attention. Father was just talking about the plan for the castle when we marry, and you are completely ignoring him. She wrapped her hand around his arm and leaned closer. Thankful that he was still holding on to the selective amnesia story, he pulled away. What? Why would you be making plans to change the castle? He scrunched up his nose. It bothered him that Mr. Marasco thought he could just swoop in and make changes. We are getting married, silly. My family will be living here with us. It will be better for the country and Marasco Industries. She puckered her lips and leaned in. Leo's stomach soured. He hated how much power the Marasco family thought they had over the crown. Sure, they were rich, and Kara was hurting right now, but that was no reason to get into bed with a snake. Unable to sit there and pretend to play nice, Leo pushed his chair back and stood. I need some fresh air, he said. He could feel everyone's gaze on him as he made his way to the large French doors that led out to the balcony that wrapped around the castle. He leaned against the railing and took a deep breath. This was not the time to overreact. Right now, he needed to be calm. If he was going to stand strong against his parents and their expectations, he needed a cool head. What was that? Leo tried not to groan at the sound of his mother's voice. He turned to see her approach him. Her hair was pulled back into a French twist, very similar to the one he'd convinced Marianna she didn't need. He sighed as he scrubbed his face. What, Mother? She stood next to him, staring out across the perfectly manicured gardens that ran up to the cliffs. The Mediterranean Sea could be seen in the distance, the moon's reflection bouncing off the water. You were extremely rude to Mr. Marasco. He's here to help Caro. The least you could do is be kind to him. He had amnesia. He needed to remember that. He changed his expression to one of pain. I'm sorry, Mother. I know I'm supposed to remember these people, but I can't, and it hurts me to try. She quirked an eyebrow, but then her frustrated expression softened. Perhaps we are forcing you too soon. She leaned up against the railing and sighed. Why don't you go up to bed? Tomorrow we have a lot to do. Get some rest and we'll try again. Leo's heart softened from his mother's words. He'd allowed himself to believe for a while now that she cared nothing for him, that holding on to the crown was her only goal, and if he didn't accomplish that, then he had failed her. It was nice to see that she cared for him outside of what he could do for the crown. Perhaps, once everything was said and done, his mother would return to how she used to be. There would be no more hidden agenda. They could go back to being mother and son. Leo would be lying to himself if he didn't envy what Marianna had with her parents. He missed his old life when the fate of their country wasn't riding on his shoulders. He stood and leaned in, kissing his mother's cheek. Thank you, he said. She patted his cheek and nodded. Now free, Leo walked through the dining room, catching Marianna's eye. She shot him a quizzical look, and he shook his head. She nodded. He wondered for a moment what their exchange had meant to her. He had hoped she understood that he was okay and headed to bed. But with a crowd of people watching them, he didn't want to expose too much about his relationship with Marianna, which was growing deeper by the day. When he got back to his room, he dressed in his pajamas and crawled into bed. 30 minutes later, there was a knock on his door. He straightened and turned on the light on his nightstand. Come in, he said. The handle turned and the door was pushed open. Clara appeared in the opening. He smiled at his little sister. He'd missed her on this trip. Clara, he said, smiling at her. She looked shy for a moment, but then came bounding in and hopped onto his bed. She snuggled into the crook of his arm. I missed you, she said. He wrapped his arm around her and gave her a squeeze. I missed you too, he said, planting a kiss on the top of her head. She pulled back and peered up at him. I like Marianna, she said. His heart soared at her words. You do? She nodded her head fervently up and down. She was playing I Spy with me at dinner. It made it less boring. He dropped his jaw. That was something they did together. I'm a little jealous. I thought I Spy was just for me and you. She shrugged. It was, until you had to move to the other side of the table, where the boring people sit. There was truth to her words. He laughed. Leave it to his little sister to speak plainly. Movement by the open door pulled his attention. Marianna was standing in the hall, hugging a book to her chest. She peered in as if she were worried that she were interrupting. He straightened and waved for her to enter. She hesitated, but Clara had seen her too and called out, "Did you get it?" Marianna held up the book and nodded. "Right here." Clara glanced over at Leo mischievously. He raised an eyebrow. "What did you do?" She smiled. "We heard you weren't feeling well, so we came to read you a story." Leo chuckled and rubbed his hand on Clara's head. "Well, aren't I lucky?" Clara nodded, dodging to break his contact. He knew that she hated it when he ruffled her hair, but he did it anyway. Clara held out her hand, and Marianna placed the book into it. Clara turned back and snuggled in next to him. Marianna looked as if she didn't know where she was supposed to go. Before he thought too much about it, Leo patted the bed next to him. "Want the seat?" he asked, grateful that his voice came out confident and not uncertain, like he felt. Marianna eyed the edge of the bed. "Are you sure there's enough room?" "Sit down so we can get started," Clara said in her commanding voice. Leo glanced over at her. "Wow, bossy much?" Clara shot him an apologetic look and then turned to Marianna. "Sit down, please. There's enough room." Marianna hesitated. It looked as if she were having an internal battle with herself. Finally she sighed and made her way over. Leo tried to ignore how it felt to have her climb into the bed next to him, or how her arm brushed his as she pulled in close. He hoped it was more than just the mattress that brought her right next to him. He hoped that perhaps she wanted to be there. He glanced over at her after she finished shifting around. "Comfortable?" He saw her cheeks turn pink as she nodded. "Yes," she said. Her voice was low and sent shivers down his back. He would be lying if he said he wasn't enjoying this. Clara flipped open the book and started reading. Leo tried to pay attention, but it was too hard. Everything about this, sitting on the bed with them reading together, felt right. Having Marianna so close to him felt right. Clara grew weary and glanced up at him. Her eyes were pink with exhaustion. "I'm too tired, Leo. Can you finish?" He nodded and picked up where she left off. 15 minutes later, her head dropped back. He glanced down to see that she had fallen asleep. "Aw, she was tired," Marianna said, moving to slip off the bed. Leo reached out and grabbed her leg. "Stay," he said, and then instantly regretted it. What was she going to do? She stopped and then shifted so she was next to him. "Okay," she whispered. Leo sat there enjoying her proximity. Why did it feel so good to have her close? Perhaps it was because she had made it clear that she would support him, something he was sorely lacking from the other people in his life. "Are you okay?" she asked, finally breaking the silence. Leo nodded. "I am right now." He felt her take a deep breath and then heard her blow it out. "Anything I can do to help?" He sighed, reaching down to tuck a curl behind Clara's ear. "Not really. Change my parents' minds, but that seems impossible." "They still want you to marry Gisela?" He nodded. "Above everything else." Her hand came into view as she reached over and entwined her fingers with his. Warmth radiated up his fingers to his arms. His heart picked up speed as he hooked his fingers around hers. They sat there in silence, just enjoying each other's company. It felt so good to be next to her, feeling her support. "Thanks," he whispered. He saw her nod. "Of course, it's what a friend would do." There that word was again, friend. Even though he knew he should be grateful for that, he couldn't help the sour feeling that rose up. Was it wrong to admit that friend was the last thing he wanted? He had enough friends, he wanted something more. And he was pretty sure that he wanted that something with Marianna. Chapter 13. The sun peeked through the drapes of her bedroom the next morning. Marianna groaned as she rubbed her eyes and sat up. She felt all out of sorts since her encounter with Leo yesterday. It had felt so good sitting on his bed holding hands with him. letting him know that she was there for him. And the way it made her heart race, well, that was a mistake, but she couldn't blame the prince for that. It was her own dumb fault for letting feelings grow that shouldn't. He deserved someone to support him, not develop feelings for him. He deserved better. There was a knock on the door, and Adelina walked in before Marianna could answer. She gave Marianna a curt nod and headed over to the window to open the drapes. Marianna rubbed her eyes and sat up. Adelina was in full business mode. She went straight to the closet and pulled out a fitted business suit, then disappeared into Marianna's bathroom and came out, clapping her hands. "You are very behind, Miss Marianna," she said as she walked over to the bed and pulled back Marianna's covers. "Her Highness will not appreciate it if you are late." At the mention of Mrs. DeLuca, Marianna leapt out of bed. The last thing she wanted was to disappoint Leo's mom. Even though this whole situation was fake, Marianna had this intense desire to get the Queen's approval, even though she knew it wasn't ever going to happen. Adelina ushered her into the bathroom, where she instructed Marianna to take a shower and to dress in the outfit she'd arranged. When she was clean, Marianna turned off the water and stepped out onto the plush bath mats that dotted the floor. She wrapped a towel around her body and made her way up to the mirror, where she wiped off the fog. Before she had any time to think, Adelina opened the bathroom door and entered. It was as if she were anticipating Marianna's every move. When she was dressed, Adelina pushed her down onto the nearby chair and began working on her wet hair. "Straight and down," Marianna said, hoping not to have an incident like the day before, where she'd end up looking like the Queen. Adelina nodded, but continued to twist and pull her hair. Finally, Marianna stood. "I'll take it from here," she said, holding up her hands, hoping that Adelina would get the hint. The woman huffed, but then shook her head and smiled. "Sure, I will wait outside." She narrowed her eyes as if challenging Marianna. "Great, that would be awesome," Marianna said, turning to focus on her thick, curly hair. Adelina stared at her for a moment before she turned and stalked out of the room. Finally, having a minute to herself, Marianna did her hair the way she wanted it, and then dressed in the business suit. She left the bathroom feeling clean and like herself again, not the version that Adelina or Mrs. DeLuca wanted her to be. After she slipped on a pair of pantyhose and flats, she smiled over at Adelina, who didn't look too pleased at being kicked from her duties. Marianna hoped her smile would soften Adelina's expression, but it didn't. She walked over to her door and opened it. Just as she stepped out, she heard a familiar voice. "Well, good morning," Leo said. Marianna turned to see him walk up to her. He had on a pair of business slacks and a button-up shirt. His sleeves were rolled up past the wrists and the top button was undone. He looked relaxed, but formal, and incredibly handsome, so much so that Marianna almost forgot how to speak. She let out her breath and smiled. "Hi, you look great," she said as she waved at him and then felt stupid. What was the matter with her? He grinned at her. "So do you." He leaned forward. "I like it when you don't look like my mom." She brushed her hair back and tucked it behind her ear. "Good. I don't like it when I look like your mom." He pulled back and studied her. In that raw and unabashed way he always did that made butterflies race around her stomach. "So, what are we going to do today?" she asked, hoping to move her focus onto something other than how he was making her feel. "Well, I know my mom has plans, but I was hoping we could play hooky, grab Clara and head up the coast. I can show you the beauty that Caro has to offer." Marianna swallowed. That sounded amazing. She'd grown to love Clara overnight, and spending the day with her and her handsome brother sounded better than sitting next to their judgy mom. "So you'll come?" he asked. Her heart pounded at the hopeful hint to his voice. She chewed her lip. "Sure." He clapped his hands together. "Perfect. Clara will be so excited." Marianna nodded as she followed after him. He led her down the stairs and over to the dining room, where people were milling around, filling their plates from the buffet that had been set up. Half of the people Marianna didn't recognize. Everyone else had been there in New York. Thankfully, Clara was sitting at the table when Marianna had filled her plate and was looking for a spot. She'd rather hang out with the 8-year-old than any adult there. Well, she really wanted to be with Leo, but from the way Gisela was hanging onto his arm and laughing a bit too loud at what he was saying, Marianna knew that wasn't possible. "We're going to the beach?" Clara asked, peering up at Marianna with hope in her gaze. Marianna turned her attention back to her and smiled. "I think so. That's what your brother said." Her smile grew wide as she shifted in her seat. It was as if her tiny body couldn't contain her excitement. "Ah, that's amazing. I hope you bury me in the sand, all the way up to my neck," she giggled as she gazed off into the distance. "But mother, we are taking her." Leo's voice broke through the low murmur of voices. Everyone shushed and turned toward Leo and Mrs. DeLuca. When Marianna glanced over, she saw Mrs. DeLuca's skin redden as she nodded toward everyone who was watching her. "My apologies. My son and I have something to discuss in the other room." She grabbed his arm and led him away. Clara's sigh pulled Marianna's attention down. "We're not going to the beach. Mommy is mad at Leo. Again." Marianna reached out and wrapped her arm around Clara's shoulders. Sometimes that happens. Adults have a lot to do, and princes who are going to be king have a lot more to do. That didn't seem to appease Clara. She just sat there with her shoulders rounded, pushing some food around on her plate. Marianna's heart went out to her. That poor little girl just wanted to have some fun. Something Marianna was sure didn't happen a lot. Not when her family was as busy as they were. Marianna clapped her hands, hoping to redirect her frustration. "How about we finish breakfast and head upstairs? I'm sure there's a printer around here, and we can make ourselves some coloring pages. Do you like to color?" Clara hesitated and peeked up at Marianna. "Can we get a Belle coloring page? From Beauty and the Beast?" Clara nodded. "Of course, I'm sure there are a lot." That seemed to be what Clara needed to hear. She smiled and began shoveling eggs into her mouth. "Perfect," she said through the food. Marianna patted her head, then moved to eat her breakfast. 15 minutes later, Leo came back into the room looking more frustrated than ever. Marianna wished she could go up to him and ask him what was wrong, to calm him down. She hated how stressed out he looked, how disappointed in his life he seemed. She wished there was something that she could say that would help ease his burden. But she knew that was a joke. What did she know about running a country? All she could really do was encourage him to do his duty and help him laugh. It felt small and ridiculous, but she was going to do it to the best of her ability. "Marianna," Mrs. DeLuca said from behind her. Marianna turned to see the Queen standing a few feet away. "Yeah?" Marianna asked, hoping she didn't have eggs in her teeth. "We are sending you on a tour of trees today." Mrs. DeLuca reached over toward Horace, who tore off a piece of paper and handed it to her. She studied it for a moment before passing it over to Marianna. Marianna took it. She ran her gaze over it. There was an itinerary. Her entire day was planned down to the half hour. It didn't have her getting back until late that night. From the forlorn look on Clara's face, Marianna knew she understood what was happening. The adults were leaving, and Clara would be left alone, again. Marianna wanted to comfort her, but she doubted that the Queen would appreciate her meddling with the princess as well, so she kept her comments to herself. Mrs. DeLuca seemed to have grown bored because she walked over to a woman wearing a suit with her hair pulled up into a severe bun. "It'll be okay," Marianna said, leaning toward Clara. Clara looked up at her with wide eyes. "I'm going to be left alone again." Marianna nodded. "I promise, as soon as I get back, we will color." Clara shrugged. "Okay." She stood and set her napkin down on her plate. It hurt Marianna's heart to see this little girl so broken up about her situation. It couldn't feel good, always being cast aside. She allowed her gaze to follow Clara out of the room. It wasn't until she was gone that Marianna noticed that Leo was studying her. Once he caught her attention, he tipped his head toward the open door. Marianna nodded, finished up her food, and then stood. She nodded to a few people, playing that she looked normal and not like some crazed tourist, and, hoping no one was watching, slipped out the door. Just as she walked by one of the rooms, she felt a hand engulf her arm and pull her into an alcove just off the main hallway. It was small, forcing the two of them to stand next to each other. She could feel Leo's intensity as he stared down at her. "So you heard?" he asked, pushing his hands through his hair as if he had all of this pent-up anger and didn't know where to put it. "You and your mom?" she asked, keeping her voice low. It couldn't feel good having your mother scold you like a child. Leo was going to be king, and yet his mother treated him like a disobedient kid. His jaw clenched as he nodded. "Yeah. She's forbidden me to go out with you guys today. She said there is too much to do and I should focus on my responsibilities instead of gallivanting around this countryside." He sighed, leaning back against the wall and tilting his face toward the ceiling. "I just want to get away from all of this." Marianna wanted to reach out and brush her hand against his arm, wanted to tell him that she understood what he was going through. She understood the frustration of being controlled by someone. But that felt too intimate, and right now, keeping her distance was best. So she just nodded. "I get it." He glanced down at her, his expression serious. Tingles raced up her spine as he leaned closer to her. From the corner of her eye, she saw him reach his hand out like he was going to brush his fingers across her cheek. She braced herself for the myriad of sensations that always came with his touch. But it never came. Instead, he shoved both hands into his front pockets. "I should go," he said, dipping his head and stepping out into the hallway. Marianna nodded. "Oh, okay." She pushed out the feelings that came from his sudden need to distance himself from her. It hurt more than she cared to admit. He glanced over at her. For a moment, regret flashed over his face. He scrubbed his face with his hand. "My mom wants to take you out to do some shopping and sightseeing. I will be stuck here dealing with contracts and issues." He gave her a weak smile. "Do you think you'll be okay?" Marianna hated seeing him so stressed out, and she hated that he was worrying about her. With everything he had going on, the last thing she wanted was to be a burden. She forced a smile and brushed off his concern. "Are you kidding me? I'll be just fine. Go. Do whatever princely duty you have." This time, she reached out and rested her hand on his arm. She met his gaze with as much force as she could. A look of relief flashed over his face. "Okay, that's good to hear. I won't have to be stuck in meetings worrying about how you are doing." His gaze dropped to her hand and then back up to her. She could feel his intensity. She swallowed, forcing her feelings to the back of her mind. "I'll be fine," she repeated. This time her response was much less confident. He patted her hand that was still resting on his arm, letting his fingers linger against her skin for a few moments before stepping out of reach. He gave her a wink and headed back down the hall. Now alone, Marianna took a deep breath. She was probably never going to be the same after this trip. It was for certain. Leo DeLuca was slowly inching his way into her heart and taking hold. The possibility of leaving Caro in one piece was already well out the window. Instead, she needed to focus on keeping afloat, protecting her heart just enough to survive their inevitable breakup. Chapter 14. Marianna watched as Mrs. DeLuca picked up a dress and held it against her. They'd been shopping for hours, and Marianna had felt uncomfortable the entire time. She wasn't sure what to say to the queen, and every time she tried to speak, jumbled sentences came out. So Marianna had resorted to keeping her lips shut tight and nodding any time Mrs. DeLuca looked her way, which was few and far between. It seemed that Mrs. DeLuca had just insisted that Marianna come just to keep her away from Leo. It bothered Marianna at first, but then she brushed it off. She wasn't here for the crown or the DeLuca family. She was here to help Leo, and the more time she spent around him, the more her resolve deepened. She was going to help free Leo from his mother's grasp, help him escape the oppression he felt here. "Are you ready?" Mrs. DeLuca asked, walking up to her and nodding toward the few dresses that Marianna had picked out and draped over her arm. Marianna stood. "Yes." She wasn't going to say no to free clothes if the crown was paying. Might as well get something she wanted to wear instead of what felt like Mrs. DeLuca's personal style. After they checked out, Marianna followed Mrs. DeLuca and a few of her friends, who Marianna hadn't bothered to remember the names of, out onto the sidewalk. The store may have been cleared for the royal family, but the street had not. Crowds gathered around them, each peering over each other, wanting to catch a glimpse. Many people had their phones out and were documenting it. Marianna kept her head down, hating how it felt to be on display all the time. Everyone else seemed to enjoy it, stopping to pose and smile. Marianna blew past them and over to the limo, where she climbed in. After a few minutes, Mrs. DeLuca appeared, sliding in to sit next to Marianna. Once everyone was in, the door closed. The chauffeur got in on the driver's side, and the limo pulled away. Mrs. DeLuca glanced at her watch. She sighed as she peered out the window. "Are you enjoying your time in Cairo?" she asked. She didn't turn to look at Marianna, but she could only assume she was talking to her. Marianna nodded. "Yes, it's beautiful here." Mrs. DeLuca glanced over at her. "It's my country. I love it." She got a nostalgic expression on her face. It was something that Marianna could relate to, feeling a loyalty and love for a place that held meaning. That's how she felt about her hometown. "I get that," she said, giving Mrs. DeLuca a small smile. "Which is why you understand why you must leave," Mrs. DeLuca said matter-of-factly. Marianna coughed at the bluntness of her statement. She glanced over at her. Had she heard right? "Excuse me?" Mrs. DeLuca sighed. "Leo is confused. He's convinced himself that the Marasco family is out to get the crown or something. If you ask me, it all started with him hitting his head. Now he refuses to marry Gisela, stating he does not remember her." Mrs. DeLuca rubbed her temples. "But I am having a hard time believing that. What he doesn't realize is we need this alliance. The Marascos can help us." Her voice lowered. "And we need the help." Marianna widened her eyes. What was she talking about? And why was she saying these things to her? "Okay, what do you want me to do?" Mrs. DeLuca glanced over at her. "Leo seems to trust your opinion. He confides in you. Tell him that he should fulfill his commitment to his country. Hermes would be the worst person to run it. She let out a sigh. "Not Leo. Leo has been trained from a boy to become king. It's his destiny." That was something that Marianna could agree on. Leo was meant to be king. She could see it when she looked at him. He was destined for greatness. If only he could believe that about himself, then Cairo would be set. She forced a smile and nodded. "I'll do what I can." She couldn't promise that she'd change his mind, because she doubted anyone's ability to do that. But she would give it a go. It was what Cairo and Leo needed. She'd help him see just how perfect he was for his country. Leo sat in the boardroom in the east wing of the castle, drumming his fingertips on the tabletop. There had been hours of meetings, and he was getting antsy. It was hard to feign interest when he knew this was not his future. He was ready to run away from this world and make something that was just for him, a place where neither corrupt men nor his mother could control him. Mr. Marasco and his business partner, Mr. Gio, were sitting across from him discussing the stack of papers on the conference table. They were pitching an idea to him that had just been passed by the Prime Minister. It needed his approval to be put into effect. "As you can see here, building a factory in the Cairo National Forest would actually benefit the country. It would provide jobs and stimulate the economy," Mr. Gio said, pushing the stack of paper over to Leo and tapping at a few numbers. Leo flicked his gaze down and studied the report. They were proposing to take 500 acres of the national forest. It was the largest stretch of land that had remained untouched, and they wanted to cut it in half. Leo didn't have to think about it. He shook his head. "No," he said, pushing the papers back. Mr. Marasco raised an eyebrow. "What?" Leo folded his arms. He wasn't going to be controlled by this man. He hated how he acted as if he was above the rules. Above the crown. So he shook his head again, this time slower, so Mr. Marasco got the full force of his response. "I said no. You are not taking half of the forest, leveling it, and building a giant factory in its place." He pulled the stack of papers back and flipped through the top few pages. "And there's no way my parents will ever approve either. The numbers you are giving seem inflated. I have a feeling you aren't being entirely truthful." He eyed Mr. Marasco, who didn't even flinch. Instead, he glanced over at Mr. Gio, who leaned in and whispered something under his breath. "My apologies, Your Highness. I can see you are still in distress from your accident. Asking you to make a decision on this so soon was obviously a mistake." He grabbed the stack of papers and tapped them on the table before slipping them into his briefcase. "We will allow you time to heal and approach this topic at a later date." Leo parted his lips to tell Mr. Marasco off. His insinuation that Leo wasn't in his right mind was infuriating. That he could just brush off Leo's decision due to his injury. But then Leo remembered his fake amnesia and snapped his lips shut. As much as he wanted to speak his mind, he couldn't. He wasn't supposed to remember Gisela. Plus, what did it matter? He wasn't going to be king, even though it angered Leo to think that Mr. Marasco wanted to destroy the national forest all for his personal gain. This would be Hermes's decision, and the least Leo could do was to push back long enough for Hermes to come into power, and then he could rule on it. "I would appreciate you leaving these important decisions until I have fully healed," Leo said, leaning back in his chair. Mr. Marasco hesitated and then nodded. "Of course, Your Highness. My apologies for pushing you further than you wanted to go." He nodded toward Mr. Gio, who stood. "I'm sorry as well," Mr. Gio said. Leo waved them away and then turned in his chair so he could study the landscape through the window behind him. He steepled his fingers and rocked a few times, letting his breath out slowly. The sound of the door latching marked their retreat. Now alone, he scrubbed his face with his hands. That meeting hadn't gone the way he wanted, but at least he'd bought himself some time. Hopefully his parents would respect his decision to hold off and not overrule him. If they truly wanted him to become king, then they needed to respect his decisions. But a sinking feeling settled in his gut. His parents weren't going to respect him. They thought they were doing the right thing for Caro by getting attached to the Marasco family, but Leo could see that it was a mistake. It wasn't until evening that Marianna and his mother returned from their outing. When Leo heard Marianna's voice out in the hall, he tried to nonchalantly open his door and peer out. He watched her say goodnight to his mother and make her way down the hall toward his room. Her gaze lingered on his as she passed by. His heart picked up speed. He hadn't realized how much he missed her until this moment. He'd grown used to having her close by, and spending the day without her had been hard. He stepped forward to go speak to her, but a hand landed on his arm. Turning, he saw his mother shake her head. "Marianna is tired. Let her rest." She nodded to Leo's room. "I need to speak to you." His stomach dropped like lead. She could only want to talk to him for one reason. She'd heard about his meeting with Marasco Industries, and she wasn't happy. He nodded and stepped to the side. She entered, and he followed after her, shutting the door behind him. Not wanting to seem too inviting, Leo folded his arms and leaned against the wall next to the door. "What do you want, mother?" His mom turned and sighed. She had a look that told him she was not happy. "I got a call from Mr. Gio today," she said, folding her arms and studying him. "I'm not sure why he would be calling you. I told both him and Mr. Marasco I was not interested in making a decision about the new factory at the moment. I'm still healing from the injury, and a decision like that deserves all my mental faculties." He straightened, hoping his mother would feel the weight of his meaning. She sighed and rubbed her temples. "Leo, do you realize how important this merger with the Marasco family is? The economy is struggling, and this joint venture would help both in the marriage and with their company." She glanced up at him. For a moment, Leo felt bad. He saw the stress his mother was under and wanted to help. But he wasn't going to do what she wanted, and it was so obvious that Mr. Marasco had other plans for Caro, more than he was writing up in his proposals. So he nodded. Appeasing his mother seemed like the best bet. "Of course, and when I am feeling better, I will make that decision. Right now, I want to prepare for dinner. His mother hesitated and nodded. All right. She walked over to the door, and just as she reached for the handle, Leo stopped her. He wanted to make sure that they were on the same page. You will wait until I am ready to rule on this, right? She paused and then nodded. I will try. Then she turned the handle and slipped from the room. Leo hated the sour feeling his interaction with his mother had left him with. What did I will try even mean? He had a sinking suspicion it meant she would take matters into her own hands if he didn't rule the way she wanted him to. He blew out of breath as anger built up in his chest. Why were his parents so hell-bent on him becoming king if they wouldn't even let him do his job? Did they really think he was incapable of making good decisions? He pushed his hands through his hair. This had to stop. He'd give his mother one more chance, but if she proved herself incapable of respecting his wish to slow this process down, then he was finished. He wouldn't stick around here anymore. Chapter 15. Leo should have known better than to assume his mother was going to let the topic go. As soon as he sat down at the dining table, she threw Mr. Morosco at him. It was becoming abundantly clear to him as he sat at the table, waiting for dessert to be served, that the throne meant more to his mother than he did. It was also clear that the thoughts of her son marrying a common woman were as appalling to her as having a root canal with no anesthesia. What she didn't realize was that forcing him into a loveless marriage for a job he didn't even want was as painful as a root canal with no anesthesia for him. Well, his mother looked at him as if it were his turn to speak. He winced. Truth was, he hadn't been listening to any of their conversation. It was all fake. All the smiles, all the small chat. Why wouldn't Mr. Morosco just say why he was here? He wanted to know what the crown could do for him, which, if Leo had anything to do about it, was nothing. He met his mom's gaze. What? He leaned forward and adjusted the plate in front of him. I apologize, I am not feeling well tonight. He rubbed his temple with his fingertips. When he glanced back at his mom, she furrowed her brow. Really, Leo? He squeezed his eyes shut and nodded. My head is killing me. Truth was, he felt fine, but the last place he wanted to be was sitting here listening to his mother plan his future like he didn't exist, like he didn't have a say. He only had a few short weeks before his birthday, and then this entire prince nightmare would be behind him. He just needed to hold out. He pulled the napkin off his lap and set it on the table. I think I will go lie down. He pushed his chair away from the table and stood. Before his mother could respond, he headed out of the room, leaving her sputtering behind him. Once he was in his room, he pulled off his sash and coat and laid them on the bed. He scrubbed his face with his hands and glanced up toward the ceiling, letting out his breath. He was not happy. His mother was relentless. Even though he hadn't been paying attention to their conversation, he'd picked up bits and pieces. They were still planning the merger as if nothing had changed, as if he hadn't proposed to Marianna, as if he hadn't foiled their plans. He was beginning to realize that he was never going to get away from this place, from this imposed responsibility that he'd been born into. It was no use. He was trapped, and the only way he was going to get away from it was to disappear. He couldn't become king if he were missing. On his own, he could finally become the person he wanted to become, not a lapdog for Mr. Morosco or a blindly obedient son to his mother. He shook his head as he paced his room. That seemed rash. Perhaps he was blowing this out of proportion. His mother must be blind to what Mr. Morosco really wanted, or maybe she knew that he wasn't good for Caro, but she didn't know how to get rid of him. That must be it. 20 minutes later, Leo figured that dinner was over and that people were heading back to their rooms. He'd confront his mother and tell her that she needed to ask Mr. Morosco to leave. They'd figure out a way to protect the crown from Mr. Morosco's influence because one thing was for sure, Caro wasn't safe with men like him trying to take over the crown. He pulled open his door and stepped out into the hall. No one was around. When he approached his parents' door, he hesitated. He could hear voices on the other side. He swallowed, hoping to still his pounding heart as he focused on figuring out who was speaking. He picked out his mother's voice right away. The second was, "Mr. Marasco?" "But what if that never happens?" Mr. Marasco said. His mother sighed. "Trust me, we are planning on moving forward like nothing has happened. Leo will remember. The Marasco family is what Caro needs to carry us into the future." There was a grunt which Leo could only assume came from Mr. Marasco. "Just don't give up. Leo will marry Gisela." Leo's stomach twisted. He hated hearing his mother make plans for him like this, as if he didn't have a say. One thing was for sure. If he wasn't around, then this could never happen. He knew that Mr. Marasco was wrong for Caro, even though his mother was convinced otherwise. If he weren't here, then the crown was safe. He couldn't be manipulated by his mother, and all of their plotting and planning would be for naught. Not wanting to stand outside his parents' door listening to their ridiculous plot, he turned and headed back to his room. Once inside, Leo walked over to his closet, pulled out his suitcase, and set it on the bed. He unzipped it and flipped the top open. He was going to leave, run away, get Marianna, and get out of this place. After packing a few pairs of pants and some t-shirts, he grabbed some toiletries from the bathroom and packed a few more essentials. He zipped the suitcase closed and pulled at the handle. It extended, and he rolled the suitcase over to the door. He changed out of his suit, slipping on some tennis shoes and a baseball cap. Hopefully it would keep his identity hidden from the citizens of Caro. Just beyond Triste were farmlands. He would be able to find a place to hide out there until the crown was successfully transferred to Hermes and he could return. It wasn't forever, just until the pressure was off. The plan was perfect. He opened the door and peeked out. No one was standing guard outside his door, which bolstered his confidence. He just might be able to sneak out of here without Filippo following him. He grabbed his suitcase and wheeled it over to Marianna's door. After knocking 3 times, he paused and leaned closer to the door, straining to hear any noise. A few seconds later, the handle turned and Marianna appeared in the doorway. Her eyes widened as she glanced out behind him. "What are you doing here?" she asked, moving to peer up at him. He slipped into her room and shut the door behind him. "I need to talk to you." She glanced down at his suitcase and then back up at him. "What?" "I'm leaving." She closed her lips and looked at him expectantly. He shook his head. "Our plan isn't working. Mother still wants me to marry Gisela, and I can't do that. I'm leaving until Hermes is crowned, and then I'll come back." He stepped up to her and grabbed her hand. "Come with me." He met her gaze. For the first time, he allowed his feelings for Marianna to bubble up to the surface. He was tired of hiding how he felt, tired of squelching his feelings for the benefit of his country. He was ready to act for himself, and being with Marianna was what he wanted. "Leo, She bit her bottom lip and glanced around the room. "Come on, you can think of this as a tour of my country. Trust me, they will be mad at me, not you." He squeezed her hand. Her gaze fell to their fingers. She was silent for a moment before she glanced up at him. "Are you going to go regardless?" His stomach squeezed. He tried not to feel hurt by the fact that she wasn't jumping at the chance to run away with him. Had her interest been all in his head? He clenched his jaw. He was being stupid. He'd seen the way she looked at him. She was more interested than she was letting on. But if she needed to go slow, he'd let her. He wasn't going to push her. So he dropped her hand and stepped back. "Yes, I'm going." He leaned forward and winked. "But I'd love for you to go with me." She studied him and then sighed. "Well, I guess it would be irresponsible for me not to go with you. I can't have you gallivanting around the countryside without a chaperone. Who knows what kind of shenanigans you're going to get yourself into." He laughed. "You know me." She pulled out her suitcase from the closet and shot him a look. After packing her bag, she pulled it off her bed and straightened. "All right, let's do this." Leo opened her door and glanced out. The sight of Filippo rounding the corner caused him to jump back. Thankfully, Filippo seemed too preoccupied with his phone to notice and entered his room without looking back. With the coast now clear, Leo nodded toward the hallway. "Come on." Marianna nodded, and followed after him as he led her to his room. When they were safely inside, Leo walked over to his balcony and dropped his suitcase into the bushes below. Marianna appeared next to him, peering over the railing. You never said anything about needing to climb down." He shot her a pleading look. "But it's not that far down, and besides, it'll be an adventure." She glanced at him and then back to the ground. She sighed and nodded. Once he threw her suitcase into the bushes, he slipped his leg over the balustrade and scaled the brick until he was far enough from the ground that he could jump down the rest of the way. Turning toward the balcony, he whispered, "Your turn." Marianna peeked down at him. Her eyebrows were furrowed as she studied the wall. There was a moment there where Leo thought she might not come, that he was going to be left to leave on his own. But then her leg came into view, and she started to hesitantly climb down. He stood underneath her, just in case. Halfway down, she slipped, and Leo reached out his arms to catch her, but she steadied herself before she fell. "You okay?" he whispered. She nodded. He could see her squeeze her eyes shut. "I think so." "Slow and steady," he said, hoping to encourage her. Her shoulders shifted as she took a deep breath and continued. Once she was a few feet away, he reached out. "I'll catch you," he said. She glanced down at him. "Are you sure?" He smiled. "Of course I'm sure. You are my fiancé after all. I can't let anything happen to you." Her gaze met his and held. There was something in it. Something she wasn't telling him. Did he want to know? "Okay, but don't drop me," she said. He snorted, grateful that she was distracting him from his thoughts. He was ready to get out of here, and dissecting her intentions was the last thing he should be doing. "Trust me," he said. After a 5-second countdown, Marianna let go of the wall and dropped. Leo braced himself for the weight as she fell into his arms. He staggered back, absorbing the impact of her fall. Then he righted himself and grinned down at her. "Was that so bad?" he asked. Her eyes were wide. It looked as if she wasn't exactly sure how she felt about any of this. But then she shook her head. "No, not as terrifying as it seemed when I was up there." He set her gently onto her feet and released her. He was grateful to get some distance between them. She was intoxicating and confusing, and right now, he needed to focus. He rubbed his hands together as he walked over to the bushes and retrieved their luggage. The walk to his car was quiet. It seemed as if she sensed his urgency and kept pace with him. Once everything was in the trunk, they slipped into the car, and Leo started the engine. It wasn't until they were on the main highway that Marianna let out her breath and glanced over at him. Her eyes were wide as she studied him. Did he want to know what she was thinking? Curiosity won out. "You know, you can always ask me whatever you're trying so hard not to ask." He winked, hoping it would help lighten the mood. She parted her lips and then closed them. The question must be intense if it was this hard for her to ask. After a minute, she spoke. "What's the plan?" He leaned back, letting his wrist rest on the wheel. "We're going to drive to our summer home a few hours north of here. I'm going to put a call into Sean, my buddy from university, and hopefully he has a car we can borrow. Then we'll just travel. See the countryside." When she didn't respond, he glanced over at her. Why was she so quiet? "And then what? Return when... what's his name?" "Hermes. Yeah, when Hermes is king, and you'll be free?" "Exactly." Why did he detect a hint of annoyance in her voice? He scrubbed his face as he studied the road. "You don't understand what it's like to live your whole life where everything is planned down to the very second. You're told what to wear, what to eat, who to love." His gaze slipped over to her. When she caught him looking, her gaze snapped down to her hands. "But Leo, it's you. It's what you were born to do. Do you really think Hermes could rule better than you?" His stomach squeezed at her question. He knew what she was trying to do, appealing to his sense of duty. A duty bred into him since he was born. He'd served 2 years in the military. He'd studied foreign relations at university. Everything he'd done since he was a child prepared him to rule. Why couldn't he accept it? A small tug pulled at the back of his mind. He knew why. He was scared. He'd seen what a wealthy man had done to his parents. They saw what his wealth could do for them, so they had caved to the part of selling off their son to him. Suddenly, he wasn't the prince they'd groomed, but a pawn to be used in their game, and he didn't want to be a pawn. He blew out his breath. Stress was rising up from his gut and settling at the base of his neck. He twisted his head, hoping to relieve the tension that was building. He didn't want to talk or think about this anymore. They needed to get to the summer home, and then he'd figure out the rest of the plan. All he knew right now was that he needed to get away. What he was going to do after that didn't matter. Distance between him and the castle was his top priority. Then he'd face her question. Chapter 16. Marianna studied the road as Leo drove quietly next to her. She wanted to ask him more questions, but he didn't seem in the mood to answer them. Every time she brought up what his plan was, he changed the subject. Maybe he wasn't sure about what he was doing. Running off when things got hard wasn't something she was a stranger to. She'd done it many times in the past. He talked to her eventually, he just needed time. The sun had disappeared behind the horizon, and darkness surrounded them. She felt a little disappointed that she wasn't going to see any more of this beautiful countryside. All she could see now was the patch of road in front of them that was illuminated by the headlights. They must be getting further out into the country. Only a few cars had passed them in the last 10 minutes. She settled back. Leo had said it would be a few hours until they got to his summer home, so she might as well get comfortable. Leo leaned forward and switched on the radio. "Music?" he asked. She nodded. "Sure." A man's soft voice filled the car. He sang in a language she didn't recognize, but his tone and the music soon relaxed her. Just as her eyelids drifted close, a bang sounded from outside. Instantly the car veered to the left. Leo grabbed the wheel to compensate. He pulled over to the side of the road and let the car idle. Marianna glanced over to him. She knew what this meant. A flat tire. "You okay?" he asked, glancing over at her. She nodded. "Yeah, you?" He unbuckled and pulled on the door handle. "Yes, wait here. I'll go check." The trunk opened, and she heard him rustling around. A few minutes later he returned, slamming the door shut and grabbing the wheel. He did not look happy. "Everything okay?" He glanced over at her. "There's no spare." He twisted his hands on the wheel, and she was pretty sure let out a few Italian swear words. "No spare?" He shook his head. "I have a feeling it's Filippo's way of keeping tabs on me. If there's no way to change the tire, I'll have to call him to come get me." He changed and leaned his head back. "Well, we can walk," she said, trying to give him an encouraging smile. He glanced over at her. "The next town isn't for 20 miles, and it's dark." He shifted in his seat, pulling out his phone. "It's okay. I'll call him. I couldn't live with myself if something happened to you. Your safety is more important." She watched as he powered on his phone. A frustrated feeling rose up in her stomach. She didn't want him to be disappointed. She reached out and stilled his hand. "It's okay. I can walk." She flexed her muscles. "I'm stronger than I look." A smile played on his lips as he studied her. "Oh, really?" She nodded. "I pity any person who would try to fight me." She leaned over and kissed one of her biceps. He hesitated and then lowered his phone. "You sure?" "Yes. I didn't climb down the side of a castle like Rapunzel just to come back through the front door. If you need a break, let's take one. We can figure this out." She reached out and squeezed his hand. He studied her and then nodded. "Okay. We can do this, but if something happens, I'm calling and we are going back." She held up her right hand. "Promise." He laughed as he grabbed the handle and pulled it open. "This'll be exciting. Me and you on the open road." The sound of crickets filled the air as Marianna stepped out. With no other light around them, the moon and the stars shone against the black sky. She inhaled the fresh air as she looked around. It was peaceful here. Perhaps this was what she needed. To leave the world and get lost in nature. Her gaze made its way over to Leo, who was stretching. And getting lost with a prince? This was every girl's dream. She was pretty lucky. He must have felt her stare because he glanced over at her. When he met her gaze, he winked. Heat permeated her cheeks as she studied the gravel beneath her feet. Once their luggage was retrieved, Leo nodded toward the open road. "Are you ready, milady?" She laughed. "Ready as I'll ever be." They walked next to each other for the next 30 minutes. Leo filled the silence with stories of his childhood. It was fascinating listening to all the etiquette classes, tutors, and arranged playdates he grew up with. Life as a royal was such a contrast to hers. "What was primary school like for you as a child?" he asked. She hesitated, not wanting to answer. It was hypnotizing listening to his smooth accent. He seemed so much more at ease here in the middle of nowhere than he'd ever been at the castle. It was like the true Leo had finally come out. Silence surrounded her, and she realized that he was waiting for her to answer. "It was normal. Well, as normal as it could be. I mean, you met my parents." He chuckled. She glanced over to see the soft lines of his smile as the moon lit up his face. "Yeah, they are quite the characters." "That's one way to put it," she said. Yes, she loved her parents, but they could be a handful sometimes. He was quiet for a moment. "It must be nice," he said. His tone had deepened. She could hear the emotion in his voice. "What?" When he didn't answer right away, she feared she'd said something wrong. He sighed, knowing that no matter what you did, your parents would always support you. And there it was, the truth. The reason he was out here trekking with her down some deserted highway. He felt alone. In a castle with more residents than her high school graduating class, he felt alone. That had to be hard. Harder than her sad little life back home. Sure, she didn't have a boyfriend or a husband, but at least she felt needed. She had a place to call home. "I'm sorry," she whispered. Leo leaned closer to her. She could smell his remaining cologne as the evening air picked it up and surrounded her with it. She couldn't help but breathe it in. It smelled like Leo, and she liked it. It was something she was getting more and more used to. And it was something she was pretty sure she was going to miss when she left this place. "What did you say?" he asked. "I'm sorry," she repeated. He slowed down, glancing down at her. "You're sorry? For what?" His gaze met her, and the intensity took her breath away. "For the fact that you don't feel supported. It has to be hard." He studied her, then reached up and brushed his knuckles against her cheek. The feeling sent shivers across her skin. She wanted to close her eyes and take in every moment she shared with him, to memorize the feeling of him next to her, because when she left, there was going to be a Leo-sized hole in her heart. "Thank you," he said. His voice had deepened. She raised her eyebrows. He smiled. "For coming out with me. Even though I'm with people all day, no one has ever felt like a friend until you came along. I needed this." She reached up and grabbed his hand. After squeezing it, she stepped back. This was not good. Even though it felt like she was exactly where she needed to be, nothing good would come from getting close to him. They were both going to end up hurt, and she was pretty sure being dumped by a prince wasn't what she needed to bolster her confidence. "I'm happy to do it. After all, that's what a friend would do." She dropped her hand and folded her arms, attempting to protect her heart. She could feel his gaze. She wanted him to look away, fearful of what he might see if he lingered too long. Light drew their attention. 2 bright headlights shone against the dark sky. They squinted as a truck came into view. It was old, and the engine rattled in the quiet night air. The truck slowed to a halt. An aged man with wrinkled skin poked his head out. He ran his gaze over the 2 of them. After saying something in Italian, Leo responded, waving down the road where they'd left their car. The man turned, glancing in the direction that Leo motioned, and then replied. "Grazie," Leo said as he lifted the suitcases into the bed of the truck and pulled open the door. Marianna glanced over at him with a quizzical expression. "This is Bernardo. He owns a small bed and breakfast in the next town. He's agreed to give us a ride. Isn't that fantastic?" Marianna stared at the cab of the truck. Bernardo smiled back at her, his face illuminated by the small overhead light. He was wearing a conductor's hat, and his weather-worn skin wrinkled around his eyes. "Ciao, Bella," he said, nodding in her direction. Marianna nodded as Leo held out his hand to help her into the cab. Once she was seated, she scooted over until she was sandwiched next to Bernardo. "My love," Leo said, getting in beside her. Leo's words made her jump. She whipped her gaze over to him. She parted her lips, but he just gave her an encouraging smile and slammed the door. "I was telling Bernardo how we are on our honeymoon, and our car broke down," Leo finished. Bernardo shifted the truck into first gear and started down the road. "It's a sad story," Bernardo said in an accent so thick it was hard to understand. "Thank you, Bernardo. Yes, very sad," Leo said. "I happy I find two lovers and make better situation," Bernardo continued. Marianna tried to keep the heat from her cheeks at Bernardo's description of them. Lovers. Butterflies erupted in her stomach. "Bernardo is a romantic, no?" Leo said, smiling over at her. He winked, obviously enjoying this interchange. Marianna widened her eyes and shook her head. There was no way she could encourage this. Thankfully, the ride to Bernardo's bed and breakfast didn't last much longer. He pulled up to a small house with a single outside light on. It illuminated a sign that said Casa Astarita B&B. Even in the darkness, Marianna could see the cedar shingles and window boxes that exploded with flowers. If she was ever going to plan the perfect honeymoon getaway, this would be the place. Leo opened the door and hopped down from the cab. He extended his arms as if he were expecting Marianna to jump into them. "Milady?" he said, waving his hands to her. She stared at him. Was he serious? He wanted to carry her? "Honey, I can walk." He winked and shook his head. "Nope, my wife deserves nothing less." "Come sei romantico," Bernardo said as he rounded the truck and grabbed their suitcases. He shot them a smile. Marianna glanced at Leo. What did he say? "He thinks I'm a romantic," Leo said and leaned closer. "Come on, what's the worst that could happen? It's all part of the act. He wouldn't be expecting the prince to show up at his bed and breakfast like this." Marianna studied him and then sighed. She could think of a lot of reasons why she should keep her feet planted on the ground. But if it was for the act, then she would do it, and she was going to try her darndest not to enjoy it. She let him scoop her up, reveling in the feeling of his strong arms underneath her. For a moment, she forgot to breathe. She shifted as he began walking toward the front door, following Bernardo. "You smell good," he said. His closeness made her tingle. This was a mistake, a colossal mistake. She was supposed to be distancing herself from him, not literally jumping into his arms. "I smell sweaty. I've been walking down a deserted Caro road," she said, forcing her voice to come out normal. He laughed, and she could feel it rumble in his chest. "What kind of a guy would let you do that?" "My husband, apparently," she said. He grew quiet, and she wondered if that had been the wrong thing to say. Before she could delve into his silence, Bernardo held open the door, and Leo carried her into the entryway. It was small and quaint, just like Bernardo. "Seguimi," Bernardo said, motioning toward the hallway. Leo had no intention of letting her go. He followed after Bernardo, who led them upstairs and into a small bedroom. A wrought iron bed frame sat in the middle. It was small, maybe a queen-sized. Marianna studied it. There was no way they could both sleep on that. She'd be too close to the prince, and there was no way she could spend the night next to him and come out unscathed. Leo didn't look as if he had a problem with it. He let her down and went over to Bernardo, where they spoke in Italian. After a few minutes they shook hands and Bernardo left the room, shutting the door behind him. Marianna glanced at Leo. "So is there another room?" Leo jumped onto the bed. "What are you talking about? Couples don't have separate bedrooms on their honeymoons." Heat burned her skin as she kept to the far wall, away from Leo and the bed. "Yeah, but we aren't honeymooners. We'd have to be married." Leo grabbed a pillow and shoved it under his head. "Well, that ring says otherwise." He waved toward her left hand. She glanced down and ran her finger across the band. She'd grown so accustomed to wearing it that she'd forgotten it was even there. What was it going to feel like when she had to take it off? Was it bad that she didn't even want to think about it? "I'm going to get ready," she said, grabbing her suitcase and wheeling it into the bathroom. It was small, with a clawfoot tub along one wall and a pedestal sink with a tiny mirror above it. She grabbed her toothbrush and brushed her teeth. Once her hair was down and brushed, she slipped into her nightgown and took a deep breath. Hopefully Leo would be asleep, so as not to see the nightgown that had been picked out for her. Satin wasn't exactly the most forgiving fabric, and just in case he was awake, she kept her bra on. When she opened the door, she flipped out the light. Leo was under the covers, propped up on one elbow. He was turned away from her, reading something. Taking this as her cue to get into bed as fast as possible, she bolted across the room, grabbed the covers, and slipped in. Leo glanced over at her and quirked an eyebrow. "Everything okay?" he asked. She nodded. "Yep, just tired." His gaze roamed over her and he smiled. "My turn." He got out of bed and closed the bathroom door. A few minutes later, he emerged in a pair of pajama bottoms and no shirt. Of course. She stifled a groan. What was he doing? He also didn't have her problem with needing to get into bed as fast as possible. Instead, he sauntered across the room as if he knew she was watching him. He took a moment to stretch and then climbed under the covers after turning off the light. Either the bed was incredibly small or Leo was incredibly big. No matter what Marianna did, she couldn't put any space between them. After the 15th adjustment, Leo chuckled. Exasperated, Marianna glanced over at him. "What?" "Is this how you sleep? Like a fish out of water?" He imitated her moving around, which only brought her closer to him. She shifted again, trying to keep her distance. "See, you did it again," he said. "You weigh too much," she said. Leo gasped. "You never talk about someone's weight, jeez." Marianna glanced over at him. She could almost hear his smile in the dark. Of course he was enjoying this. She had half a mind to pinch him, but that might start something she most certainly couldn't finish. And there was no need to rock this squeaky bed. She didn't want to give Bernardo any ideas. "Let's just go to sleep," she said, turning so that her back was to him. He let out a breath. "That sounds like a good idea." They lay in the darkness, silence surrounding them. She could feel the warmth of his body next to her. Well, one thing was for sure. She wasn't going to get much sleep tonight. Thanks a lot, Bernardo. Chapter 17. After a long and not restful sleep, Leo woke up to the sound of a rooster crowing. He lifted his head slightly to glance over at the small clock on the wall. 6:30. He let out his breath slowly and he lowered his head back down. From the corner of his eye, he could see Marianna. She was turned toward him. Her hands were resting by her chin. Her eyes were closed and her eyelashes sprawled across her cheeks. He couldn't help but allow his gaze to slip down to her lips. Her full pink lips. Memories of kissing her filled his mind. It had done something to him, stirred a feeling inside of him that he hadn't felt for any other girl. And oh, how he wanted to feel it again. Her dark hair fell across her cheek, and before he knew what he was doing, he reached up and brushed it back. His fingers touched her skin, and zaps of electricity raced up his arm. She was beautiful, and there was no way he was going to be able to walk away from her at the end of all this. The way he felt about her was one of those once-in-a-lifetime feelings, the kind that changes you and never lets you go. He swallowed against the lump that had formed in his throat. What was he going to do now? He squeezed his eyes shut, willing his mind to stop obsessing like a schoolboy. Once-in-a-lifetime feeling? Was he an idiot? Princes weren't given that kind of luxury. And since he was on the fast track to losing his inheritance, how did he think he could take care of Marianna? She deserved everything, and he couldn't give her anything. He needed to keep himself distanced from her. It was to keep her safe. That idiot doctor had already broken her heart, and Leo had promised to help her get over him. Dragging Marianna into his mess of a situation was far from keeping that promise. She shifted, causing Leo to squint over at her. She was waking up. Her eyes fluttered open. Out of curiosity, Leo kept his lids closed just enough to pretend he was sleeping, but open enough that he could see what she was doing. Her brow furrowed as she studied him. His skin heated as she ran her gaze over his face. What was she thinking? Then she leaned next to him, resting her head inches from his face. She was getting closer to him. Did he dare hope what that might mean? Paralyzed, he lay there. She let out a small sigh and closed her eyes again. His heart pounded so hard he was certain Bernardo could hear it through the walls. Why couldn't he get a grip on his emotions? Having had enough of lying there and trying to interpret her actions, he stretched and yawned, making sure to stay far enough away so she couldn't smell his morning breath. He pretended to wake up, taking note of the fact that she still pretended to be asleep. He slipped off the bed and tiptoed into the bathroom where he shut the door and turned on the shower. 15 minutes later, he emerged out of the water feeling refreshed. His mind had cleared and all of the ridiculous thoughts that he'd allowed to linger were pushed to the very back corner of his mind, where he locked them in a vault. He couldn't allow them back out, not if he was going to stay sane. He opened the door with a towel wrapped around his waist. In his haste to get to the bathroom, he'd forgotten a change of clothes. His heart sped up as his gaze landed on Marianna. She was sitting up in the bed with her knees brought up and her gaze trained outside of the window. The morning light shone across her skin, illuminating her. Her dark hair fell in waves, framing her face and cascading down her shoulders. He needed to leave, right now. Her gaze made its way over to him, and her eyes widened. His skin burned as she lingered on his chest and then stomach. Her cheeks hinted pink as she pinched her lips together and met his gaze again. She said everything through that look. Everything that they had been fighting not to say to each other for the last few days. His muscles burned as he fought the urge to cross the room and gather her up, kissing her like a man who loves a woman should. She tucked a curl behind her ear. "Sleep well?" she asked. He cleared his throat and nodded, nervous that if he spoke, his voice would expose his thoughts. "Yeah. You?" She chuckled. The sound was melodious and delicate, just like her. "You snore." He scoffed. That was not what he was expecting her to say. "I'm sorry," he said as he crossed the room and gathered his suitcase. She shrugged. "It's no big deal. I just hit you a few times and you rolled over." She threaded her fingers together and stretched her arms. "It wasn't anything I couldn't handle." He twisted his head, cracking his neck. "That's why I feel like I've been in a fight. You were manhandling me in my sleep." Her gaze slipped down to his chest. As if she suddenly realized she was staring, she reached up and rubbed her neck with her hand. "Yeah, that's totally me." He studied her, not sure what to say. What words does one put together to mean, "I'm sorry I promised I wouldn't like you, but my feelings have gotten away from me and I can't help but feel things for you that I never thought I would for anyone," without actually saying those words? He grabbed his clothes from the suitcase and disappeared into the bathroom. Avoidance seemed like the best situation here. It kept her safe. And himself, well, it kept him from opening up his heart only to have it crushed. Once he was dressed, he left the bathroom. Marianna hadn't moved from the bed. She glanced over at him and his heart squeezed. There was a pain in her gaze that was affecting him physically. But before he allowed himself to get lost in it, he nodded at her and headed to the bedroom door. "I'm starving. I'll go find Bernardo and get us some food." He pulled open the door and stepped out into the hallway. When he was safely out of her presence, he leaned against the wall and took a deep breath. They were getting too close. Way too close. He needed to back away, right now. "Have a good night?" Bernardo's voice pulled Leo from his thoughts. He righted his head and glanced down at him. Bernardo was wearing a sun hat and overalls. His smile wrinkled his weathered skin. Leo nodded, but that felt like a lie, so he just shrugged. "Yeah, it was decent." "It's not like the castle accommodations," Bernardo said. "Yeah." Leo stopped. What did Bernardo just say? There was a twinkle to Bernardo's gaze that made Leo feel like an idiot. Of course Bernardo knew who he was. How could he even think he'd be able to hide out in his own country? Perhaps he'd just been so desperate to get away that he'd allowed himself to think he was invisible. He now realized how stupid that sounded. You knew? Bernardo tapped his nose and smiled. It's hard not to when your face is plastered across every magazine. Bernardo waved at him as he stepped past Leo. Come with me, and we will get you some food. Grateful for Bernardo's hospitality, Leo followed him into a modest kitchen. Bernardo pulled out a carton of eggs from the fridge and motioned toward the stove. Grab a pan from the bottom drawer. Leo glanced around and saw a drawer just under the oven door. He pulled it open and found a cast-iron pan. He grabbed it out and set it on the grate on the stovetop. Now what? Bernardo laughed. We need to heat it up. That had something to do with the burners. Leo knew that much, but cooking wasn't something the Crown Prince was expected to learn how to do. He glanced down at the black dials and studied them. Turn the gas on and grab a match. They're on the shelf there. Bernardo had grabbed some seasonings from the cabinet and was lining them up. Leo turned the dial to light and then grabbed the matches. A foul smell began to fill the air as he pulled down the bag. Bernardo was to his side in a second, flipping the dial to off. Un momento, he said, holding up his finger. You will explode this place if you light the match now. Leo widened his eyes as he glanced around. After a few minutes, the air cleared, and Bernardo took the matches from him. I will do it, he said, motioning for Leo to step back. Leo obeyed, and soon the burner was lit and the pan was warming up. Feeling like an idiot, Leo glanced around. He wanted to help, but he had almost destroyed Bernardo's home. How did he think he could ever run a country? It would be better if Hermes did it. Crack the eggs into a bowl, Bernardo said, nodding toward the bowl that he'd placed in front of the seasonings. That was something he couldn't screw up, so Leo walked over to the counter and grabbed an egg. Just as he moved to tap the egg on the side of the bowl, Marianna's voice made him jump. Can I help? She asked. His body heated from her proximity. She was standing just behind him, peeking over his shoulder. She smelled clean, like coconut and lavender. Her damp hair had been pulled back into a bun at the nape of her neck, and she had on a simple dress, light blue, accentuating the color of her eyes and her fair skin. He swallowed, stepping to the side. Just as he did, the egg slipped from his fingers and crashed into the bowl, sending bits of eggshell flying everywhere. Marianna giggled and moved closer to him. The skin of her arm brushed against his as she peered into the bowl. We should probably get those out. We wouldn't want crunchy eggs. She reached over and ran some water over her finger. Watch and learn, she said, lowering her eyelids in a flirtatious way. Leo's emotions caught in his throat. He attempted to clear them. This was exactly why he'd left their room this morning. It was too confusing, too intoxicating to be this close to her. She dipped her finger into the egg and removed a bit of shell triumphantly. She held it up for him to inspect. Now you, she said, nodding toward the bowl. Okay, he said, grateful for the distraction. He needed to focus on something other than her gaze and the way it seemed to pierce his soul. He reached his finger into the bowl, but then the warmth of Marianna's fingers surrounded his wrist. He glanced over at her to see her studying where their hands touched, and if she was feeling the same reaction. She glanced up at him and smiled. Water first. He nodded, shifting his arm away from her and over to the water. After flipping it on, he ran his finger under it. Once his skin was damp, she motioned toward the bowl. After a few attempts, he was ready to give up. She giggled and grabbed his wrist again. Let me help. She dipped his hand down into the gooey egg mixture and led him over a piece of shell. She pressed his finger against it and slid his hand up the side of the bowl. When she brought his hand up, she smiled over at him. You got it, she said. Even though it seemed so simple, his heart pounded in his chest. She was close. So close. And all of his attempts to push her away were for naught. He shook his hand out over the garbage and stepped to the side. You do this so much better. I'll go set the table. He nodded at Bernardo as he walked by. Not sure where he was going, he picked a doorway and went through it. Thankfully, a small table sat in the middle of the room. He walked over to the china hutch and opened the door, pulling out plates and setting them on the tabletop. He flexed his hand as his gaze made its way over to the kitchen. He could hear Bernardo and Marianna's voices as they talked. The soft tones of her voice filled his mind and drove his desire to walk back into that room, take her in his arms, and dip her down so he could press his lips against hers. Show her exactly how she drove him crazy. He was in trouble. Chapter 18. After breakfast, Leo jumped at the opportunity to help Bernardo with his chores. Marianna watched as he followed Bernardo out the door with a speed that rivaled NASCAR. Now alone, she studied the walls, which were packed with pictures. Some had a much younger Bernardo in them. Some of them were more recent. Her gaze slipped from one to the next, and she couldn't help but smile. He seemed to have lived such a full life. An ache took up residence in her heart when she discovered that the more recent pictures of Bernardo were alone. There was a woman in particular who showed up in all the earlier photos, but then disappeared. She wondered if the woman had been his wife, and if she'd died. Her heart went out to him. Bernardo was such a kind man. Just like Leo, but less stubborn. Memories of this morning rushed back to her, and her throat felt dry. There had been so many moments where she'd wondered if he was finally going to say what his gaze had been telling her. He was shut up tighter than a ship. She was beginning to wonder if it had all been her imagination, or if Leo was fighting what was happening between them. Fed up with sitting around trying to decipher Leo's actions, she pushed an escaping curl behind her ear and stood. Work seemed like the best solution for a wandering mind. Grabbing the breakfast plates, she brought them into the kitchen and set them next to the sink. After they were washed, she moved on to the prep dishes and then to the counters and table. She swept the floor, then dusted her hands off as she glanced outside. Leo was helping Bernardo move some hay from behind the shed over to the barn. The mid-morning sun was heating up the air. Leo's t-shirt was dark with sweat. She wondered what Mrs. DeLuca would think if she saw her son right now. She'd probably faint from shock. The Crown Prince of Caro helping a common man with his chores. Marianna leaned against the counter and watched him, mesmerized by his movements. How could he doubt he would be a good ruler? He was kind and didn't think of himself as above anyone. He was humble and sexy. Okay, so that last one wasn't a requirement to rule a country, but it didn't hurt. Not when his tan skin barely contained the muscles underneath. Her fingers tingled as she wondered what it might feel like to touch them. Clearing her throat, she turned her attention back to how great of a king he would become. Whoever this Hermes was, he had nothing on Leo. It was what he was born to do. Marianna could see it, as plain as the nose on her face. She just needed to figure out a way to get Leo to see it. Then they could pack up and head back to the castle. He needed to learn to stand up to his mom and all the people who thought that they could control him. Marianna had her share of people who believed that about her, who believed they could act however they wanted and she'd just go along with it. A burning feeling grew in her gut. She was tired of being walked on. She was tired of rolling over. Samson was going to be the last guy who had any power over her. She was going to take charge of her destiny, starting today, and starting with the prince. Before she chickened out, she marched out onto the back porch and across the lawn. Leo was talking to Bernardo. They were laughing about something, but Marianna didn't care. She walked up to him and grabbed his hand. "Come with me," she said. Leo hesitated, but then allowed her to drag him across the field until they were hidden behind the barn. The soft lowing of cattle could be heard from the field just behind them. Fear gripped her chest, but she pushed it down. Strength. She was going to be strong. Turning, she met Leo's gaze with as much confidence as she could muster. "Everything okay?" he asked. She nodded. Her gaze slipped down to his lips. "Kiss me," she whispered. Great. Such confidence. She was off to an amazing start. Leo's smile faltered. "What?" he asked, leaning in. Whoops. This had been a major mistake. What was she thinking? Marching out here and demanding that the prince kiss her? Man, she was an idiot. She pinched her lips shut and turned. My mistake. His hands surrounded her arm, halting her retreat. He tugged gently as if asking her to turn around. Marianna, he said. His voice had turned husky. Just him saying her name made her knees weak. Mustering her remaining strength, she forced a relaxed expression and turned around, meeting his gaze head-on. Yeah? He quirked an eyebrow. Did you ask me to kiss you? It might have been her imagination, but she swore she saw him inch closer to her. Her heart fluttered in response. No, she scoffed. He studied her. Are you sure? I'm pretty sure you said, kiss me. Nope, it hadn't been her imagination. He had moved closer. Now he was reaching up and brushing a curl behind her ear. Tingles erupted across her skin from the touch. Words were not coming to her. It might have been because she couldn't form coherent thoughts in her mind. All she could focus on was how close Leo's lips were to her own, the way he was looking at her as if she was everything he'd ever wanted. Because I want to kiss you. He leaned closer. Her heart took off galloping in her chest. She felt dizzy and excited at the same time. Leo wanted to kiss her? Had she just imagined that? You do? Her voice sounded far away. He nodded. His hand slipped from her cheek to the back of her neck. He cradled her head in his hand as he lowered his lips. The moment his lips touched hers, fireworks exploded throughout her body. His lips were tender and patient, only lingering for a second before he pulled back. Her lids felt heavy as she glanced up at him. His gaze searched hers as if he were looking for permission to continue. She wrapped her hands around his neck and pulled herself to him, crushing her lips against his. That seemed to be the response he needed. Dipping down, he pulled her up. She responded by wrapping her legs around his waist, bringing her body closer to his. He turned and pressed her against the wall of the barn as if he needed that extra support. Joy exploded through Marianna's body as he deepened the kiss. Every point of contact heated from his touch. They had both been holding back for so long, and they were finally allowed to express what had been bottled up. When he pulled away, Marianna tried not to groan. All she wanted was for him to kiss her again, to never stop touching her. His breath was heavy as he peered into her gaze. A smile played on his lips. He lowered her down onto her feet. With his now free hands, he cradled her face as he leaned down and rested his forehead against hers. I've wanted to do that for a long time, he said. Marianna's eyes widened. It felt so good to hear that he'd wanted her as much as she had wanted him. Really? She asked. He nodded and pressed his lips against hers. He lingered for a moment before pulling away. And you? She chewed her lip and nodded. A smile spread across her lips as he kissed each of her cheeks and her forehead. Thanks for asking me. He pressed his hand on the barn behind her and leaned in. Where did your confidence come from? Her stomach twisted. She wanted to tell him it was because she was tired of being pushed around, that the confidence that he tried so hard to hide had inspired her, that she wanted him to go back to the castle and take his rightful place as king. Running from his problems wasn't in his nature. But she didn't want to ruin this moment. She was pretty sure that mentioning his home or responsibilities would push him away, so she just ran her hand up his chest, reveling in the feeling of his muscles under her fingertips, and smiled. I was tired of waiting for you to kiss me first. Thought I'd take charge. He leaned forward, pressing his lips against the tip of her nose and then back down to her lips. This time, he filled their kiss with more passion than she'd ever experienced. Her toes tingled as he pressed his body so close to hers that she wondered if she would ever be whole without him. When he pulled back, he studied her. She glanced up at him. Her lids were heavy and her lips felt puffy. He winked at her. How's that for taking charge? He said. She nodded. It was good. Bernardo appeared from behind the barn. When his gaze landed on them, he took a step back. Scusate, he said, turning to leave. Leo laughed, stepping away from Marianna. She almost grabbed onto him to pull him back, but then realized it would be crazy, so she pressed her hands behind her. What do you need, Bernardo? Leo asked, glancing back at Marianna and winking. Bernardo turned. I needed some help moving some more bales, but if you are busy, I understand. Leo reached out and squeezed Marianna's arm. He leaned in and brushed his lips against her cheek. I'll be back, he said as he pulled away and smiled at her. She nodded and watched as he walked over to Bernardo and disappeared around the side of the barn. Now alone, she wrapped her arms around her chest and blew out her breath. She turned her face up toward the sky, as if the clouds held answers to her questions. What the heck was she going to do now? Breaking the dam that kept her feelings at bay hadn't been the smartest thing she'd ever done. And now that she'd jumped in with both feet, she was pretty sure she wasn't coming back from this in one piece. On her way back to the house, her gaze found its way over to Leo and Bernardo. Leo caught her eye and winked. Her heart quickened, and she dropped her gaze to the ground in front of her. Once she was back in the kitchen, she shut the door behind her and collapsed on the chair in the corner. She needed to get her head on straight. Sure, she'd just shared a mind-blowing kiss, and Leo had pretty much told her that he cared about her, and, if she were brave enough to admit it, he might actually love her. But she couldn't focus on that, or how she just might feel the same in return. No. She needed to get him back to the castle and then head back to America. She was crazy to think that they could ever be anything more than a contractual relationship. Even if they wanted to be together, there was no way Mrs. DeLuca or Gisela would ever allow them to marry. She was a common woman, a nurse. He was royalty and had an obligation to his country to do the right thing. And the right thing was to be their king, no matter what the personal cost. He was a good man, and good men didn't come around that often. He truly cared about this country and the people in it. He was the rightful king, and she couldn't mess that up for him. Her heart squeezed at the thought of telling him that they needed to go back, so she clenched her fists, gathering her strength around her. She could do this. There was no way she was going to stand in his way anymore. It had been all fun and games until their feelings complicated things. Now, if she cared about him, truly loved him. She swallowed. Loved. Her stomach lightened. Could she love him? She'd only known him such a short time, but she'd known Samson for 3 years and had never felt like this. Ever. Still, she wasn't sure she was ready to admit that she could have deep feelings for anyone, even Leo. So she shoved the 4-letter word to the back of her mind. If she truly cared about Leo, she would put him first. He was never going to be happy as a common man, toiling away just to make ends meet. He was destined for greatness, and she wasn't going to be the one that pulled him down. No, she would lift him up and help him to be the king he was on the inside, no matter how much it broke her heart. She would have to do it now, before she didn't have the strength. Chapter 19. As Leo finished up helping Bernardo, he had to keep himself from running into the house to find Marianna. The memory of her pressed against him pounded in his skull, making any task seem unbearable. All he wanted to do was find her, wrap her in his arms, and never let her go. She was everything he ever wanted. She was the person he wanted to be with. He'd give up the crown if it meant he could be with her. Bernardo said he had things to finish up, so he sent Leo on his way. Leo strode across the lawn and up the back steps. Once inside, he called out her name and then hesitated. When she didn't respond, he headed upstairs. Their bedroom door was shut, so he opened it. She was standing next to the window with her arms crossed and a contemplative expression on her face. Not waiting, he crossed the room and wrapped his arms around her, pressing his back against her chest. He dipped down and brushed a kiss against her cheek. "I've missed you," he said when his lips found her ear. She tightened but then relaxed. He wondered for a moment what that had been about, but then pushed it off. He must have startled her, that was all. When she didn't respond, he glanced down at her. "Are you okay?" he asked, taking in her red eyes and tear-stained cheeks. Had she been crying? He turned her around so he could see her face. Why was she sad? He reached up and cradled her cheek in his hand. "Marianna," he whispered, fighting his urge to confront whatever was making her upset so he could see her smile again. "Leo," she whispered. There was a tone to her voice, one that told him he didn't want to hear what she was about to say. He knew what she was doing, and he couldn't bear the thought of it. She was still leaving. Nothing had changed between them. The kiss, his feelings, his almost declaration of love, none of it mattered. She was still going back to America, leaving him here, alone. "Don't, Mari," he said, hoping against hope that she wouldn't go through with it. But when her tear-filled gaze met his heart plummeted. It was too late. She'd made up her mind. She knew what she wanted, and it didn't include him. "I'm so sorry," she whispered. He scrubbed his face with his hand. What had he done wrong? Why? He needed to know why she was walking away. Was it something he'd said? She shook her head. "I care about you, Leo." That gave him hope. Maybe there was a chance that he could change her mind. "I care about you too." He wanted to say love, but he didn't want to expose his heart if she was going to leave him. "That's why you need to go back, and I have to go home." A soft sob escaped her lips as she turned away from him and stared out the window. His ears were ringing. He hadn't heard her right. But she just said she cared about him. Well, from the kiss they'd shared earlier, she did a lot more than care about him. "Why?" he asked again. She was silent for a moment before she turned back around. "Because you have a duty to your country. You are the rightful king, and you will be amazing." She softened her gaze and gave him a weak smile. "And I will not stand in your way." His heart felt as if it had been pulled from his chest. She was leaving. She wanted him to go back to the castle, marry Gisela, and live his life as if they had never met. Like the kiss they'd shared hadn't meant anything to either of them. As if she hadn't changed his life in an irreversible way. "No, I'm not going to do that." He shoved his hands into the front pocket of his jeans and turned away. Her hand appeared on his arm, and she pushed him to face her. "Leo, we both know that you aren't going to turn your back on your country. That's not who you are. You love the people, and you aren't going to just sit back and let the country be dictated by Gisela and her father. We both know she wants in, and if not from you, she'll manipulate someone else to get it." His eyes widened. It was true. Gisela was going to get what she wanted, whether from him or someone else. Hermes was a shy guy. She'd have her hooks in him so fast, and he couldn't let that happen. A vice felt as if it were squeezing his chest. "But I don't want to lose you," he said, his voice dropping low. Marianna smiled up at him. He could see the pain in her gaze. It was so strong, he wanted to wrap her up in his arms and take it all away. "You won't. We will always have this trip." She let out a sigh. "I'm going back home a changed woman." She reached out and ran her hand on his arm. "You changed me. Caro changed me. I'm stronger than I used to be. I'm no longer going to let men like Samson ruin my life." She puffed out her chest. "I'm confident now." Remembering how she'd forced him behind the barn and demanded he kiss her, he smiled. It was true. She wasn't this shy nurse allowing a jerk to walk all over her. She was the woman he knew she could be, and he was proud of her. He sat down on the bed and blew out his breath. "So, what are you going to do?" She joined him. He could feel her warmth as she sat down next to him. She was so close that he could reach out and touch her. She shrugged. "I'm going to go back and quit. Then I might move home while I look for another job. I hear awesome things about Savannah General." She sighed. "I'm kind of up for an adventure. Being with you has made me realize that I wasn't happy, and I want to be happy." When her voice trailed off, he glanced over at her. She was studying him. Her eyes drifted down to his lips for a moment before they came back up. How was he ever going to let her walk out of his life? And for what? To live with Gisela? He parted his lips to ask her if she was sure, but she shook her head before he could speak. "It's the right thing, Leo," she said, as if reading his mind. "But it'll be okay. I'll always have our time together." She stood and walked over to her suitcase, grabbing the handle. But we should leave soon, before I lose all my newfound confidence. She shot him a pleading look. He wanted to fight her on this, but he also wanted to respect her and her decisions. He wasn't going to stand in her way if this was what she wanted, even if it broke his heart. So he bit back his feelings, shoved his things into his suitcase, and followed her out of the room. After Marianna explained to Bernardo what they needed, Bernardo agreed to take them back to the castle. They piled into his truck and drove the hour and a half back to Leo's home. Or what was supposed to be his home. To him, it would be the place where he was forced to marry someone he didn't love just to save a country that he did. It would also be the place where he pushed out the one woman he'd grown to care for. The castle's large front doors opened, and Leo stepped inside. Marianna trailed after him, her suitcase's wheels echoing against the 30-foot ceilings. Gisela was the first to appear at the top of the stairs. She had a disgruntled expression on her face. When he saw her, he wanted to turn back around and leave, but he couldn't do that, so he forced a surprised expression. "Gisela?" he asked, hoping he sounded relieved. She eyed him as if she were trying to size him up. "Oh, Gisela," he said. He opened his arms and met her halfway up the stairs. She seemed to realize what he was implying and wrapped her arms around him. "Leo?" she asked, burying her face into his shoulder. "Have you come back?" He nodded, pulling back to study her. He forced a look of recognition on his face. "Marianna helped me. We went to visit the places that you and I went. When we stopped at that little bakery on the beach, I remembered." He reached down and ran his thumb over her cheek. "Gisela." She wrapped her hands around his neck and pulled him close. After she laid a wet, slobbery kiss on him, she pulled back. "I'm happy you're back." He fought the urge to push her from him. This was all part of the plan. First, he needed to convince his parents that he was of sound mind again. That meant cozying up to Gisela. Then, he would reveal Mr. Marasco's plans by going to the people. Leo would tell them that he would not be corrupted by anyone, and that if they wanted him to be king, they would repeal the stipulation that he would be married. And even though all this made him excited, his heart still ached. He wanted to take Marianna on this ride with him. He wanted her by his side. But she'd made it very clear that she didn't want that. She was ready to move on with her life, and her future didn't include him. So he forced a happy smile in her direction, even though it was killing him inside. She nodded and made her way up the stairs, disappearing at the top. Gisela wrapped her fingers around his chin and pulled his lips to hers again. "I'm happy you came to your senses," she said. She had a way of making it sound like she was happy, but he could hear a threatening tone behind it. He nodded, anything to keep her believing he was back under her control, though all he wanted to do was tell her that her family was never going to influence the crown like they seemed to think they would. He wasn't going to stand for it, not now, not ever. If he couldn't have Marianna, then he would settle for his country, and that meant kicking the Marascos out of the castle. "Leo!" his mother exclaimed as she appeared at the top of the stairs. She rushed down, and Leo pushed Gisela away so he could wrap his mom up in a hug. "Mom," he said, planting a kiss on her forehead. She peered up at him. "What did that awful nurse do to you?" she asked. He bit back the urge to tell his mother how he truly felt, how he was disappointed with the way she behaved. But he needed to be smart about how he approached this all. If he was going to make a difference, how he felt needed to be kept secret for now. But he still wasn't going to let his mother treat Marianna that way. "Mother, do not talk about her like that. She helped me remember. I will always be in her debt." And he would be. She'd done more for him than his own family had, more than anyone had ever done for him in his whole life. And she had done it selflessly. Most people who befriended him wanted to get something from him. Marianna didn't. His heart squeezed at the thought of her leaving. He wanted her to stay. Oh, how he needed her to stay. But he couldn't ask her to sacrifice more for him than she already had. So he forced a smile, walking down the stairs and into the dining room where his mother was instructing the chef to make him some food. He could do this. He could pretend. After all, He'd gotten pretty good at it. Chapter 20. A month later. Marianna sighed as she pulled her yellow VW Beetle into her parents' driveway. She glanced in the back seat, taking in all the boxes. It was official. She was no longer a New York City resident. It felt good, leaving that part of her life in the rearview mirror. She was ready to move forward, forget her past, forget Leo. She rubbed the bridge of her nose as she closed her eyes. Almost out of instinct, Leo's smile made its way into her thoughts. Her heart picked up speed, and her stomach lightened. It frustrated her that even though it had been weeks since she'd last seen him, he could still influence her this way. After they got back to the castle, she had slipped upstairs, left the engagement ring Leo gave her on the dresser, and packed her things. Clara had come in, and Marianna said her goodbyes, promising the small princess that she would send her some amazing coloring pages from the States. That seemed to appease Clara. She had smiled and flung her arms around Marianna, promising her that she could color one and send it back. It was amazing how quick Mrs. DeLuca worked when she found out that Marianna was going to be leaving. The helicopter was ready to go an hour later, and before Marianna could even say goodbye to Leo, she was packed up and flying out. And that was how they'd said goodbye. Marianna cleared her throat as she pushed out the emotions that had built up inside of her. Why was she still upset by this? They had both agreed that it wasn't right, that being together would hurt them and his country. Leo was a prince, after all. They would never work. Blowing out the breath that she'd been holding, Marianna grabbed her purse and opened the door. It squeaked as she pushed it open and stepped out. She wasn't going to think about Leo anymore. This was a fresh start, and there was no reason why she should focus on her past. True to her word, she had found a job at Savannah General in Georgia and took the offer. She had packed up her apartment and driven to her parents' house so that she could say goodbye and start her own journey. This was for herself. She was ready to take control of her life. It scared and excited her at the same time. After slamming the door behind her, she shouldered her purse and headed up the walkway. The front door opened, and her mom stepped out onto the stoop. "Good to have you home," she said, pulling Marianna into a hug. "Hey, Mom," she said. It felt good to be home. Her mom pulled back. "How are you feeling? Are you okay?" she asked. Marianna forced the tears back as she nodded. "Yeah, I'm okay." Her mom gave her a sympathetic look as she wrapped her arm around her shoulders and led her inside. "Ted, Marianna's back," she said as she shut the front door behind them. "Hey, hon," he said when they walked into the living room. Marianna gave him a hug. This house felt so familiar. It soothed her soul. "Mom, it smells amazing," she said. Her mom nodded. "Of course. I made dinner." Marianna snorted. "Of course." They all walked into the kitchen. Marianna's dad sat at the table, and her mom walked over to the oven and peeked into it. Marianna slipped onto a bar stool and fiddled with the basket of apples in front of her. When she looked up, she saw her parents staring at each other as if they were trying to secretly communicate. Marianna glanced back and forth. "What's going on?" she asked, quirking an eyebrow. "Tell her, Ted," her mom said, waving at her dad. He hesitated and then grabbed the newspaper in front of him. "Have you seen this?" He stood and brought the paper over to her. Marianna took it from him and studied the article. Her heart sank. She spent all this time avoiding the news, avoiding any place that would report on Leo, just to come face to face with an article about him. All of her efforts had been for naught. Caro Prince wins majority vote to overrule marriage stipulation. She skimmed the article. Apparently, as soon as she left, Leo had started to campaign among the people in the hopes that he could overturn the stipulation that he needed to be married by the time he was 30. He said it was outdated and archaic. He also exposed the Marasco family's intentions for the crown, stating how stipulations like this were exactly what the country didn't need. Caro would be under the influence of dictators if they didn't speak up now. And he had won. He was to be crowned yesterday. A tear slipped down Marianna's cheek as she set down the newspaper and pushed it away from her. Good for him. He got what he wanted. "That's nice," she said. She hoped her voice would come out confident, but it didn't. Instead, it came out small and broken. Suddenly, she was wrapped up in a hug. Her mom pulled her close. "I know it hurts, honey," she said. Marianna sobbed, the dam she'd built up finally breaking. Why was she acting this way? They'd both decided that parting ways was the right thing to do. It was what they had both wanted, except it wasn't. The last month without him had been miserable. Everywhere she turned, memories of Leo pushed their way into her mind. She hadn't been able to free herself of him. After reading the article, it seemed as if he was doing so much better than she was, and it hurt a lot. "Can we talk about something else?" she asked. Her parents were both studying her as if they wanted to continue but weren't sure how. She shot them a "please leave it alone" look. They glanced at each other, but then, thankfully, changed the subject. Marianna engaged in small chat for a few minutes before excusing herself and heading upstairs. She flopped onto her childhood bed and stared up at the popcorn ceiling. She let out her breath slowly. Was she being stupid? How could she think that she could pull this off? She wasn't strong. She wasn't courageous. Look at Leo. Even after a mind-blowing kiss, he'd still been able to move on and enact change for his country. What was she doing? Quitting her job and moving to Georgia. Yeah, she was so brave. Grabbing a nearby pillow, she pulled it over her face. She was going to hide out here until she felt better, though she wasn't sure when that would be. She must have fallen asleep because she was awoken by a soft knock on the door. She glanced toward the window to see the pale light of the setting sun illuminating her room. Yawning, she sat up, hugging the pillow to her chest. "Yeah," she said. At least she felt better. Maybe now she could have a somewhat coherent conversation with her parents. The door opened and a figure stepped in. Marianna fiddled with the fringe on the edges of her pillow. "I think I fell asleep," she said as she turned her attention over to the door. Her heart stopped. Leo was standing in the doorway, looking as if he wasn't sure what to do. His hands were shoved into his front pockets and his shoulders were rounded. When her gaze met his, he smiled. "Hey," he said. Just the sound of his voice sent shivers down her spine. She reveled in the familiarity of his smile and the way his eyes crinkled at the sides. Her gaze slipped down to his lips and heat rose up in her body. And then she scolded herself. What was the matter with her? Was she crazy? This was the guy who told her that it would be best to part ways, the one who let her walk out of the castle and never tried to contact her. She hugged the pillow closer to her chest. Sure, she'd told him that she should go, but that didn't mean they should cut all ties. He'd been the one who hadn't even said goodbye. The worst part was, she didn't realize how much that had hurt her until she was sitting there staring at him. "Hey," she said, not sure how else she should respond. He glanced around. Occasionally he would linger on one of her boy band posters, and she could see the hint of a smile. All she wanted to do at the moment was push him away, get him out of her room. She felt vulnerable and exposed. "Did you need something?" she asked, hoping her voice came across as confident and not as broken as she felt. His gaze made its way back to her. He reached into his back pocket and pulled out a piece of paper. He unfolded it and smoothed it against his leg. "I have this for you." He stepped forward and held it out for her. Curious, Marianna took it from him and studied it. It was one of the coloring pictures she'd sent to Clara. 2 unicorns in a field of flowers. She'd colored it all, and above the unicorn she'd written, "Clara and Marianna." Her heart swelled at this picture. She missed that little girl. But when she glanced up at Leo, she realized she missed him too. But she wasn't ready to be vulnerable again. Not if he was just going to let her walk away without saying goodbye again. "You could have mailed it," she said, setting the picture on her nightstand and leaning back on the pillows behind her. His eyes widened as he glanced around. "Mailed it," he repeated. "Right." He shrugged. "I'm sorry, I thought maybe—" He ducked his head and headed out toward the hall. Marianna stared at the now empty space. Leo was gone. He'd left. She shifted on her bed and slipped her feet onto the floor. There was a burning desire in her chest to run after him, but at the same time, she feared what opening herself up again would do. For once, she pushed her fears from her mind and followed after him. She knew she was never going to live with herself if she didn't act now. Just as she rounded the corner, she slammed into Leo. His arms surrounded her. "Whoa," he said, pulling her close so she didn't fall. Heat raced up her body at his touch. Memories of the two of them together, kissing behind Bernardo's house, rushed back to her. She tipped her face toward him and met his gaze. "You okay?" he asked. Geez, how she'd missed his accent and the way he smelled. She missed talking to him and how she felt when she was close to him. Too scared of her voice exposing her, Marianna nodded. He pulled his arms away and stepped back. He glanced back and forth before settling on her face. "Did you need something?" Marianna bit her lip as she contemplated what to say. "You never said goodbye," she said, the words tumbling out. He raised his eyebrows as he studied her. Then a solemn expression passed over his face. "I know. I'm sorry. I wanted to, but the time I peeled myself away from my mother and Gisela, you were gone." He pushed his hands through his hair as he studied the floor. "I was worried what you would say or how you felt, so I buried myself in changing the marriage law." He glanced up at her. Not sure what to do, she started to pace. The hallway was the worst place for that. It gave her little room to move. "You could have called me," she said, fighting the tears, threatening to spill. "We were friends." She hesitated, praying that she could keep it together. He studied her. "You're right. We are friends, and friends deserve better." He stepped closer to her and lowered his gaze. "I'm sorry," he said, his voice deep with emotion. She nodded, her heart pounding out of control. "It's okay," she whispered. "Just don't do it again." Leo nodded. "I won't." And then he stepped closer. "But what if I don't want to be just your friend?" Her ears began to ring as he inched closer. From the corner of her eye, she saw his hand reach out and wrap around her waist. Every nerve responded, sending jolts of electricity through her body. This was happening. It was really happening. Everything she'd been dreaming about since their impromptu kiss during their mix-up proposal was coming true. "You don't?" She breathed out, losing control of her body and stepping closer to him. His eyebrows rose as a smile played on his lips. "I don't think it's possible," he whispered, leaning closer to her. Their bodies were inches from each other. His warmth washed over her. "Really?" she asked. He shook his head as his gaze dipped down to her lips. "Nope, not possible." She bit her lip as she held her breath. Was this even happening? It was killing her, him stringing her along. "So what are we going to do?" He reached up and brushed his fingers against her cheek. Her face flushed in response. "What do you think?" She turned her gaze toward the ceiling to pretend she was thinking. Before she could say anything more, he dipped down and pressed his lips against hers. She let out a little squeak as he wrapped his other arm around her and pulled her close. Not wanting to end the kiss, she wrapped her arms around his neck. He responded by pulling her up to deepen the kiss. Waves of excitement washed through her as his lips moved against hers. When she thought she'd melt into a puddle in his arms, he pulled back and glanced down at her. "I love you, Marianna." His gaze was intense, and she could feel the meaning of his words. She parted her lips, wanting to return the sentiment, but the words wouldn't come. His forehead wrinkled with worry and crossed his face. Finally, she laughed. "You kissed me speechless," she whispered. And then she stood on her tiptoes and brought her lips to meet his. After a soft kiss, she pulled back. "I love you too, Leo." He smiled as he pulled her close, picked her up and spun her, right there in the tiny hallway. She laughed, throwing her head back. When he stilled, she glanced down at him to see his face grow serious. "Promise me something," he said, as he lowered her down and brought both hands up to cradle her face. "Okay," she whispered, her skin tingling from his touch. "Never leave me," he said, leaning forward to brush his lips against hers. She closed her eyes for a moment, enjoying the sensation that kissing him brought. When he grew quiet, she opened her eyes and smiled. Promise. He moved to pull something out of his front pocket. He held up the ring that he'd given her that night in the Met. Will you put this back on? She furrowed her brow. Her heart pounded so hard she could hear it. Are you asking me? He narrowed his eyes and then dropped slowly to one knee. He held up the ring and took her left hand in his. Marianna, will you do me the honor of becoming my queen? Her stomach lightened, but she needed to know that it was for real. No stipulation, right? You want to marry me for me. She studied him, trying to read his expression. No stipulation. I can die a lonely king. He gave her his signature half-smile. But I don't want to. That was all she needed to hear. Yes, she said, nodding. He slipped the ring on and straightened. After kissing her, he pulled away. I love you, he repeated. She smiled up at him. Te amo anch'io. Epilogue. Marianna stood in the guest room of the castle, staring at herself in the mirror. The wedding dress she'd picked out was simple, yet beautiful. It had capped sleeves and a sweetheart neckline. Her hair fell around her face in soft curls and was framed in a floor-length veil. She pulled the sides of the veil up and sighed. Was this really happening? Was she really going to marry Leo today? The door opened, and Marianna glanced over to see Clara slip in. She was wearing a baby pink flower girl dress, and her hair was curled and pinned in an updo. When she met Marianna's gaze, her eyes widened. You look like a princess, she said, rushing over to give Marianna a hug. Marianna dipped down and wrapped her arms around her soon-to-be sister. So do you, she said, kissing Clara on the cheek. Clara stepped back and twirled. I love how it spins, she said, smiling up at Marianna. Marianna nodded. Me too. Anch'io, Clara repeated in Italian. Ever since Marianna came to Caro, she'd been studying Italian. Since she was going to be queen, she figured it was her duty to speak the language. Clara was an eager teacher. Marianna smiled and repeated, Anch'io. Clara nodded, seeming satisfied with Marianna's effort. Movement by the door caught Marianna's attention. Standing in the hall looking in was her mom and dad. They looked a little out of place, but they were slowly growing accustomed to their life in Caro. When Marianna told them she was moving here, they insisted that they come with. Leo had been able to find them a tiny cottage in Trieste, and they were learning the language and the culture. Marianna knew that it was a big step for them, and she appreciated that they sacrificed to be closer to her. When her mom's gaze landed on her, a smile grew on her face. She rushed into the room and wrapped Marianna up into a hug. You look beautiful, she said as she pulled back. Ever since the engagement 4 months ago, Mrs. DeLuca had been less than welcoming. After a frank conversation from Leo, she agreed to be more amicable and had been making an effort to like Marianna. Situations like that made Marianna that much more thankful she had her parents and Clara in her corner. They helped her feel less like a complete imposter. At least, when Leo wasn't around. When he was by her side, she felt as if she could conquer the world. Do you think Leo will like it? She asked. Her mom pursed her lips and nodded. Marianna could tell that she was fighting back tears. Yes, she said, and then cleared her throat. Yes, he will. You'll make a beautiful queen, her dad said as he stepped up next to her, wrapping an arm around her shoulders. The wedding planner rushed into the room and waved at them. It's time to go, she said in a strong Italian accent. Marianna nodded as she gathered up her skirts and followed her parents from the room. Thankfully, she'd convinced Leo to have a small wedding in the castle and a big public spectacle for the reception. She was already nervous about making public appearances and feared what she might do if all eyes were on her. Plus, she wanted this to be small, just those she loved. Thankfully, Leo agreed, which Marianna was grateful for now more than ever. She walked down the hall and stopped at the stairs, her gaze landing on Leo, who was standing at the bottom talking to his dad. When his dad motioned toward Marianna, Leo turned his attention to her and his jaw dropped slightly. Butterflies erupted in her stomach as she took him in as well. He was wearing a black tuxedo with a blue sash across his chest. His hair was slicked back. He looked fantastic. She could feel his gaze roam over her, and when it made its way back to hers, he winked. She couldn't help but smile. If she were honest with herself, she couldn't wait until this whole wedding was over and they were on their honeymoon. Private time between just them, loving each other. It sounded amazing. "Ready?" the wedding planner asked. Marianna nodded and started down the stairs. When she got to the bottom, Leo reached out and Marianna placed her hand in his. She could tell that he was fighting the urge to pull her close. She grinned up at him as he held their hands up and began to lead her into the living room toward an arch covered in ivy. "Stop smiling at me," he whispered as he leaned closer to her. Apparently, this was a very serious tradition in Caro, and smiling was frowned upon. Marianna nodded and straightened her expression, hoping she could fight the urge to smile, or, heaven forbid, giggle. When they reached the archway, Leo bowed to the pastor standing underneath it. The next 30 minutes were filled with scriptures, a song, and their vows in Italian. Marianna struggled, but got hers out. She felt jittery when a crown was placed on her head. It was like every dream she'd had when she was a kid was coming true. When they finished, the pastor smiled at them and motioned for them to stand. He said something in Italian, which Marianna hoped meant, "Kiss the bride." Leo leaned forward and Marianna's heart picked up speed. They were finally man and wife. After he gently kissed her, he tipped his forehead forward and met hers. He smiled at her. "Marianna De Luca, I love you. Spend your life with me?" She nodded. "Definitely." "Desiamente," he corrected. "Desiamente," she said, then wrapped her arms around him and kissed him again. This time, she didn't let him pull back until she was good and ready. He was hers, and she was his. There was nothing else that she wanted in her life than to be here in this moment, loving Leo. The end.